Investing with a Purpose, written by Rick Melero, narrated by Drew Moore. Chapter 1. Thinking Even Bigger. It was a crucial business trip. As I walked through the airport, past security, and boarded the plane that would take me to Ireland for the next 4 days, I knew there was a lot I had to get right. Waiting for me when I arrived would be 4 beautiful properties my firm had invested in years earlier. These properties had the potential to generate serious wealth. Together, they represented over 1,500 acres of land, which is a whole lot of loose ends to take care of. To say the least, I needed to be there. Once the plane finally took off, I had 9 hours before arrival. I took that time to imagine how my trip would go once I landed. On the eastern edge of Ireland, I'd be visiting a breathtaking location called Killen Park Estate. It was originally built in the 1800s atop ancient ground and used as a defense location against country invaders. But times change, and over the years it was converted to a public estate, now attached to a golf course, open to the local community. Now, my team and I were partnering with some of Ireland's finest investors to see if it would be worth more if converted to a luxurious private estate for the ultra-wealthy, those who wanted their very own private golf course. Next, I'd be traveling to one of Ireland's finest views, the Kilcooley Abbey Estate. There an illustrious stone-walled mansion stood, nestling peacefully in the middle of 1,200 acres. The entire aged estate was surrounded by high natural stone boundary walls, a Gothic boathouse, and some of the most glorious views in Ireland. Our game plan? See if we could restore this masterpiece to a modern marvel. And to recoup our invested capital, we'd explore selling the rights to several hundred acres of trees to a tree harvesting company. Lastly, I'd be visiting 2 industrial parks that were undergoing expansion and development. One of them was a state-of-the-art logistical hub with over 35,000 square feet of office space, already rented to one of the most reliable tenants a real estate investor could ask for, Coca-Cola. I would be visiting to check up on the expansion efforts of the remaining 32 acres and collect the intel needed to discuss and strategize with my team about how to proceed with this project. Should we keep building? Should we lease it? Should we sell it to a larger organization? These are questions every real estate investor comes to face at some point. Each property I'd soon be laying eyes on reminded me of the vast financial opportunity in the world of real estate. But the most incredible part? I never could have fathomed all of this. When I started out years ago with just a few simple real estate strategies and a strong hunger for financial growth, I never imagined the doors to opportunities like these would swing open for me. Back then, I was just a young man, no high school diploma, kicked out of my house, and staying in a tiny apartment while trying to land a minimum wage job. And now, here I was, stretched out in a business class seat reviewing the cash flow forecast for awe-inspiring assets on the opposite side of the world. By the world's standards, I'd somehow made it. You can imagine how blessed I was feeling at that moment. As I'm halfway through my flight and gazing out the window, it all hit me. In only a few short months, the real breathtaking work would begin. I was scheduled to visit Uganda, not for real estate deals, but instead to go into hostile territory and be part of a mission to hand-deliver 300,000 meals to starving women, children, and families. It was something I decided months earlier when one of my trusted partners, David Green, stepped into our His Capital corporate office in Orlando. David leads a noble philanthropic operation called Feeding Children Everywhere that enables leaders to mobilize their communities to assemble healthy meals for hungry children throughout the world. Over the years, we have done several projects with him. So when he came into my office and asked for my thoughts on his latest cause, I listened up. He filled me in on the major needs and the devastation happening in South Sudan. I learned from him how they are fighting for their lives, literally being forced out of their homes and left as refugees. The lucky ones managed to flee to the neighboring country of Uganda. As a result of all this, 2,500 South Sudanese victims are dying every single day from starvation. To put that in perspective, that's a death toll of nearly one 9/11 tragedy each day. To make matters worse, Anytime a group tries to put a food distribution center there, nearby rebels come in and hijack it by force, stealing all aid and resources in the process. As I listened to David, I felt my heart aligning with his cause. While our company's real estate portfolio had grown amazingly over the years and now contained assets like the ones in Ireland, I knew my purpose was much bigger now. Years earlier, as you will come to see later, I began to feel led towards a higher mission, and it was during this time I made a commitment that if something touched my heart, then I'd step up and answer the call, that I wouldn't get too busy or hide from it, no matter how hard it seemed. So when David revealed how badly the Sudanese needed help, I felt myself leaning right into it. We sat and brainstormed back and forth on the topic and ultimately boiled the matter down to one question. How could we make a measurable impact? What birthed from that question was a sobering realization that a simple contribution wasn't enough. After all, these African victims didn't need another donation or blank check or food distribution center, because their food would just be stolen by the rebels. Instead, they needed food in their stomachs, plain and simple. We racked our brains and finally concluded there was no other way to achieve this apart from coordinating with local alliances, flying to the border and then hand-delivering meals to them personally. It would be a dangerous, shock-and-awe mission, and we'd even need to dispatch a local scout to tell us if armed guards needed to be hired. But David and I knew that if we didn't do it, who would? We looked at each other, and with a challenging sincerity, he said to me, "Rick, I'll go if you go." With wide eyes and a big smile, I echoed right back at him, "Well, if you go, then I'll go." We made up our minds right there, and an energy flooded into my being. It was the right decision. From that moment on, a full-blown initiative evolved. My entire team at his capital grew interested and committed to helping the initiative to hand-pack 300,000 meals. Some of them even volunteered to fly to the African border with us to hand-deliver the meals. While we were there, we met with an exclusive group of business leaders to mastermind alternative solutions that could empower the local refugees to become self-sufficient. As I was remembering all of this and still on my flight, I gazed further out the window and saw the very ocean water that connected Ireland to Uganda's mother continent, Africa. It was a connection between two very different worlds, but as I looked down at it, my heart was standing with both of them. I became filled with a fresh awareness of knowing that every ounce of productivity during this business trip to Ireland would directly touch the hearts and souls of those starving families in Africa. I felt grateful beyond words that our real estate investments in the U.S. and abroad had given us the funds to help save lives and change legacies. There were literally faces to every dollar we earned. It was clear to me. This trip wasn't just crucial anymore. It was eternally significant. And it's what I was living for. This one business trip represented my entire life's work. The fusion of two seemingly different worlds. One, a world of wealth creation. The other, one of deep fulfillment in every waking moment. Little did I know when first starting out as a broke young man that this approach would hold the keys to unlock not only the potential financial independence for myself and others, but also a feeling of living a life with purpose. My intention with this book is to inspire you to do the same. Going beyond financial independence. Nobody is more shocked than me by how my journey in real estate has turned out. As a young man, I just wanted enough wealth to get me freedom. But in the twists and turns of life, that vision slowly changed. And now I'm managing partner of his capital, where we are invested in properties around the U.S. and abroad, including those fine properties in Ireland that are funding a life-changing mission in Africa. But more than that, I'm surprised by the people behind the scenes who made it all possible. My elite team here at his capital. They comprise investors, analysts, and leaders who came aboard one by one and helped me develop it from a small firm with a simple portfolio into a thriving enterprise deploying dozens of real estate strategies that I will gladly share with you. And with their combined know-how and expertise, in 2013 we opened a private lending arm to help, train, and fund experienced and aspiring real estate investors to reach their financial goals too. Since then, thousands of hungry investors from all walks of life have come to our office as part of their quest. It's given us a first-row seat into the hearts and minds of many, as well as a full view into one of the single biggest factors that can reliably predict who may thrive in the long term. It's something I could never put fully into words until now. It's taken me all these years of journeying through the world of real estate to finally collect them. There were many tests, years of doubt, confronting my fears, finding the energy, losing it, reclaiming it, scouting for properties, trying to negotiate deals, and picking myself up after some really embarrassing failures. These tests revealed to me incontrovertible truths about financial freedom, grit, real estate, and lasting fulfillment. And I've tried my best to share them in this book, along with the additional resources provided. So what makes the difference? This much is clear to me. It is not motivation. The truth is that motivation is like soap. It washes right off. Look around and you'll see it everywhere. If that alone could get the wealth or accomplishment you wanted, then you'd already possess it. And it's not more information you need either. If it were, why don't librarians rule the world? In fact, it's never been easier to find a guru on YouTube promising a method to earn you millions overnight. Of the thousands of investors who walk through our doors, we only really see two types of people: the 97% who say they'll do it, and the 3% who will. In my opinion, those 3% do something that makes most of the difference, and it's responsible for the fire in their belly. It keeps them from stopping short of the finish line, and it carries them far beyond that finish line. They invest with purpose. And whatever noteworthy wealth I've built in my career was brought to life by this approach, not by me. The big idea behind it is this: don't rely only on motivation. Instead, go deep into yourself and reclaim that purpose already living inside you. Those who endure life's obstacles and work on making their dreams come true are the ones who have embedded that purpose into each waking hour. It's their God-given life force that springs them into action and can lead them to surprise even themselves. Thinking back to my business trip to Ireland, what fueled my rigor for that trip was the inspiration being pumped into my heart by my upcoming Uganda mission. It's an indescribable feeling to know your next task will literally fund a project that sends ripples into the rest of humanity. Each moment becomes lucid and vital. Life and work feel deeply significant. Motivation cannot compete with that. The first thing to understand is your purpose, your why, and then welcome it into your life. However, it must be so large and awe-inspiring to you that it calls upon you each day to take action. The 3% who will are the ones who listen for that calling, invite it into their lives, come to know it, and then never lose sight of it. If you look hard enough, you'll see that their calling is integrated deeply into their daily goals and objectives. You can call it a relentless obsession. Mount Everest. What makes investing with a purpose so powerful is the combining of two forces: significance and excellence. In the pursuit of wealth and financial independence, many put excellence first. They chase riches in the hope it will bring them significance one day. That extra income may afford them a fancy lifestyle, sunny vacation, or lavish home, and then finally make them feel fulfilled. But what happens next? They are stuck chasing a victory, chasing a feeling of significance. They put the cart before the horse. By infusing significance directly into your pursuit from the very beginning, that feeling is always there. You can always operate from a place of a victory mindset. When you allow significance and excellence to work together as a team and not remain separate, I believe you can have opportunities to create a totally unrivaled life, whatever that means to you. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing bad in wanting nice things. I remember my first BMW and the feeling that came with it. But I also remember how quickly that feeling faded. This seems to be the case with any material thing. To illustrate my point, think of mountain climbers who seek out Mount Everest. It's a feat of excellence most wouldn't dare. Ask any climber who reaches the top, and they'll tell you it wasn't without serious challenges and doubts. But what carried them up and over was their own deep-seated purpose that breathed life into them every step of the way. First, they locked in their meaning, and then combined it with excellent performance. Not the other way around. Chasing financial growth and independence without a purpose to fuel you is like climbing Mount Everest in quest of a good leg workout. Really, the leg workout should be a side effect, not the main driver. Unfortunately, society and most so-called industry experts have led their marketing efforts with vanity and superficial principles. But if life decides to smack you around, a shiny item or upcoming vacation won't keep your spirits high enough. My point is that significance gives rise to excellence. I remember exactly when I found this out for myself. I was a rebellious, strong-willed teenager, which certainly created a distance between my mother and me. So, at the ripe old age of 17, I found myself entering the workforce and out on my own. It was a scary time back then, living solo in a cramped apartment with nothing but a cold floor to sleep on and a dinky stick by the door for protection. When my grandmother caught wind of my predicament, she left her retirement in Arizona to be close to me. She moved to a trailer nearby to sustain me emotionally while I got on my feet. She was a God-loving woman, never afraid to point to Him every single day and remind me how it would be Him guiding me through life. Although for many years I didn't see eye to eye with her, and blatantly rebelled against her statements because I didn't know any better, I'd later come to see that her unwavering belief sowed the seeds for my entire life's direction. Back then, I'd bike between my 2 minimum wage jobs each day, and she'd prepare me sandwiches so that I wouldn't be hungry. We were a team, and it gave me so much just knowing that she was there, and that every success I achieved during those days would come right back to her. Once I finally got a salary job at Capital One, I was able to climb the ranks and become one of the top performers in the Hispanic line of business. I remember roaming the office campus and staring at the brand new buildings and soaking in the corporate atmosphere. Words can't describe how ambitious I felt. So much so that during one month, I told the whole office I would break the sales record and hit 400 sales. They all thought I was crazy, because the record was 125 or so. Within a few weeks, people couldn't believe their eyes. I was creeping up on 400, and to be honest, even I was shocked. Many of my closest teammates surrounding my desk were chanting and cheering, throwing inflated balls in the air, and making the whole scene feel electric. On the very last day of the month, I was only a few sales away from hitting my personal goal. But nothing was coming together and I couldn't sell anything. The day ended and I had fallen short of the goal. And according to office policy, I had to clock out at the end of my shift, keeping me from putting in the few extra hours to hit my target. To stay true to my word, I did clock out, but then jumped back on the phone and made that 400th sale without getting paid for it. I didn't care if I got paid. I had made a vow. To this day, when people ask me, what does it take to get to the next level? I think back to that month. That relentless pursuit showed me big things were possible. And it's when I got my first vision that one day I could perhaps own a bank like Capital One, not just work for it. The idea started to take hold of me. Around that same time, and fueled by proof that big things were possible, I told my grandmother I'd do everything in my power to give her the world. Nothing energized me more than the idea of one day providing her a worry-free life. The next week, while sitting there in the same call center where I had broken the sales record, my colleague pulled me aside and told me the news. My grandmother had passed away. It rocked my world. In one single phone call, the brightest shining light in my life disappeared. I was so broken, they had to call my good friend, Basile, to pick me up and take me to the hospital, since I was unable to drive safely. The one person I wanted to talk to, I couldn't anymore. My inspiration was gone, life got slow, and work became just work. Still, I was left in charge of burial arrangements, and so I lifted my head up just enough to see to it that things were all taken care of. The calls, the visits, the expenses, the family condolences, much of it was a blur. But one moment did stand out. The minister who was to deliver my grandmother's funeral speech knew her well. In consoling me, he explained that a week before her passing, she'd requested a prayer to help me get through my challenges. "Please pray for my grandson. He's going through difficulties right now." Then he showed me the final prayer request and gently reminded me that sometimes a seed must die before it can produce fruit. For days, his words stayed with me, marinating. Somehow my grandmother's passing had meaning to it. I just couldn't figure out exactly what it was yet. Then I received an unexpected phone call from Puerto Rico. To my surprise, the call was from an elderly woman called Raquel, who greeted me in Spanish and revealed that she was a friend of my grandmother's. In essence, she told me, "Years ago, before your birth, your grandmother formed a prayer circle around the world for you. She always believed you'd become a man of greatness. And I'm calling to say we won't stop praying for you. We are going to keep our word." I was speechless. She had believed in me so much that she created a circle of encouragement and prayer for me before I was even born. And now her passing had set off a chain reaction of positive support and outpouring of love, spreading to and from a completely different country. Soon after this moment, I decided to leave everything behind and surrender to God. Somehow along the way, I became a youth pastor, where my goal was to reclaim that purpose I'd lost when I lost her. Some thought I was crazy to leave my job, my little apartment, and the whole lifestyle I was getting good at. But my calling was out there, and I needed to find it. Somehow I knew intuitively that a pursuit without significance wasn't really a pursuit at all. Little did I know that my decision to go searching for it would change the shape of my entire life. The rest of this book shares how. Where this book could take you. By now, you are probably wondering how this book can help you towards financial growth, and even independence, and how real estate could help get you there. Some of you are just starting out in real estate and trying to find the best route to passive or active income. Others may be trying to unlock the next strategy to take your existing real estate business to the next level. The reality is, if you are seeking to build something that has the shot to stand the test of time, then there is a lot to figure out before you can develop a clear plan of execution. There are a multitude of courses, meetups, and gurus telling early investors where to put their time, their money, and which strategies to pick. When these investors visit us at His Capital, they tell me how hungry they are to learn, but at the same time, how difficult it is to find the right guidance to help them get their first wins. On the other hand, if you've already done real estate deals, then it's time to grow. That might mean tightening up your strategy and mindset so you know how to find bigger and better deals, and even automating your system so less of you is required to run it. Whatever stage you are in, my promise to you is simple. I will show you what's required to get in the game of real estate, methods to stay in the game, and what you could do to have your opportunity to thrive. The pages ahead contain my story of how, with a competent team, I have been able to pull it off. But this is not just another financial freedom book. The mission of this book is to inspire you, to challenge you, and position you to have your opportunity to become a successful real estate investor that could make an impact for generations to come. Financial growth and independence may be just the beginning. In my own beginning, all I had was a dream. My family tells me that when I was just age 6, I would say, "I want to be retired, just like Grandpa." That was my way of saying I wanted the freedom he had. He was retired, traveling when he wanted, and choosing how to spend his time. But when I finally started my career, I learned my definition of freedom was completely wrong. I thought it meant you had to be filthy rich, and it was only about the luxuries. I found out, as you'll see later, this truth. Financial freedom is ownership of your time. And ultimately, the reason we invest and seek passive income opportunities is to get more of it, whether it's more time with your family, time to pursue a life passion, or time to learn and study an area of fascination. Time is one thing you need. Don't get me wrong, there will be seasons where you will have to pay the price and endure the challenges in order to buy this invaluable commodity, the freedom of time. I have done my best to relay the stories and truths that matter most as you pursue income through real estate, and also those truths I've observed in the investors that his capital has trained and funded. In Part 2, you'll move through the inner journey required to get you in the game of real estate and a shot at winning. And in Part 3, you'll learn the technical outer foundations that can have you investing at even the highest levels of real estate. When you finish this book, if you see real estate as a beautiful opportunity to unlock more time, and as a result, more access to the most precious things in life, I'll have succeeded. For that reason, throughout this book, there are examples of how you could use investing to create a lasting difference in the world, so that you never feel you're just existing in this life, and so that your days never feel uninspired or pointless. Chapter 2 will bring you into my decision to enter the real estate world. You'll see what happened after I decided to leave my 9-to-5 job, and why to this day, real estate remains an unrivaled investment choice in the eyes of the wisest millionaires and billionaires in the world. Next, in Chapter 3, I'll examine the specific method I use to uncover my inspiring purpose and keep it near and dear to my heart at all times. Here, you'll learn how to get intimately close to your own purpose already living inside you and waiting to be harnessed. After this, Chapter 4 examines the investor mentality, where I show you how my performance was transformed in an instant using the power of belief. This chapter also introduces you to the ways true investors think and how to incorporate it into your life even if you have no capital to invest with yet. Chapter 5 teaches you how to build an inner circle that elevates your game to the next level. Here you'll learn how to forge relationships with influencers who'd otherwise be out of your reach. You'll also discover the importance of training others and how this habit can be rewarding in unpredictable ways. Chapter 6 teaches you what all great performers are masters at: the art of making failures work for you. You'll reframe your relationship with those inevitable failures you'll face in the pursuit of excellence, and gain confidence that each one of them can be used to create something amazing. In Chapter 7, I show you how to marry all the truths laid out in the previous chapters as a way to build and sustain a real estate operation of your choosing. I chronicle my journey of building a wholesaling operation so that you can see the crucial moments in full color. Chapter 8 begins laying the technical foundation of real estate by looking at the industry during the most challenging economic climate in history, the 2008 housing crisis. You'll learn how to approach real estate strategically, so that your portfolio can better survive and thrive in even the worst of times. Chapter 9 showcases a core set of real estate strategies you can use to build a robust portfolio. Each strategy can get complex in its own right, so I've boiled each down to its crucial components and decision points. You'll finish this chapter having a strong feel for where and how you could make real estate work for you. I will even provide you with additional resources and case studies you can glean from to ensure you have applicable how-tos in the industry. Finally, Chapter 10 explains how you can find real estate deals that others won't find. To do this, first you'll learn the hands-on marketing strategies that his capital has used to grow its portfolio and still uses today. Then you'll learn some advanced digital methods from my partner, whose organization was recently voted one of the fastest growing companies in America by Inc. Fortune 500, so that you can have the opportunity to accelerate your results and the chance to fast track to the highest levels of real estate income. As you read through each chapter, remember this: knowledge by itself is not power. In actuality, it's only when knowledge is combined with sincere and massive action that you can finally gain power. For that reason, most chapters include links to additional resources that were specially designed to train you further on each topic. It's where you'll find a whole suite of videos, notes, and analysis that the His Capital team has produced so that your journey to financial growth and independence with real estate is as strong-footed as possible. Head over to rickmelero.com/book now. I'll be there to greet you. Chapter 2. Invest in Forever. With the sunshine of Florida hitting my back, I stood in my office delivering a presentation to investors who'd flown over 4,000 miles from Brazil to hear us out. Brazil's economy had become turbulent that year, so this group came to His Capital to see if we could find profitable ways of investing their money in the U.S. I got into it, telling them about our investing vision, which strategies we deploy, how last year one of our divisions, using the private lending strategy, lent over $22 million to other active investors, and how we were aiming for $35 million the next year. I finished up by revealing how we were poised for even more growth over the next few years, so long as we kept forging the right partnerships with investors just like them. They seemed relieved to see our market-tested method and deep devotion for the industry. But then, as if on cue, a question came along that I always get at seminars I teach. But why real estate? How'd you even find your way to investing? Immediately, my mind traveled back in time to over 15 years ago, to a moment when I was sitting in a church office and praying for God to help me out of an urgent situation. I had recently arrived back from a mission trip to Galena, Mexico. I was utterly burned out, and I felt that I needed to resign from my current role as a youth pastor for the ministry. It was over a year before that when, after my grandmother's passing, I left everything behind to take on that role, meaning the salaried income from Capital One was gone, along with any sure-shot career path like that. Despite my readiness to move on, I wasn't regretting any of it. That year softened my heart enough to start changing the lives of others. I mentored kids from all walks of life who were trying to grow, find themselves, and find their place in the world. Also, the trip I just returned from showed me how desperately others were living in remote parts of the world, and the impact I could have if only I had more resources to work with. The whole experience awakened something in me. I wanted to aim bigger in life and create lasting change somehow, some way. But in this giving back as a youth pastor, I did make one big mistake. I allowed the work of the ministry to hinder the work within me. While I could feel my purpose in life sprouting up, my growth had become stagnant during that year. The lasting difference I longed to make was on pause, still out there somewhere, waiting for me to seek it out. I could feel it waiting. That's how I knew I'd have to move on from the ministry. I decided at that point to give my resignation in a few days. But leaving the ministry meant I'd have no place to live and no job lined up. I didn't know how I'd survive. As you can imagine, I was confused. Those several years leading up to my decision involved a series of big changes. First, I was kicked out of my mother's home. Then my grandmother passed away. Then I left my promising job. And now I was planning to leave the ministry with absolutely no backup plan. I couldn't tell if it was fate's mysterious way of working, or if I was just making one big mistake after another. I felt right back at square one again. Sitting there in the church's office and reflecting on my situation, I remembered the final prayer my grandmother left for me. In times like these, she always prayed. So I turned to God. I prayed to Him, and I opened up to Him completely about my situation. If He was listening, then only the two of us knew about my plans to resign later that week, and how totally scared I was. I finished praying, and 2 minutes later, the phone rang. It was the mother of a student I was teaching in the ministry. Her name was Suman, and she had never called me personally before. She started telling me about a decision she was facing. "Rick," she says, "I recently renovated this mobile home. It's beautiful, and it's sitting near a lake. I was getting ready to sell it or lease it, but as I was looking at it, I felt God telling me to leave it for you. I don't know why, but I want you to know you can stay here for free, and for as long as you need to." I kid you not, she said that. I was so stunned that the only thing I was able to do with her words was cry. They gave me a stunning mix of relief, awe, and gratitude all at once. Just minutes before her call, I'd been so terrified of being homeless. Now Suman was telling me that God wants me to stay in her mobile home. I couldn't make that up if I tried. In my heart, I felt it was literally a gift from God. So I accepted her offer and set out to turn that gift into a bridge connecting me to my legacy, whatever and wherever that was. It would become my haven while I did the work necessary to get to the next chapter of my life. I stayed in that mobile home for 3 months, living there gratefully and for free. It was during this time that I searched for a part-time job so I wouldn't go hungry, and I also explored wealth on a deeper level than ever before. I didn't want to pursue my future half-heartedly. I didn't want to leave it to chance. So I started with the biggest question I could think of. Where do the wealthiest people in the world put their money? It was my way of trying to reverse engineer the success of millionaires. That one question opened me up to a whole new world and brought me down a trail of research that I continue to cite today at the seminars I host. The first thing I discovered was that many millionaires and billionaires park their wealth in real estate, of all places. They might make their riches in other industries, but for some reason, it comes right back to real estate. Simply going to Forbes' richest list and following the cookie trail will show you what I mean. Ironically enough, America's first millionaire was a German immigrant who followed this formula. His name was John Jacob Astor, and in 1784 he set sail to America with $25 in his pocket, set up a fur trade operation, and then used those revenues to grow a fortune using real estate. Who would have thought? And the more I thought about it, I started to notice that almost nothing of historical significance has happened without real estate playing a vital role. The founding of the country I live in, America, was one big dispute over land and taxes with England. In studying the Bible, it dawned on me that real estate helped give rise to the establishment of the church. Believers sold their possessions, homes, and lands to fund it. Even my own life had been rerouted by real estate. The big reason I was on this unpredictable journey in the first place was because I'd been kicked out of my mother's house. And funny enough, the very person that blessed me with the mobile home I was then sitting in was only able to do so because she was a real estate investor. The cherry on top was the fact that real estate seemed to be the most timeless wealth generator out there. Thousands of years have rolled by. Currencies have risen and fallen. Markets of all kinds have fallen out of favor. But real estate is forever needed, and God ain't making any more of it. Why not invest in something that'd be around forever? Seeing all these dots connect gave me all the confirmation I needed. The indecision and confusion from a few months earlier was melting away. And now I was ready to learn the real estate trade. I started searching for ways to learn. I went online to shop for courses, but some cost $50,000 or more. I didn't have that money. In fact, I needed the course to help me make that kind of money, not spend that kind of money. Then one day, when reading through the newspaper classifieds, I spotted a job listing that spoke right to me. Real estate investor buying 15 properties a month. Looking for new acquisitions agents, $70,000 per year. Call me. It sounded so perfect that I didn't even have to think about it. I called in, scheduled an interview, and began visualizing how exactly I'd land that job. I was pretty confident. In my mind, it didn't matter who else was in front of me competing for that position. I knew if I got the chance, then I'd convince whoever needed convincing. I was bringing that confidence over from my days at Capital One, which taught me big things were possible when you just focus totally on that one step in front of you. Back then, it wasn't that I broke the sales record so much as that I hit one sale hundreds of times. I had focused on each one like it was the only one. Now, I had just one interview. Days later, I arrived for the interview and saw other candidates lined up. When it was finally my turn, I walked in and met the investor who had put out the ad. His name was Marcus, and he'd built his real estate business from the ground up, from scratch. I did my best to make a great impression, putting my skills on full display and showing my hunger. But he took me by surprise. "I can't hire you, kid. You have no experience." I didn't expect him to zoom into the one thing I lacked. Life had been telling me to lean fully into real estate. But here was Marcus telling me, "Nope, kid." But I couldn't let my journey end just like that. Besides, I sensed that deep down he wanted someone who wouldn't take no for an answer. So as a last-dash effort, I doubled down and countered him. "I'll work for free. Just show me the ropes while I earn for you." For him, I figured it would be an offer he couldn't refuse. For me, it'd be an investment in education. It did the trick. That very moment has become a theme in my life. I learned that when life tells you no straight to your face, it's crucial to recognize it as likely another test of your will. It's life asking you if you really want it, and how you respond to that question can shape your entire life. I understand it's not always easy to insert yourself into what might become your destiny, but it's worth it. Since then, I've come to learn that most people want to be a black belt, a master of a certain discipline. But the cold, hard truth is you first need to put on a white belt. You need to begin as an amateur. While others might have seen me as a kid working for free to make another guy rich, I saw it as a chance to start the mastery process. Sure, it would require humility and extra effort, and I'd have to work nights to continue surviving. But I walked out of his office as an apprentice in the real estate trade. For 6 months I worked for him, built my confidence, and learned so much about real estate in the process. My job was to hunt down bargain properties for him to invest in. If he liked what I found, then he'd purchase it for cash, fix it up, and sell it for profit. I was doing a variation of the wholesaling strategy without knowing anything about it. I'll show you more about it in Chapter 9, which involves playing matchmaker between a motivated seller and an investor. In the wholesaling strategy, the difference between the price paid by the investor, which you negotiate up, and the price received by the seller, which you negotiate down, is what a wholesaler would earn. If you choose this strategy, you could reasonably expect to make $5,000 on each match you make. In fact, I've seen some wholesalers in this current growth stage charging over $30,000 on some deals. I, however, made $0 because I was his apprentice. What I did earn was 6 months of invaluable on-the-job training and skill acquisition that I couldn't get anywhere else. I fetched him $70,000 worth of profits, learned how to find bargain deals, how to negotiate them, how to build great relationships with motivated sellers, and ultimately how to take my hustle to the next level. I loved the action. But what I loved most was learning the ins and outs of his operation. Behind the scenes, I saw what was really making him money. It wasn't some secret skill that was impossible to master, but it was the systemized operation he had running. Over the years, he'd pieced together procedures and workflows that had his portfolio pumping like a beautiful machine and making a lot of money. Seeing all this made my mind light up with ideas on how to tighten up the system. A tighter system could make better profits, or so I thought. So, being young and a bit uncalibrated, I brought my ideas to Marcus, expecting him to love them too. Instead, it rocked his boat. It turns out he was an old-school business guy at heart who enjoyed sticking to his ways and not being challenged much. He shot my ideas down immediately, and with an unexpected hostility. For me, it caused an internal conflict because I was a young man whose blood boiled with ideas and couldn't wait to test them out in the world. So when he shot them down and urged me not to bother, I felt suffocated. Our relationship started turning sour from there. I'll never forget my last quarrel with him. He just arrived back from his lunch break with a sandwich in hand. While I sat at my desk, he stormed forward yelling and cursing at me that I had done something wrong. I don't remember what, but by then, I had already been ruminating about one day leaving to create my own real estate operation. And now, in the heat of the moment, my youthful pride was being challenged. I bit back. I don't have to take this. I've brought value here. If you don't value me here, then I'll just go on my own. Yeah, right. You'll never make it. You'll fail. Infuriated, I marched up to him, grabbed his sandwich, and took a big, long bite of it. His face froze in shock as I walked out and never saw him again. I look back at that moment with mixed feelings. On one hand, it was an immature move. Now I know that even the most combative interactions can be handled with finesse, and that negativity rarely does anyone good. But on the other hand, those heated 60 seconds forced me to go forth to start my own real estate firm. I took what relationships I still had and began piecing together a wholesaling operation of my own. In a few months, I forged the beginnings of my own team and systems, and though we made a ton of mistakes in those early days, we managed to keep things together well enough to grow fast enough. In 2 short years, we were closing deals and starting to thrive. If a wholesaler managed to close 4 deals per month, they were considered the big dogs in town. We were closing 6, and before we knew it, that number turned into an average of 30. By the world standards, we'd made it, and it was the beginning of his capital as we know it today. Whatever dreams I had as a youth pastor were coming true, and then some. So I continued putting my trust in one of the most powerful forces I know: incremental growth. With time, patience, and effort, his capital has blossomed into a full-blown real estate investment company that deploys just about every strategy imaginable. The most exciting part, though, is that now every deal we do impacts the lives of others. We make sure of it. Our whole team is on a mission to empower investors from all walks of life to thrive in real estate, and also to improve the quality of life here on Earth through projects like our Uganda mission and others we will share in the following chapters. It's that lasting difference my heart was searching for while sitting in the church's office that day. As I faced the group of investors from Brazil, I tried my best to relay what real estate meant to me. Why real estate? It's because by some grace I was able to clearly see my calling, acknowledge the unrivaled nature of real estate, and then press forward every step of the way. A tiny seed of inspiration grew into a blossoming tree. Great relationships, a system in place, and one unique problem after another has slowly given birth to new opportunities. To this day, it is still how I find my way, and the best I could do is invite others to find theirs. However, my story will likely be different from yours, and that's a beautiful thing. As you'll keep seeing, the impetus that caused me to learn and keep growing in real estate has been inseparable from my deepening relationship with God over the years. But no two people are the same, and it might not play as much of a role for you. For that reason, in this book are many stories that depict the winding journey of real estate from many perspectives, the everyday struggles of being an amateur, the days of feeling burned out, the moments I questioned everything, the moments I felt God leading me, the role of family and friends, and a higher purpose. I believe most real estate professionals and gurus don't go far enough to depict these other very real, everyday sides to pursuing wealth through real estate. But I've tried my best to cover that gap by retelling assorted stories as they factually happened. This book is meant to be widely inclusive. I believe the most powerful role this book can have in your life is to be a guide and not a force feeder. For example, even if somebody had given me an airtight logical reason to pursue real estate, it still couldn't convince me of real estate quite like seeing firsthand the significance it could play in my own life. And this leads me to my first major question for you. Why do you want to pursue real estate? The beauty of real estate is that no matter what your goal is, there are many routes to potentially derive financial gain from it, and there are various entry points. Later, I will introduce you to them, but the one universal, non-negotiable route you must take as an inspiring investor is to first identify your reason. Is your reason to build a large enterprise and leave behind a lasting legacy? This was mine and still is today. Or are you seeking financial growth and independence as quickly as possible? Want extra income to pay down bills or debts? Want to travel the world solo or with family? Retired and need extra income to sustain you through retirement? Want to hang with the grandkids? Want to take your kids to school every morning? Hate your job and want out of 9 to 5? Whatever your goals and desires are, focus in on them. Think back to the previous chapter. The 3% of people who do. The ones who do achieve their ultimate destiny, calling, financial goals, legacy, or what have you. During his capital seminars, we enjoy asking our audience this question. Which side of the room do you belong to? To the right where the 3% are? Or to the left where the other 97% are? It's a fastball question and meant to cut straight to the heart of the matter. As humans, we have the habit of icing the cake. We kid ourselves. And it's that same rationalizing that makes us feel it's okay to waste hundreds of precious hours floating around aimlessly in just existing mode. So, which side of the room do you want to belong to? Kid your neighbor, kid me, kid the marketplace if you want to. But don't kid yourself. Richard Feynman, the legendary physicist, once said, "The first principle is that you must not fool yourself. And you are the easiest person to fool." This is critical, but tricky. So let's begin. The truth is, the vast majority of people spend more time planning their yearly vacation than planning their financial future. They hope that maybe one day the wind will carry them to their desired future. But it won't. It simply won't. Devoted action is an inescapable must. At his capital, we know this, and as a result, we've designed an entry point for all aspiring and even experienced investors to be able to say confidently and resolutely, "I'm on the right side of the room." We gathered 10 years of insights from thousands of investor meetings and thousands of deals, and used them to create a single, thorough investor personality questionnaire. The goal of this questionnaire is to draw out of you crucial self-knowledge. Where are you now? Where do you want to go? And most importantly, why? Like a mirror, the questionnaire will bring you face to face with the realities of your circumstances, your current skill set and character, and your vision. When you visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 2, you can start taking action now. As you answer the questionnaire, the magic ingredient required of you is full honesty. Answer truthfully, even if it makes you wince. Remember, it won't judge you, and you don't need to impress anybody. It's just you and the questions, so turn down the music, and in quiet reflection, sit with your cup of tea or coffee and stand in front of the mirror. We've asked these questions of both seasoned investors and amateurs, and it never fails to help them streamline their plan to reach the next level. You are never too good to self-reflect. To be honest, we believe everyone can and should be involved in real estate. It's that crucial and timeless an asset. But the vital question is always, how? How can you get to your desired future if you don't know, really know, where there is? As you answer each question, think back to similar and recent examples in your life. For example, if you're answering yes to a question, has it been yes in recent and similar circumstances? This type of straightforwardness is what will give you real answers. After you complete the questionnaire and pinpoint your desired future, it's time to take your newfound, heightened self-knowledge and use it as the foundation for one of the most significant pursuits you probably have ever embarked on. Chapter 3. Uncover Your Eternal Why. Over a decade had gone by after I left my apprenticeship, and his capital was firing on all cylinders. Our portfolio revenues were at new heights, the team culture was as spirited as ever, and our partnerships were stretching beyond domestic borders. Still, something inside of me wasn't quite right. I was feeling unfulfilled, hollowed, sapped. Imagine that, a business thriving while its leader, the guy who was supposed to rally the troops each day, was struggling inside. Somehow my outer growth was failing to enrich my inner world. The last thing I wanted was for my negativity to rub off on my team or family. After all, leading by example is the only real way to lead and influence. Energy spreads, and I couldn't expect my team to walk in with their heads held high for too much longer without me doing so too. Fortunately, it was December, and every New Year season I take off a few days to reflect, recalibrate, and goal set for my life and business. I decided to use that reflection period to also find out why I was uninspired. With my notepad and Bible in hand, I drove to a hotel on Clearwater Beach, away from the hustle of daily duties, and checked in. While there, I wanted to create space for whatever answer needed to surface up, and I even began fasting to clear my senses and make room for it. I'll admit, at first I tried forcing it. I was waiting for this amazing spiritual moment, brightening my mood, listening to music, pacing around, anything I could do to welcome it with open arms. But it didn't come. Sitting in my hotel at night, having finally given up on the music, I reflected on life while listening to the waves instead. I recounted all the twists and turns that had given rise to his capital over the decade. We had created a booming wholesaling system, survived the 2008 housing meltdown, and bought out the remaining His Capital equity partners, grew our repertoire of strategies, and now we were on track for an exciting new realm of growth. Things seemed better than ever. Despite feeling like a big riddle to be solved, there was something deeply familiar about it all. I'd felt this way before, somewhere and at some other time in my life. And then it hit me. This feeling was why I originally left everything behind after my grandmother passed away. It was the impetus that caused me to leap into life's adventure, volunteer for the ministry, and help the impoverished of Mexico. I went on a mission to refine purpose and then plant it back into my life. Those moments eventually led me to one night in September 2005. That night, my business partners and I were discussing his home investing solutions. This was before we aspired for more and renamed His Capital, and how to make it a legal entity that we could grow. After our conversation, I stepped into the night and headed towards a huge, beautiful lake that was near my condo. I loved visiting that lake to think about life and business because it always cleared my mind. I looked up at the sky and wondered, what's our purpose at His? The question sat for a while, and then finally, a thought echoed back. It was so clear it was nearly audible, saying, to influence and feed nations. I knew what that meant. Our purpose was to pursue excellence in real estate investing and use it all, the returns, the systems, the talent, to make a lasting difference in this world. I walked back and told my partners about the vision, and the very first branded name of His was legally formed in November 2005 and had clear direction. I remember the feeling of that discovery. My whole being was suddenly pointed towards a very defined mission in life. I lived it. I breathed it. I was it. It's funny how being a blessing to others can add fulfillment in your very own life. As I recollected my origins in the Clearwater Hotel, the answer I'd been searching for finally dawned on me. I was unfulfilled because I'd lost sight of why I started His Capital in the first place. I'd grown too fixated on the fruits of my business, but had forgotten the roots. Funny enough, over the years, I'd somehow convinced myself I was keeping up with my purpose. Each month, I'd sit with the team and we'd think of a charity or cause to help out. One of us would say, "Do you have any ideas?" Another would reply, "No, what about you? Any ideas?" We would scratch our heads until finally arriving at an idea. Then if our revenues hit the mark, we'd donate to it. But truth be told, it became just another cold and impersonal task to check off a list. Instead of leading from our why, we were placing it on a shelf somewhere and dusting it off only when we had a good month or quarter. Using the example in Chapter 1, we were climbing Everest for a good leg workout. Then and there, that day at my hotel on Clearwater Beach, I decided that His Capital needed to get back to its roots. We needed to imbue purpose into the very heart of our business. And it'd have to be bigger than me, bigger than us, and even bigger than the profits we made. Excited by this new vision, I got back to the office the next week and made the announcement. We've got to focus on the roots, not the fruits. The team wanted in. In time, I watched their growing desire to be part of something bigger. Some were so excited they even offered to contribute a percentage of their sales commissions to the life-changing causes. I was astonished. Over time, it began to spread to our clients and partners. In our presentations and seminars, they'd see our new mission front and center. One investor asked to join us during our next philanthropy trip. Another investor, who had always tried to negotiate hardball with us in the past, walked up to us and said, "Now that I understand the purpose behind what you do, I'm no longer going to try and bring you down on price." I never expected any of this. I just trusted the process. Since then, months have turned to years, and the shift keeps rippling into the hearts of others. It's gotten us involved in our mission to Uganda and many other projects discussed in the upcoming pages. To this day, everybody cracks jokes in the office. "Don't forget the roots, Rick." From the root to the fruit. It gives a good laugh, but when I really think about it, it seems so beautiful how one motto can give good humor and also a steady reminder to never lose sight of our purpose. That's what this chapter is about, getting to and never forgetting about your own roots. Your eternal why. If there's just one thing you get from this book, I want you to uncover your own eternal why. Even if you skip the rest of this book, this one change will impact everything you touch in life. Your eternal why is the bedrock of investing with purpose. The purpose that'll inspire you with enduring energy. Like the heart to an exquisite body, or like an engine to a Rolls-Royce, any performance without it will eventually lose steam. Once you lock this in, your pursuit of excellence will take on a whole new experience that outside riches cannot provide. I know this firsthand because I lost sight of it during those years of taking his capital to the next level. I was fooled by success, and not until I refocused on my eternal why and replanted it back into my life did I feel fulfilled again. Much like I did, people wonder why they are unfulfilled. Why, no matter what happens during their week, no matter what success they experience, the shine soon fades away and leaves them wondering what it's all for. They get that feeling of just existing in life. As a fix, many people go to seminars to do something bigger with their lives. There they receive lots of excitement and motivation and leave the seminar feeling like they can take on the world. But soon, life comes in and hits them, sometimes very hard. Other times, life can distract them. Nobody said life plays fair. Either way, they are thrown off their game and left wondering where all the excitement has gone. Somehow, they are right back at just existing again. Not long ago, a survey was conducted on 4 million Americans, asking them if they felt fulfilled and happy with their occupation. Scarily enough, 66% said they didn't feel fulfilled at all. Visualize that. The next 10 people you see today, 6 of them might be completely unhappy with their work and lives. I believe this is why so many people end up finding an escape in social media. Instead of living their lives, they would rather waste their time living vicariously through others. But why? America is the most developed country in the world with the largest economy, and it's arguably the safest time to be alive in human history. In my observation, much of the void boils down to this. Without a deep, driving purpose in life, you cannot enjoy lasting fulfillment, happiness, or peace. This might sound too simplistic, but I've seen it play out again and again in my own life and the lives of others, including various successful entrepreneurs I have had the honor of mentoring over the years. Meaninglessness only happens once we take our eyes off our meaning. Back in 1946, a Jewish psychiatrist named Viktor Frankl highlighted the importance of this point when he wrote his memoir, Man's Search for Meaning. In it, he retells his story of surviving the Holocaust, how, along with millions of others, he was thrown into the world of Nazi death camps, split from his wife and children, and never saw them again. Each day, he and others were forced to answer for themselves, should I even choose to survive today? Being a trained psychiatrist, he observed his surroundings, and every day there was one truth that rang truer and louder than anything else. Those who have a why to live can bear with almost any how. He concluded this after witnessing the sharp contrast between those who had a why and those who didn't. For those who did, life and even the most dire circumstances of suffering and starvation still retained a certain richness to it. For those who didn't, the dire circumstances swallowed them up with ease as they submitted to it. Seeing this firsthand, his own why was to survive and tell his story to the rest of the world. It sustained him long enough to get him through the Holocaust, and today, his man's search for meaning has been read by over 12 million people worldwide. I see this story as enduring proof that just as his book reveals, the primary human drive is not pleasure, but the pursuit of what we find meaningful. 5 years before Frankl and his family were taken by the Nazis on the other side of the globe, Think and Grow Rich was written by Napoleon Hill, an American entrepreneur and personal growth researcher. He'd spent 20 years studying the lives and mental patterns of elite achievers in business and life, and in his book, he simplified all he had learned into just 13 principles. And having a definite major purpose was the main aspect of the first principle on his list. He wrote, "There is one quality which one must possess to win, and that is definiteness of purpose, the knowledge of what one wants, and a burning desire to possess it." Today, his book is heralded as a lifetime must-read by serial New York Times bestselling author John C. Maxwell, and has influenced and inspired, directly and indirectly, just about every self-growth expert in the modern era. The power of purpose cannot be overstated, and like Frankl and the exceptional people Hill studied, your purpose must be much larger than you if it's to provide lasting energy and meaning. Not much different from how the sun is so large it keeps the earth in orbit, carrying life. You also need an energy source, a purpose, vast enough to never burn out. You might be wondering, well, are you saying that being rich or famous isn't enough? That is exactly what I'm saying. Money and excellence are important, don't get me wrong, but we cannot expect to fully grasp excellence if we go through life second-guessing our purpose. If your purpose is smaller than you, if it's only about the material things, then you begin seeing nothing but obstacles when you look out at the world. Life goes on, you get glimpses of motivation, enjoy spurts of excellence, but soon you feel empty again. And like a planet missing its sun, you begin to just exist again and slowly fall out of orbit. Anybody can say, "I'm going to start investing in real estate this year." Anybody can set another New Year's resolution. Anybody can give a half effort. I see it all the time. But to become a rare breed, you must become devoted. Every fiber in your being reaches out to an all-consuming purpose, eclipsing every excuse in the book. Purpose gives you ultimate direction, centeredness, and resolve. It's the deepest, richest, and most enduring answer that I know of for life's challenges. And once you finally uncover it, it alerts your mind that who you can become is way bigger than who you are today. The uncovering process. As you climb the investor ladder, there comes a point when you won't need to visit investment properties anymore. You'll have built a team and system that executes efficiently. For example, his capital has lent money and invested in hundreds of properties in the last 10 months. But my incredible team manages the operations, and I've only needed to visit one property in all that time. One morning, the team and I were driving to the property. We'd recently purchased it, and once we got there, we planned to examine the property and pick a strategy that could best turn a profit. That's the beauty of real estate. If you find a property at a great bargain, then you can turn a profit in various ways. But we also planned to meet with a local investment team nearby to assess if we could leverage them for future projects. To fill two needs with one deed, I tagged along. As I'm driving, in the passenger seat was Alberto Suarez III, a sergeant in the Marine Corps who had joined his capital as an intern a couple of years ago. He used what discipline and drive he had forged while serving in tours of duty for our country as a way to help us take our acquisitions department to the next level. Today, he is VP of Acquisitions and the broker of record for his Realty LLC. Seated behind Alberto was Monique Maisonette, our VP of Loan Operations, and an industry soldier in her own right. If there's something to be found out or improved at his capital, she does it. So much so that everybody on the team tightens up their game when she is around. True to her character, as we're halfway to the property, Monique suddenly turns to me and says, "Hey Rick, you've got such a fancy car. It has Wi-Fi." I laughed. "Are you kidding me? I had no idea." I wasn't even sure cars had Wi-Fi. So we clicked a button that rang up a Mercedes service rep. In just 30 minutes, the Wi-Fi kicked in at full speed. All this time, I'd been driving around with a vehicle that had this additional feature built right into it. But because I never messed around with the menu, it required someone else to open my eyes to it. I believe life is this way. If we are not careful, we waste all this time never using the potential already built within us from the very beginning. Until, that is, some person or some moment challenges us to look within and finally activate it. The same goes for your purpose. Deep down inside of you, you've already been pre-wired for a purpose. If you really think about it, there already lies an infinite amount of intelligence within each of us. Think about what is involved in a human DNA code. It's mind-boggling how much information, how many features, and what capabilities are tightly packed inside of that tiny string of code. Unearthing this inborn intelligence is key, and with honest self-reflection, it's possible. You have all these incredible pieces within you making you who you are. Imagine what you might find once you begin going deeper. The important thing is to remember you don't need to go searching outside of yourself, or taking extravagant trips, or flipping your life around before your heart can begin to align with a deeper purpose. Sometimes the seeds to these roots were planted long ago, and other times they are just beginning to sprout. For example, my grandmother planted a purpose inside me long ago, and even if I tried, I'd never be able to shake it out of me. I'll admit I would sometimes lose sight of where exactly the fruits in my life had come from, but I always come back to the knowing that I had a choice. I could sit around just existing my whole life, or I could actually leave a legacy behind. Now, there is a difference between an inheritance and a legacy. Inheritance is what you leave your loved ones when you're gone, but a legacy is what you leave in others that continues to ripple and produce long after you're gone. My grandmother is living proof of a legacy that keeps rippling many years after her passing. The question you might be asking now is, how do I get to my root? The method of discovery I recommend most is the one my dear friend and leadership coach, Justin Setzer, introduced to me years ago. Justin is the founder of Plan to Lead, and for years has been mastering the art and science of guiding leaders towards the best version of themselves. Justin has studied and incorporated a variety of sources to create his own leadership methodology, but one that is most familiar to the business world is Stephen Covey's groundbreaking business book titled 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. In one of Covey's chapters, he recommends always thinking with the end in mind as a way to intentionally create a legacy and not leave it to chance. And to embed this powerful habit deep into your psyche, he provides the following exercise. In your mind's eye, see yourself going to a funeral of a loved one. Picture yourself driving to the funeral parlor or chapel, parking the car and getting out. As you walk inside the building, you notice the flowers, the soft organ music. You see the faces of friends and family you pass along the way. You feel the shared sorrow of losing, the joy of having known that radiates from the hearts of the people there. As you walk to the front of the room and look inside the casket, you suddenly come face to face with yourself. This is your funeral. 3 years from today. All these people have come to honor you, to express feelings of love and appreciation for your life. As Justin explains, this is a very sobering exercise, but it's also highly effective. For one, it shows you where you want to end up in the hearts and minds of the people you care about most. Secondly, it will help you in creating a plan for your life. Once you know the destination you want to end up at, it is easier to make a plan for your personal and professional life. Death is one moment we all face, and ironically, it's the one we least want to. While it might make you squirm a bit to visualize the hour of your funeral, it's an uncomfortable reality that can uncover the why that means the most to you. If you've ever read the classic tale, A Christmas Carol, Then you remember when Scrooge changed his whole life around after the ghost of Christmas future pointed to his grave and showed him how his family remembered him. Sometimes, shock invokes great change. Justin takes this exercise a step further by recommending his clients to literally write out their own eulogy. It's one thing to imagine your funeral and be touched by it momentarily, but it's another thing to put it in writing and face it each day. This method is so powerful that many of us at his capital have done it and recommend it to anyone who is serious about living a life with purpose. A couple of years back, my colleague Steve Landahl wrote out his eulogy. Steve is our VP of Portfolio Management and has got an introspective sincerity like no other. So if there's anybody who hates thinking about death, it's him. It made me feel like vomiting, he said, but then went on to explain how it also gave him laser-like focus on the most important things. Here's what he had to say. One great question can eliminate 1,000 questions. Before writing it, I didn't know what that one question was, my why. I didn't have my why solid enough until I knew what I wanted my eulogy to look like. When I leave this world, what impact did I make? Now I've got my why because the eulogy exposed it. And it's made my life a lot easier because I can politely say no to the 1,000 questions that don't matter as much, and all the noise that comes with them. Now I'm focused on the vital few things that move life forward, instead of the trivial many. I read it each week, because if I don't know what the end is, then how can I do today what I'm called to do? I couldn't explain it any better. My experience resembled Steve's. A few years ago, I took a few days off to stay in a cabin to write my eulogy. As I began writing it and picturing my loved ones reading aloud their memories of me, tears came streaming down my cheek. It exposed my one big question, but it also exposed that I hadn't been asking it every day. Yes, I had explored my purpose in the past and come to know it better, but the trivial questions in life were crowding out the one big question that mattered most. As I finished writing my own eulogy, the last sentences read like this. If you were ever around Rick, you felt loved, empowered, and inspired to be a better person. His life has been a true contribution to all that know him. So my life's question really came down to how can I be a true contribution? A contribution that will last long after I am gone. Once you discover your own why, it's vital to always keep it front of mind. So vital that we have infused it into his capital's weekly routine. Every Monday morning, before our team meeting, we read eulogies and life plans. It reminds us that every call, meeting, or event is an opportunity to live our purpose out. This habit has forced me to always come face to face with my question, how can I be a true contribution? And it's what challenged me to write this book. One day it hit me. What better way to touch the hearts and lives of entrepreneurs in the industry than to write a book designed to inspire greatness in them? That is the beauty of the eulogy exercise. It penetrates the deepest layers of your being and helps you find your eternal why, and then shows you exactly how you'll leverage real estate investing to fulfill it. With why-colored eyes, you'll then have the vision to spot those rare, life-changing opportunities that otherwise might have gone unnoticed. The children of Ukraine. In early 2017, I got the feeling something was tugging at my heart again, like there was a mission waiting for me somewhere. I just couldn't put my finger on it. I remember one morning during this time, I woke at 6 a.m. and performed my morning routines, read my eulogy, visualized it, reviewed my life plan that Justin helped me to create, and then walked into my den to pray before heading to the office. I've been calling it my FaceTime before there ever was a FaceTime. In the months leading up to this moment, I had been seeking a deeper relationship with God, trying to bring him deeper into my life, into my heart, and into my business. I wasn't after religion. I was after a relationship. I knew I needed him closer as my advisor in all things. As I knelt down, I felt led to fervently pray. My heart warmed, and before I knew it, a strong energy spilled out of me as I'm telling him of my readiness for a deeper relationship. I can't remember my words exactly, but I said I was ready to go in whatever direction he pointed next. I just needed him to show me the next step, and I would take it. After my FaceTime, I got focused and drove in my car to the His Capital office. There was an entire day filled with appointments, but before I could start the first one, a team member roped me into an unplanned meeting. "Hey Rick, you need to be in this one," he said. I rarely take client meetings anymore, but this one sounded important. I figured it was with somebody who wanted to explore investing opportunities that were out of our traditional scope. But when I entered the boardroom, I was introduced to a man named Sean Sullivan, and he'd come for very different reasons. He wanted to learn how to invest in real estate so he could reinvest his profits into the lives of children he has been supporting in Ukraine who were in crisis. He walked me through his project that is now the nonprofit organization Mission 823, and how years back after a trip to Ukraine he witnessed the despair the youth were facing. An overwhelming number of them were being abandoned or abused by their families, left to be raised in orphanages, and then raised their whole lives without a mother or father ever patting them on the back and saying, "Great job today, I'm proud of you." Mission 823 was devoted to being this bridge. I thought to myself, what are the chances? Just an hour after committing myself to aligning more strongly to my why, I found myself in a rare client meeting with a man describing what sounded like a life-changing mission. I started firing off a bunch of questions, and Sean kept sharing. It turns out, many of Ukraine's children end up being placed into orphanages, where living conditions can get terrible. Imagine dilapidated brick shelters and children covered in mud and soot, wearing ill-fitting clothing. They grow up their whole lives in these conditions and rarely enjoy a family experience. Then he told me the most grieving part of all. At age 16, if they didn't find a family to adopt them, they'd be put out on their own and exposed directly to Ukraine's predatory underworld. It's not rare for a child to get snatched up by predators, thrown into the sex and drug trafficking underworld, and then fall victim to a life of drug addiction. In other words, a day that usually symbolizes graduation and happy times for America's youth is often a nightmare for many of these Ukrainian children. Sean's aim was to help them avoid this fate altogether. Through a three-pronged approach, Mission 823 would give them hope, train them in crucial life skills, and provide higher education, and when possible, find them families in accommodation to call home. As he explained his mission, I could almost feel my purpose tapping on my shoulder and asking me, "How much clearer do you want me to make this for you, Rick?" It didn't take me long to decide. "I'm going with you next month," I said. I bought my ticket to Ukraine shortly thereafter. A month later, I boarded a flight to Ukraine along with Sean and 3 members of His Capital whose hearts had been equally touched by the mission. In the plane seats around me were Sean, Steve, whose eulogy story you heard, David Pavlik, our Director of Business Development, and David's son, who, as you'll discover how later, is now nicknamed Pineapple. The day after landing, we drove to a remote town to meet the children who lived there. In that town was where Sean had begun building a youth camp years earlier, Camp Willow Park, to rescue children from the grips of Ukraine's poverty and human trafficking and provide them with a restorative, safe, and restful environment. Camp Willow Park would also be a haven for the children who aged out of the transitional orphanage and would otherwise fall victim to trafficking. To ensure its success, Sean's plan was to integrate into the existing community by partnering with local schools and alliances. That's who we were visiting, and if we could foster a relationship with the children and teachers there and provide value, it would be a major stride forward. Once we arrived, we walked to the entrance and saw them lined up to meet us. I noticed they were emotionally guarded because we were strangers in their country and looked starkly different than the natives. Most natives had light complexion and blue eyes, but our group had, mixed into it, a Puerto Rican man, me, and David's son, who had long blonde hair that was tied up in a bun. I can only imagine what they were thinking. Since I don't know a single word of Russian or Ukrainian, which is all they spoke, I did what I thought was the next best thing. I kept smiling, trying my best to make them feel safe and welcomed. All the while, I had no idea it was a sort of weakness to smile in their culture. That first day was very awkward. The school teachers were skeptical of us too. Never had they seen Americans or an organization try to help without an ulterior motive. Even the town officials were keeping a close eye on us. At some point, Sean asked us all, "Please, bear with me because this is unprecedented. We are figuring this out together." The next day, we tried something different. We went to the soccer field and started tossing the ball around with the children. I took my suit jacket off and started romping around with them, trying to let loose. Slowly, I felt the tension of the whole group start melting away. Minds, bodies, and souls were connecting. Trust was rising. Smiles were appearing. Before long, we were all genuinely hanging out together. I'll never forget that moment. I stared out to the field of playing children, and then tears began streaming from my eyes. The kids had beautiful smiles on their faces, and while the language barrier still prevented us from communicating verbally, we were all going through that same raw, pure moment of bonding. We were connected by a sense of love and appreciation. That week kept blossoming into something I'd never expected. Another day on that field, one of the kids pointed to David's son and asked the translator to tell Pineapple to come play soccer with us. We laughed merrily, knowing that his long, bunned-up blonde hair had earned him a new nickname that would stick for a long time. Another day, we visited their classroom and were asked by the teachers to give an impromptu English lesson. Steve and I looked at each other, wondering what to teach, and then settled on the idea to teach them the most powerful lesson we could think of: their own belief in themselves. I turned to the class and said, "Repeat after me. I am, I can, I will." Then I asked the translator to explain that everything starts with your belief in yourself. If you believe deep in your heart that you are great, then you will believe you can do great things, and then one day you will. As they kept reciting the motto, one of the teachers bucked my attempt by saying, "This stuff won't work." I think she had been discouraged over the years and didn't truly know her own massive potential. But as the kids kept reciting the motto and we explained how it had been the foundation for our own success, I could see her whole demeanor shifting. The evidence was pouring in, and she was witnessing the power of self-belief. For many of the kids, that phrase became their first words of English ever spoken. And of course, the second phrase they learned came shortly after in courtesy of Steve, who'd somehow playfully trained them to say, "Steve is cool," as they threw their thumbs up with a big smile. I can't describe what a joy it was to see them happily stretching their language skills, and in the process, their self-confidence. Next, with the help of a translator, we made a promise to them. If you believe in yourself and listen to your teacher, work hard, and can speak to us in English next year, then we'll come back with tablets for you. I saw their inner drive and eyes grow large. The teacher saw this too, and invited us to present the same lesson to all the school teachers later that day. That evening, the teachers gathered around us and we put on a little seminar showing them how to compete in the global marketplace using the internet. Many of them had been teaching for 25 years and still only making $250 per month. We trained them how to think big, what was really possible in life, and we shared our own stories of humble beginnings. By the end of the seminar, they wanted to know when we'd be back. Later that week, as I spoke with Sean, Steve, David, and Pineapple about the joys of seeing these children and teachers inspired, I couldn't help but ask Sean, "But what about the kids that get snatched up by the traffickers?" As good as we were feeling, I knew the gravity of the situation couldn't be ignored. For the unfortunate children who never made it to the youth homes of Mission 823 and didn't have a home or family to take them in by the age of 16, they'd be easy pickings for the traffickers. That one question has since deepened Sean's purpose. Today, Mission 823 is in productive discussions with the Ukrainian government to hopefully one day put rescuers on the ground, bring in help from local Ukrainian soldiers, find the houses the children are kept in, kick the doors in, and then expose the bad guys who pay for it all. Sean is pushing more and more to give these children back their lives. If nothing else happened during that trip, I was blessed with the opportunity to ask that question to help Sean further his own life's purpose. The day before departing, we had a banquet dinner for the teachers as a thank you for their cooperation. By then, their initial skepticism had completely reversed. They'd seen the children's hope revive, and as a result, so did theirs. "Please tell me you're coming back," they begged us. "You have to come back." Their insistence made us realize that we didn't want this trip to be just a drive-by visit. We didn't want to leave them without encouragement or feeling like they didn't have a real relationship with us. So we offered to buy them a big screen TV and use it to maintain communication with us throughout the year. This way, the His Capital team could check up on the kids' progress each quarter and be a constant reminder of their potential. On our last day, it was time to say goodbye. The children waited in line with their faces bright, several with tears in their eyes, all waiting to give us a high five and take a selfie. In that farewell, I realized what that week had really meant to them. Many didn't have a parent figure in their life, no one around to say, "Wow, you are amazing. What a great catch you made out there on the field today." Even for those who did, their parents were often away from home, sometimes in another country, earning income and remitting it back to their grandparents who took care of them. So, championing them was like pouring water on a rose that had been hoping for hydration. They absorbed every bit of it because it meant the absolute world to them. Before leaving, Steve tested their English skills one last time. "Remember what I taught you?" he said. They responded, "Steve is cool," but then quickly followed it with, "And David is awesome." It turns out that somehow David had managed to tack on a few words to their brand new and expanding English vocabulary. I could only imagine what that week looked like through their young eyes. 4 Americans named Sean, Cool Steve, Mr. Rick, Awesome David, and Pineapple had just come to their country and promised them for the first time in their lives that they could become great. Saying goodbye was emotional for the team, and on our flight back to America, we absorbed what had just happened. The experience even affected Pineapple so much that he wanted to go back and spend the summer vacation there. For me, it had been an honor to serve Sean's purpose. Never in a million years could I have imagined we'd be using his capital as a vehicle for change in Ukraine. And to be honest, I didn't even know exactly where Ukraine was before Sean walked through our doors. At the same time, it's the reason I highlighted this story. Be careful what you pray for. You just may be sent to a whole new country you never imagined you'd go to. Our time in Ukraine was really born from an opportunity that, if not for our habit of embracing our why each and every day, might have come but gone unnoticed. Lucky for us, we spotted it and leaned into a moment that gave Ukraine's youth a huge dose of hope and confidence. So much so that I had a feeling we'd be buying more tablets for them than we'd originally expected. This is what investing with a purpose feels and looks like. It doesn't matter your religious beliefs, what exactly your purpose is, or how exactly your why-driven stories will unfold. What matters is you bring them into your life by having real estate mean more to you than just cash. In examples like this, His Capital uses our collective capital, our team's expertise, real estate profits, insights, to fuel life-changing endeavors and those who are spearheading them. From the Ukrainian children in crisis to the Sudanese families being squeezed out of their homes by rebels, every dollar we earn today has a face to it. Now it's your turn. What purpose will each dollar you earn in real estate have in this lifetime? Purpose in every hour. If you were still wondering what your purpose has to do with your real estate investments, I hope it's clear now. Everything. Your why will not only magnify your reason for pursuing real estate, but it will continuously enrich it each step of the way. In Chapter 2, you saw my why develop, and in this chapter, you saw me refine it and replant it into His Capital. Unfortunately, few people actually take the time to deeply examine their why or write their eulogy. One day I met a woman who did. She explained that while it did provide a very emotional experience, it soon faded. It never became part of her life. If you choose to do the eulogy exercise, I believe you must be completely intentional about it. It must become a lifestyle, not just a moment. For example, when she wrote her eulogy, it gave her a great spiritual experience that she'll always remember, but she never embedded that moment into her life by reading it back to herself each week and scheduling her priorities. That habit alone would have infused it into her day-to-day life. Many people get inspired like this and then try to transform their whole life overnight. They reflect on a new insight, and then for a week or so, life seems more purposeful. But then things get harder. Their new habits fall apart, and you can start hearing them say, things just didn't work out. This approach fails to create action. Action is how life can be understood. A mentor of mine once told me of a quote that survived thousands of years, originally said by Confucius. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. Teddy Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States, once wrote, "Get action. Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are and be somebody. Get action." The approach I recommend? Instead of acting out of pure excitement, it's better to sit down with your newfound inspiration and then create a life plan that can turn your discovered purpose into a way of life, not just a moment. When you visit rickmelero.com/book, scroll down to Chapter 3. There will be videos and a guide to help you through this process. Ancient scripture says hope, if it's delayed long enough, can make the heart sick. You're stuck wondering in the back of your head, what's my direction? Am I making progress? Am I deluding myself? This process strips away reliance on hope and replaces it with a more scientific, rigorous approach to achieving the success you want. Once done, you'll have uncovered your eternal why and pointed your life in its direction. Today, this practice continues making a profound difference, not just in my life, but in all the investing we do at His Capital. That's why it's here in this book. I can teach you strategies all day, but if you don't have a why as your anchor and a plan to reinforce it, you won't succeed. Remember, this book is designed to move you along a journey. If you trust the process and use these aids and resources planted here, it can help you towards the end. And it's just the first major step in that journey. Unbeknownst to most people, a precious why and an accompanying plan is the real starting point for a journey toward success in real estate investing. Next, you're going to use this plan as the basis for strengthening that one thing you walk, talk, and dream with: your identity. Chapter 4. Decide who you are. Back in 2000, everybody called me Ricky. I was 18 and just landed my first adult job as a telemarketer. The job description? Dial up hundreds of homeowners each day and build enough rapport to get them to answer a survey. It seemed easy enough, except for one issue. I had zero phone skills. But it was better pay than both of my part-time jobs combined. Plus, they offered training. How bad could it really get? After finishing the training, I started dialing and quickly found the answer. Pretty darn bad. People kept hanging up on me. Again and again and again. This kept on for months before I finally started burning out, kicking myself, and thinking maybe I wasn't cut out for this line of work. Then one day, as self-doubt was completely drowning me, the floor manager walked over to me. His name was Philip. He was tall, had white hair, and wore the face of someone who'd seen a lot of what works and what doesn't. "Come outside with me, kid," he said. "I'm going to have a smoke." My guess was that he'd been listening to recordings of my failed calls and he was going to reprimand me. While outside, he inhaled his cigarette and looked me square in the eyes. "Kid, you have so much potential. The way you communicate yourself is incredible, and I'm impressed." "Thank you," I said, feeling flattered, but also wondering where he was going with this. "But your numbers aren't reflecting your skills, and I think I know why." Then he set his eyes on me even stronger, like he really meant what he was getting ready to say. "It's your name, Ricky. Ricky is not somebody I'd trust with my money. It's the name of the next-door neighbor's kid. From now on, your new name is Rick. Rick is who I want to give my money to. Rick is a man. Rick is a success. Rick is a business entrepreneur." As he sounded out those words of wisdom, I felt my whole identity shifting, like I was shedding old skin and bringing on a new layer. For the first time in my life, another male figure was giving me permission to be the greatest version of myself. And I didn't know it until then, but Ricky wasn't exactly getting that job done. I returned to my desk, began calling again, and incredibly, people weren't hanging up on me. They must have heard it in my voice. It's like they were speaking to a totally different person. They respected Rick, and so did I. With time, I studied Philip's techniques, tweaked my own style, and my percentages went way up. The best part? I was enjoying the job. It became my craft, and I wanted to master it. I leaned deeper into my self-belief, and as time went on, I became Rick by belief, not just by name. In my mind, Rick was a businessman who took his work very seriously. Recall Chapter 1, where I challenged myself to break the sales record. The secret to that unshakable belief was that it was really put in motion from the day Philip dropped the Y from my name and set in motion an inner transformation that still stays with me today. It was that same type of transformation we hope to spark in the children of Ukraine. Recall how we taught them to recite, I am, I can, I will, in English? While it's a simple motto, it can be transformative when sincerely put into practice. The tablets we promised as a reward acted as an incentive to start that practice. In August 2018, 1 year after our first trip to Ukraine, Steve and I took a flight back to check on their progress. With tablets in hand, we made our way to the small village. On the first day there, everybody gathered in the school gymnasium. It was filled with teachers, children, and faculty. And after giving us a warm welcome back, they invited me up to speak. Facing the crowd, I decided to run an experiment. I pulled out a $10 bill and asked everybody, who wants this? Then I watched as they all threw their hands up. I stood still and then asked again, well, who wants this? Then with their hands still in the air, I said, let me rephrase. Who is going to get this $10 bill? Finally, it clicked for a few children, and they ran up to me, grabbing at the $10 while the whole crowd roared in excitement. One boy reached me first, and I handed him the bill. After things simmered down, I explained my point. Everybody wanted the $10 bill, but only a few took action and went for it. That was lesson 1. It's not enough to want it. You must take action and press forward. I pulled out another $10 bill. But this time, I crumpled it up into a ball and asked again, well, who wants this? All of a sudden, I saw the crowd stampeding towards me. I nearly got trampled, but then handed the balled up $10 to the child who reached me first. I asked them all, why did you still want that $10 bill even when it was crumpled up? They told me it was because it was still worth $10. That was lesson 2. No matter the outer struggle they go through, the intrinsic value of the prize will remain the same. Finally, I pulled another $10, crumpled it up, and this time I threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over again. Who wants it? I said, and they swarmed again. That was lesson 3. Even when life hits hard, when people walk all over you, nothing can take away your God-given worth. The next day we entered the classroom for the tablet challenge. Of the 30 kids who accepted the challenge, I quickly noticed most of them had been preparing the whole year and were eagerly anticipating the moment. As they lined up to take turns presenting, many of them were so nervous to showcase their new English skills that they were shaking and tearing up. One by one, they presented. We were completely blown away. Many of them used PowerPoint presentations and delivered full-blown speeches. It was clear to Steve and me that their self-belief had increased by leaps and bounds since our last visit. And they all were winners, and that we'd need to order more tablets. If you want to meet some of the Ukraine children who totally impressed us and get a taste of this purpose-driven trip, go to rickmelero.com/book and scroll down to Chapter 4. Thankfully, we were able to capture footage of the experience and condense it into highlights so that we can now share it with the rest of the world. Days after they presented, the whole village showed up for the closing ceremony. With over 100 children, teachers, and parents standing there, we reminded them that our stay wasn't just about learning English. It was about trusting their inborn potential no matter what. To really cement the point, I left them with a wise message first told by Zig Ziglar. one of America's most legendary sales and business speakers. Do you know how to train fleas? Well, you train fleas by putting them in a jar. Then you put a top on that jar and watch them jump up and hit the top over and over and over again. Finally, after they've been jumping a long time, you'll notice that even though they keep jumping, they no longer jump high enough to hit the top. Then it's an absolute fact that you can just take the top off the jar and they'll keep jumping and jumping and jumping, but cannot jump out. You see, they have conditioned themselves to jump just so high, and once they've conditioned themselves to jump that high, that's all there is. Man is the same way. If he isn't careful, he starts out in life to climb the mountain, to write the book, to break the record, to do something with his life. But along the way, he bumps his head, he stubs his toe, and he gives up. Fear, doubt, uncertainty, discouraging memories of past failures, negative people. All these emotions keep the individual inside the jar and thinking they are not cut out for the next level. And it's why we emphasized the importance of I am, I can, I will to the young children so strongly. The same is true with you. All your potential springs from who you think you are, the way you feel, the actions you take, the results you get in life, your final legacy. You might be thinking, is it really that simple? Yes, that's it. What you think impacts your entire life. It's a phenomenon that can be better grasped by looking back to the last time you visited a movie theater. Despite knowing the movie wasn't real, why did you walk to your car feeling sad or inspired or triumphant? Somehow, that movie briefly hijacked your senses and thoughts, yanked you into a narrative of its own, and left you feeling like you actually lived through it. The best movies do this. They paint your inner world and cause you to suspend awareness of the real world outside. The field of psychology has studied this phenomenon in depth, but here's the simple version of how it works. Your mind is an exquisite system. It can imagine the future, replay past events, and zoom into the fine details of the present moment. There's the conscious mind, everything you knowingly experience as a human, and there's the subconscious mind, everything under the surface that's really calling the shots. It's said that the subconscious mind proposes and the conscious mind composes. As you move through your life and experience today, your subconscious mind is going to record everything. What you felt, the colors you saw, how the air smelled, who offended you, what tasted good. Then it files it away as a memory. However, it does not keep notes on if it was real or fake. It simply records your experiences and the corresponding emotions. The conscious mind's job is to compose. It receives your experiences, the tastes, smells, moments, and then relays it down to the subconscious. From there, the subconscious looks at the old memory file and it evokes the original emotion it assigned to it. Remember, last time you tried that, you failed. Or, everybody said you're not cut out for the next level. Good or bad, that emotion inspires an action. Performed again and again, these actions lead to results. If we continue in this pattern, it becomes a lifestyle, whether we like it or not. In this way, there's a movie going on inside your head at all times, and whatever is contained in your subconscious mind dictates the mood of that movie. If all that's down there is enough to propose a mediocre movie, then it's all the conscious mind will experience and act out when it faces the day. Understanding this gives you the keys to change the story of your life. We've all heard tales of the mother who lifts a car to save her troubled child, or Roger Bannister who broke the 4-minute mile despite every doctor saying it was impossible and he'd die trying. Perhaps you too had moments in your own life when you surprise yourself after springing into a performance that was incredible and unplanned for. These supreme feats seem to come from nowhere, but in reality it's because for a brief moment the narrative inside our minds has been completely redirected. In these moments, we have pure conviction, pure belief in ourselves, and an absence of all excuses and limiting ideas. Suddenly, all our inborn talents can be accessed. If we could only begin weaving our inner narrative more proactively and precisely, then we'd gain on-demand access to these talents and abilities and results each and every day. The trick comes down to a simple but powerful mission. Feed your subconscious with the finest thoughts. By taking control of what enters your subconscious, you sit in the director's chair of your own life story. By now you have seen that our feelings spring from what's proposed by our subconscious. Our feelings then motivate actions, and our actions then manifest results. It's what's called the principle of think, feel, act, result. And at his capital, we have tried to integrate it into our daily lives. The way into the director's chair is to first consciously control the think portion of that formula, and then the feel, act, result portions will be carried forward by the power of your subconscious. This is the core reason for training Ukraine's children to recite, I am, I can, I will. It taps into the power of think, feel, act, result by delivering a steady and resolute belief to their subconscious. In this life, good and bad will happen to all of us. The goal is not to block out the bad or pretend it's not there. Instead, the most empowering thing we can do is mold our minds into a power that makes big things possible. And it all begins with the way you think about yourself. I am. Now that you understand the vital nature of your thoughts, I want to ask you a question. Do you truly believe deep down in your heart that you were designed for greatness? If you're seeking to be a successful real estate investor, then it doesn't matter where you're starting from. Real estate could provide a way forward. And I know this because I've witnessed success grow and flourish from all sorts of beginnings. However, what got you here won't get you to the next level you're seeking. Something else is needed. You need to truly see yourself as a real estate investor. No matter your end game, this is the first step. As you saw in the last story, if you can boldly declare, I am an investor, then it will trickle into everything else. Every true investor I've met believes that time, not money, is the most precious asset. The purpose of money is to unlock time and opportunities. As a result, their goal is to make money work for them, so that they don't have to. A major question that guides every investor in his or her decision is, how will this grow for me once I invest it? That single question impacts how they view business and life. If you can embed that question in your mind, then it'll be your first step in declaring, I am an investor. Think of it as a pair of glasses. When you put them on, the world looks like an investment opportunity. However, the biggest threat to this mindset is a trap people fall into but rarely know they are in. It's what I call the consumer trap. It's when you view time and life as something to consume, not enrich. Worse, because everyone else around you is doing the same thing, you believe it's okay. People caught in this trap end up wasting their time instead of unlocking more of it. For example, if they somehow received an extra 2 hours a week, it would go unaccounted for, unmanaged, unplanned. In their mind, this extra time is a relief from duty. It goes to watching television or apps or social media. It slides by, just happening. Whereas it could have gone to furthering their vision, learning a new discipline, building a business, or finding new investment opportunities. Would you agree that perhaps you've been guilty of making this mistake in the past? Contrast this with someone who thinks like an investor. They are always looking for the best possible return on their money and time. They know those extra 2 hours can be turned into 10 or 20 or 30 hours of rich experience one day, not just for them, but also for their loved ones. They carefully budget that time towards a goal, their legacy, or their financial freedom. In their world, time is meant for growing, rejuvenating, and rejoicing. You see, time can be used as a nourishing meal that livens up your life, or it can be used as junk food, like a bag of chips that only ever feels good while you're munching on it. The way out of the consumer trap, ironically, is the way in. It begins with yourself. Your beliefs about your very own capabilities. I've seen again and again what keeps people in this trap is how they view themselves. Simply put, they don't believe they were designed for greatness. Your affirmations of I am are critical to developing the proper thought patterns that cause a positive emotion. That emotion motivates an action, which produces a result. This consistent and repeated process can create an entirely new lifestyle, a lifestyle you deserve. I like to tell the story of how I was reunited with one of my old bosses. In fact, he was the boss of my boss when I first started at Capital One in late 2001. His name was Rafael, a real fun and spirited guy who, after moving here from Puerto Rico, worked hard, stayed consistent, and eventually climbed to the top of the food chain and became the head honcho for the whole Hispanic line of business. Fast forward to one day in 2016. Jorge, a referral partner, visited us at his capital, seeking a loan to begin a real estate project of his own. I sat down across from him, and to his left was his newest staff member who came in with him. It was Rafael. I could hardly believe it. It had been over a decade since I'd last seen the man, never thinking I'd see him again. We took some time to catch up and think back to all the memories that happened in that office. I asked him if he'd ever expected to see one of his little phone dialers running a real estate investment firm and lending money. He told me how totally surprised he was, but at the same time thankful to have been in an organization that had helped shape some of my disciplines. Half-jokingly, he asked me, "So what really made the difference?" I'd never thought about it until that moment, but only one true answer came to mind. I told him, "Honestly, the only difference was that when you walked in those doors, you were managing the bank. When I walked in, I believed I could own the bank one day." While in that meeting with Rafael and looking back over memories, I could see where it had all started. I was always thinking to myself, what could I become? Always craving to be the best version of myself. Now, look at the difference. My simple thinking pattern brought me into a totally different lifestyle. This is always the case in business and life. A gigantic difference is made with a slight difference in how you identify yourself. And this leads me to my next point. Don't wait until you have capital to start thinking like an investor. Most people believe that they must wait until they have capital to invest with before they start having the mind of an investor. But as contradictory as it sounds, you should possess the mindset of an investor beforehand. That's what I did, almost unknowingly, when I told myself I'd own a bank one day. When you first begin identifying as an investor, it causes you to start looking for opportunities to save. Before you know it, you can be sitting on savings and making that pile do the lifting for you. If you already have capital, then great. All of Chapter 9 will showcase ways to start making it grow at a new level, passively and actively. But if you're still an employee, you should know there is nothing preventing you from treating your time and energy like an investment right now. How? Do what I did and become an A player at your company. Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple and visionary behind the iPhone, once said, "A small team of A players can run circles around a giant team of B players and C players." There you have it. If not for a small team of A players, would iPhones even exist today? A players know that everything they touch is an investment. They know if they bring quality attention and care, something great will come from it, and their skills will amplify. And it's these A players that are always best poised to move on from their employee status and create greatness of their own. Or in some cases, they create upside potential within the organization they brought value to in the first place. Here is a story of an A player at his capital. 3 years ago, Tashi Endo, our director of operations, came to me and said, "Rick, it's time. We need to expand our private lending division and hire somebody new to help. But it's crucial we hire somebody smart." By smart, I knew he didn't mean smart. We needed somebody who was not just qualified, but who also had that intangible trait of grit and ownership in their work. We began the hiring process, and applications poured in. Tashi, with the aid of the entire team, finally cut the decision down to only 2 candidates. The first candidate was qualified, but I didn't get that click I was looking for. She was smart, but it wasn't clear to me that she was smart. Over the years, I have learned that if any investment decision is not an absolute yes, then it is a definitive no. We moved on to the second candidate, Monique Maisonette. Boy, was she qualified. She'd done legal and processing in the real estate industry for years, but the whole team and I also sensed that she had a rare form of grit. So we brought her on. Little did we know we'd hit a gold mine. Let's just say she makes things happen. It's as if she intuitively knows that every ounce of effort she puts into her job is a direct investment into herself, her vision, and her professional craft. From the moment we hired her, she's gone above and beyond the call of duty every single day. When there's an inefficiency or opportunity to be found, you better believe she finds it. Think back to Chapter 3. It was Monique who discovered that I had Wi-Fi in my car. An interesting side effect of taking extreme ownership in her work is that she's never afraid to speak up. I love it because I know exactly where she stands at all times. There are days when we exchange critical perspectives, but in the end we solve the problem, hug it out, and both walk away stronger. Today she's one of the hardest, if not the hardest, workers in our office, and we are coaching her to rise even further. After sharing with us her aspirations to become a real estate investor one day, we sat with her to create a game plan for it. I can say with confidence that I can see her being a highly successful investor, and it's because she's already taken the most crucial step. She has the mindset and work ethic. I shared these stories so there is no room left in your mind to think lowly of yourself, so there is no excuse to not declare "I am" before putting this book back down. Trust me, and don't wait another day to believe you were designed for greatness, because as Henry Ford famously said, whether you think you can or you can't, you are right. I can. The following 3 chapters explore the I will part of the empowerment equation, each of them meant to inspire concrete actions. But first, it's vital to visualize what you can achieve in life. Feeding your mind with possibilities that inspire you is going to keep you engaged the whole way through. Before moving on, however, I want to leave you with a story that shows just how creative real estate investing can get when you do have the correct mindset locked in. Many people know of the traditional real estate strategies to turn a profit, but there's another universe of opportunity that is rarely talked about, and I wish I'd known it when I first started. It was during a Bible study when a man named Alberto O'Neill introduced himself. We got along great and appreciated each other's character, and I soon learned that he had served our country as a Navy SEAL. As well as many other duties, he'd gone to remote places in war-torn regions to help create solar-powered mini-bases, and in the process accumulated impressive technical expertise. I started seeing how Alberto's urge to serve was spilling into his everyday life, and one day he shared a problem he'd been observing. After returning from service, many of his comrades were suffering from PTSD and struggling to adjust back to civilian life. Learning new skills, securing a job, and feeling at home in a place so different was a tremendous obstacle for them. Alberto had an idea to help solve the problem. He explained the project that was being undertaken by a local Florida organization called the Community Hope Center. Their mission was to develop an affordable housing community, and Alberto had been in talks with the founder, Reverend Mary Lee Downey, to explore ways to involve his comrades in the pursuit. They were still in early talks, but Alberto had posed a creative path to developing the community. Having built many bases and bunkers overseas using metal shipping containers, he'd seen their functional value and how they provided him and his comrades with shelter there. Alberto's vision was to train fellow soldiers to construct livable mobile container homes and use those to build an entire community for the Hope Center. I was intrigued by his idea. Empower veterans to construct an empowered community from the ground up? I agreed to tag along for Alberto's next meeting with Reverend Mary Lee, thinking that perhaps his capital could bring ideas or resources to the table. Mary had a heart for ending homelessness. She'd been a minister and philanthropist over the years and founded the Hope Center after discovering there were many homeless families in Florida. She grew the foundation enough to help and serve over 21,000 low-income individuals meet their health, spiritual, and physical needs. The affordable housing project Alberto mentioned was just one of the many deeds she was embarking on. It was her latest pursuit towards taking her humanitarian efforts to the next level. From what Alberto told me, her convictions were so strong and she had already obtained the land for the project. She knew she wanted to pursue the project, but the exact how remained unclear to her. When we arrived at her office to discuss the project, I let her know my intention. "I'll be honest," I said. "I'm just here to see what's going on and if there's any way I can help." "Perfect," she said. "I've been praying that God brings the right person, whether it's now or in 10 years. To bring her up to speed with what his capital stood for, I shared a moment from a few weeks back when I had a speaking engagement with an organization who brought us in to speak. They wanted to know how we were positioning ourselves for the next economic season. We spent hours crafting the presentation and felt led to include the truth about our approach, but didn't know if it would resonate. The truth was, our real estate strategy closely mirrored the principles of Joseph from the Bible. During the growth stage in history, the years that preceded hardship, you'll see how vital this is in chapter 8, Joseph was wise enough to intentionally create systems to store the fruits of harvest, empowering his nation to outlast the less fortunate years. It's a timeless story of stewardship, wisdom, and patience. The problem? I was pretty sure the audience was not attending to hear a Bible story. Finally, we felt compelled to tell the story and added it to the slideshow. As we delivered the presentation, I was blown away by how strongly it impacted the audience. It struck a real chord. Attendees walked up to us inspired to do the same, and I received a number of emails after the event thanking us for our message. After telling Mary this story, she teared up and explained how a few months earlier she had shared the same story with others. She'd been touched by the devotion and stewardship Joseph exuded, despite all the struggles he'd been through. She felt that just as Joseph had a vision from God and had to go through turmoil to achieve it, she too was on a similar journey. I never planned on telling Mary this story, and neither did she. But somehow we were in her office discussing the same characters, the same inspiration, and an overlap in our missions. We couldn't help but feel in all our hearts that maybe there was a deeper reason for us all meeting. After swapping these experiences, she shared her vision for the Affordable Community Project and opened up about her challenges. It wouldn't be an easy undertaking, but the ultimate goal was to empower the homeless families and children who lived in the underbelly of Florida's favorite tourist strip. For many families, the mothers and fathers lacked the resources or help to get on their feet and enter the marketplace for jobs. If they were lucky, some nights they'd stay in sketchy motels that act as breeding grounds for illegal activity, putting their children at risk. The goal of Mary's vision was to build a place for these families so they could start building a new life. Together, we all discussed Alberto's idea to involve veterans and use mobile container homes for the community. Not only would it provide housing to those in need, but it would provide jobs to Alberto's fellow soldiers. There was clear alignment of purpose, something you can't pay for. After the meeting, and with time, this alignment evolved, and Mary's vision got set in motion. In a few short months, the media caught on and wrote about the project, and Alberto and his capital got to work designing the prototypes for the mobile container homes. We found the right engineers and partners for the job, and then started finalizing the plans to ultimately present to the county. It was amazing to see this vision come alive, starting from one touching conversation and evolving with another. As of today, the plan is to pack the affordable community with incredible amenities such as childcare, health visits, job development support, multifunctional facility, and professional counseling. Everything families would need to take their lives into their own hands. From a strategic perspective, the project is being refined to meet the requirements of the local county, and we are still finalizing the final scope of work to have several contractors bid for the 256-unit complex. While the project is still in its infancy, and just like all new ventures, it carries a risk of not working out. If it does succeed, then 250-plus Floridian families avoid homelessness, and their world changes. Worst-case scenario? We fail miserably, and we learn how to make it work next time. Our role at his capital is to help advise and, if need be, structure the capital raise and forge the right connections with institutional and private investors who want in on this cause. If all goes according to plan, investors will get cash flow from the revenues generated by the stabilized and leased units. The beauty of this project is that by taking the affordable housing approach, the families will have access to rent at a price that's impossible to find elsewhere in today's market. While it's no free lunch for these tenants, it's the quickest route to have all parties working together on a win-win and feeling empowered. When Philip took me outside many years ago for that cigarette break, I couldn't fathom all this, and it's precisely why I'm ending this chapter with his story. He gave me a brand new I am, and it literally changed the course of my life. Like all great feats in life, the first step is to reverse engineer your desired future and then intentionally devise a bridge that can take you there from your current reality. I am, I can, I will is that psychological bridge. The mentality you bring to the table helps determine your success. It's not about tricking yourself into believing life is easy or that problems don't exist, but if you keep waking up tomorrow with an ounce of extra belief in yourself, all I can be sure of is that it will compound tremendously. If you're now inspired to take sincere action, to decide who you are, to move through this world as the best you imaginable, then congratulations. You can soon thrive working towards your goals. Before moving on, your crucial next step is to construct a plan to cement your mindset. Remember, life happens and tides change. In these moments, your best asset will be your steadfast belief in yourself. For this reason, we put together a video designed to further evolve your mindset and bring it deeper into your life. To access it and begin that journey, visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 4. Myself, Steve Landahl, and David Pavlik, both of whom you met in Chapter 3, Eternal Why, will be there to greet you and showcase some tactical ways of strengthening your everyday mindset. By now, you might be wondering, what about the I will part of the motto? How do I do that? If you want to be a real estate investor or want to take your real estate investing business to the next level, there are many things to get right, many actions to take, but foundations come first. This next chapter addresses a core universal action every true investor must take at some point in their journey: building one's inner circle. Starting here is one of the best investments you can possibly make because it puts you in touch with other high performers who can accelerate your quest for both significance and excellence. Chapter 5. Build your inner circle. I remember when I had my 9-to-5 career job. Every day I'd wake up, work my butt off, and repeat that cycle the next day. I thought it was the formula for success. But life had me feeling like I was running on a treadmill. One day I got so agitated by my life scenario that I sat down and contemplated a fix. I thought, I'm busting my butt every day, but I'm not happy, and I'm not getting to the next level. What's wrong with me? It would be logical if I was working hard each day and gaining ground on my future. But working hard at something I am not absolutely passionate about and with no future seemed off. Sometimes if you sit fully with the question, answers that were planted long ago will sprout back up and show you the way. That's exactly what happened next. My mind traveled all the way back to the words once spoken by my grandmother. There I was beside her as a little boy, and she was saying to me, "Tell me who you spend your time with, and I'll tell you who you will become." And she never stopped saying it. When I turned 17 and was unexpectedly thrown out of my house, she left her cozy retirement dwelling in Arizona to stay near me in a mobile home and support me emotionally. During that time, she saw how I was bringing friends around who didn't hold their futures in mind, let alone my future. She called me out many times, repeating her message to me. Tell me who you spend your time with, and I'll tell you who you become. Back then, I thought I knew it all and was too blinded by my social habits to understand the truth in her words. But she saw something greater in me, and she'd seen the ways of life repeated so many times that she could discern how these people would one day hold me back from getting to a higher station in life. As I meditated on the memories of her words, I thought about all the people I'd since surrounded myself with. They were a mix of family and friends, all of them unique, but most weren't craving the greatness I was after. Many of my friends, not all, were absorbed in their current lifestyle, and as a result, I was tempted to stay with them because, as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. After a long week, it was common for me to come home and begin the same old discussion with my buddies. What club are we going to? What girls are we going to meet? What kind of trouble are we going to get into? Pure ignorance and with absolutely no consideration of the future. Then there were some others who were outright negative and jealous. I remember confiding in some people about my dreams, telling them something like, "Oh man, one day I want to achieve this," when they responded with some version of, "Yeah, but that's impossible. That's only for rich people," it dampened my spirits. I distinctly remember some loved ones telling me, "But you've got to be careful because that kind of investing is only for wealthy people. You don't know what you're doing." I've come to learn that this kind of negativity is a disguise for somebody else's fear. It takes a lot of guts to step outside of your comfort zone and stretch for the next level. My grandmother was absolutely right, and I was finally realizing that if I was stuck in life, then it was my own doing. I had one foot in an old lifestyle and another dangling around trying to find my next level. It hit me hard, but I finally came to terms with this truth. Since I was an extreme-minded kid with an all-or-nothing attitude, I decided to isolate myself. I cut off from every person who displayed the faintest hint of negativity, jealousy, and even those still absorbed in their current lifestyle. I don't recommend this burn-your-boat strategy, and later in this chapter you'll see why. But it did force me to build an inner circle that could fast-track me towards my life's purpose. And this chapter contains everything I've learned about that building process. Your choice. The idea in this chapter will sound outrageous to some. Asking somebody to stretch beyond their group of loved ones can feel like being asked to abandon them. That's because they feel like permanent fixtures in their lives, not much different from a foot or leg. Without them, life gets wobbly. But consider this. From a young age, most get little choice over who is part of their life. They meet people in school, in their careers, and in their surrounding atmosphere. But whatever choice they had in striking those friendships was limited to the lane they happened to step foot in. As a result, they rarely rise far above their existing lane in life. And the worst part? It feels totally safe there. Perhaps this scenario sounds familiar to you. But there is a more daring, rewarding way. This chapter is about commanding that choice by stepping foot in a lane rarely seen by most. From there, you begin the art of creating an inner circle that propels you toward your ultimate self. Think of an inner circle as your tribe, your potent sphere of influence that speeds up your growth in the world. When you look carefully enough, you'll notice that anybody who's achieved notable success has a trusted inner circle they were nestled into. Step 1 is owning that choice. Acknowledge that your inner circle will be built with a completely intentional effort, not by accident. Here's what I really mean. Your best self will not appear from thin air. It's no different from your fitness. Think about going to the gym. You go, you get fit, but if you're not getting better, before you know it, you're trailing off, and one day you stop going. And once you stop placing yourself in that environment where physical growth occurs, it takes only weeks before physical decline comes knocking. It's a scientific fact that if we don't have accountability when life happens, then we easily revert back to the old habits, especially when we're dealing with a path of least resistance. People inflict the same backpedaling on their lives. They stop inserting themselves into atmospheres that encourage greatness, and before they know it, they've slid into just existing mode. The truth is, remaining stagnant in life really translates to falling backwards. A stagnant journey goes unnoticed to the naked eye, but in the background, it's already begun to unravel. Ironically, upgrading your inner circle is the greatest good you can gift to your current circle of family and friends. Think about your life right now and be completely honest with yourself. How would you rate your own expertise? Maybe you're an accountant, or plumber, or scientist. It doesn't matter. Give yourself a grade, with 0 being the worst and 10 being perfect. Take a few minutes to do this before moving to the rest of the chapter. Let's say on your best day, you're at level 6. Now, think of your own inner circle as it stands right now. On average, what level are they? Be objective and make a list if you need to. Maybe you'll notice that some are higher or lower, but where do they fall on average? Let's say your circle is on average at a level 5. In this exercise, that puts you at 6, them at 5. Now here's the golden question. How can you possibly bring anybody higher than a level 6 if you're not there already? In every circle, there exists an invisible ceiling. Either you are the ceiling or you stand below it. For somebody to access greater heights, they'd need to first look upon somebody who is above that ceiling at a 7, 8, 9, or 10, be inspired by them, and then be magnetized to that next level. You might be wondering, but how do I go beyond this ceiling? If you've ever watched footage of a space shuttle during liftoff, it's a sight to behold. The rockets explode with energy, spring the shuttle towards space. The shuttle then battles with Earth's atmospheric pressure before finally penetrating through to a whole new realm. You will be doing the same, but in a far more delicate fashion and while keeping the people you treasure most. Let's begin. Know your next level. In this book, you have seen how crucial relationships put me nearer to my life's purpose. You met David, who came to me with a breathtaking mission for South Sudan. Then there was the morning I got pulled into a rare meeting and met Sean, who revealed his mission to help the many parentless children of Ukraine. In the following pages and chapters, you'll meet even more key characters who were pivotal in helping me build my real estate skills and business. This is the beauty of an inner circle. It's a strong nucleus that uses the combined power of the hearts and minds of many to drive you to the front steps of your life's purpose. But before your inner circle can evolve, you must first know exactly where your own heart points at. How else can you get anywhere? For example, recall how I first got into real estate. I felt led towards real estate, and my determination got set in stone. This is the key moment you too must arrive at. Know exactly which traits and skills you crave, and then seek out those who embody them or are pursuing them too. Armed with the realization that I wanted to thrive in real estate, I forced myself to seek a guide, Marcus, while I became his apprentice and learned the ropes. It was my way of stretching my inner circle to include a level 8 or 9, when I was a level 0. The great news is, if you've read Chapter 3, on Eternal Why, then you already performed the hard work of discovering the skills and traits you wish to embody. The purpose of writing your eulogy was to uncover that direction, and from there, designing a life plan that works each week to bring it into reality. Can you see why I have been taking my time in this book to give you the foundation before we even cover the investment strategies? Take a moment to look back at your compass, your life plan, and ask yourself, which key areas do I need help upgrading in? This will inform who to bring into your inner circle. As you can see, the road has led back to a central theme of this book. Reverse engineer what you wish to become. By describing the next version of yourself, it sets you up to then get sight of somebody who is already there and gradually meld their presence into your life. Inspire your circle. Every 8 months, I grab lunch with a gentleman I know named Jason. He's a wholesome man who leads a growing insurance firm, and since we first met, we keep a ritual of chatting about business growth. During one meeting, I happened to be on the verge of pushing to my next level. I turned to him and said, "I want to apologize in advance. I'm really pursuing excellence in these areas. I'm really being intentional about them. So if I can't see you in the next 6 or 8 months, just know that. And it's not personal, and I am allocating more of my time to studying and meeting people who thrive in those areas." I thought this may have been an unexpected message to him, but at this point in my life, it happens every year or so. I target a new area, and then I make the announcement to my circle. By now, it's normal to them. "Oh, Rick is pushing to the next level again," they say. Jason responded back to me with, "Tell me more. What do you mean pursue excellence?" He was genuinely curious to know. So I told him, "I want to become a better husband and father," I said. "It's my main priority right now." I continued to lay my aspirations out on the table and even shared with him my weekly rituals and the source of my inspiration. I told him that the reality is I've been so blessed to find a wife that loves me as I am, is supportive of my vision, and gracious with me when I slip up. For that very reason, she deserves a better husband and father to her children. Weeks later, out of the blue, he sent me a message. "Hey, I'm working on my eulogy, and I've been making my wife a priority. Thank you so much for challenging me, Rick." Challenging you, I wondered. In my mind, I was just being forthright about my plans. But then I remembered a truth about human nature. People are inspired when others show them what's possible. That's what had happened. Through a mix of honesty and determination to reach my own next level, I was somehow pulling back the curtain enough to show him it was possible. Compare this story to the approach I had taken as a young man. Back then, I isolated myself. And while it created space for me to feed my mind with intellect and positivity, it was wrong because I made an unfair assumption. I assumed nobody else wanted to get to their next level. The truth is, you should not cut off all your relationships. That's an extreme move, and it's one I paid for because I was alone in no man's land for a while. Instead, you can build your inner circle efficiently by notifying those around you about your intentions to pursue your aspirations. This way, you make the absolute best of what you already have and stand the chance of bringing others with you on the journey. From there, human nature takes over. Those who are aligned with your mission will rise up. Those who aren't will fade away. And the result is a spaciousness that allows you to strategically groom and expand your inner circle. Keep in mind that once you make this announcement, you may notice individuals who unknowingly begin to discourage you. In my own life, I remember a pattern emerged. It's easy to fall into the trap of trying to change their thinking and to persuade them of how possible your dreams are. But this quickly turns into a full-time job. Ironically, the most persuasive thing you can do is to just take action. By announcing your aspirations, setting expectations, and then taking action, with time, your encouragers will come forward, while your discouragers become more silent and even disappear on their own. Some might be at your level, some above, and some below, but everybody will become aligned and/or pointed towards their next level. This is what you want. Assemble an inner circle. Once you intimately know the greatness you seek and have informed your friends and family of your intentions, the next step is to carefully grow an inner circle with people who embody and foster greatness. You need to be around people who refuse to settle for just existing. Think of your journey like a hero's story. Along the way to your goal, you'll encounter barriers, challenges, defeats, and glory. And so often the deciding factor will come right down to the people around you. In those crucial hours of struggle and victory, your inner circle will be your allies. But only when your eye can spot these potent individuals roaming the world can you bring them in and shift the game of life in your favor and theirs. That said, it will aid you to be aware of the key players worth recruiting. There's a saying, "There's nothing new under the sun." In fact, every principle mentioned in this book has been a timeless truth well observed and documented by ancestors before us, and retold here. One place that such truths reside is in the Bible, a 2,000-year-old book of wisdom. No matter your religious orientation, wisdom never takes sides. So here is a way to borrow from its wisdom as a way to bolster your inner circle. Pursue a Paul, be a Barnabas, train a Timothy. Said a different way, pursue a mentor, be an encourager, train a mentee. So who are these people? Let's first start with Paul. Imagine your path towards greatness drawn out on a map. As you move along your path, behind you exists territory you've already conquered, and ahead are unknown lands. To move forward, it pays to have guides who've conquered those unknown parts. These are your Pauls. Paul was one of the biggest influences in the Bible. Roughly 28% of the New Testament came from his words written in letters to churches in the 1st century AD. But before he made this tremendous impact, he was actually an enforcer devoted to stifling the spread of the new Christian church and persecuting believers. So how did he go from being the fiercest opposition to the church to being an uncompromising supporter who changed the course of history? As the story goes, while en route to Damascus, where he planned to arrest believers of the rising religion, he experienced a vision of Jesus who spoke directly to him with powerful words of purpose, and this experience literally left him blind. 3 days passed before his vision was restored by a disciple, creating in him a newfound vision: spread the word of Jesus. Regardless of your beliefs, Paul is an inclusive example of somebody who wholeheartedly served his vision. He poured his soul into it and pushed to the next level every inch of the way. As a result, he happened to impact the future of the Christian faith, the Western world, and he continues to inspire millions to this very day. You want these Pauls in your inner circle. They pour wisdom into you, help you navigate inner and outer challenges, and show what's really possible through the example they live out on a daily basis. Isaac Newton was once quoted as saying, "If I have seen further than others, it is by standing upon the shoulders of giants." These Pauls were the giants he spoke of. Next, you need people right beside you walking the same path. These are your Barnabases. Barnabas was a missionary who journeyed with Paul through his many travels around the Roman Empire, encouraging him along the way while they both experienced persecution and atrocity so bad that they once wished for death. Interestingly enough, the Hebrew meaning of Barnabas is son of exhortation. Barnabas wasn't Paul's equal or student, but his brother in arms, his comrade who encouraged his brother to stay faithful to the cause. When life hits and doubt creeps in, and you've lost sight of your goal, these companions will perform the invaluable service of encouraging you, reminding you of the mission, and holding you to your word. You too will be a Barnabas to them, and together stretch each other's thinking. As your inner circle grows, you'll need a Timothy, somebody you teach and pour wisdom into. You'll be a Paul to them. Timothy was a young, devout believer who was seeking to break through to the next level. He came under the wing of Paul's leadership, despite the risk involved in following the footsteps of somebody who was a public enemy to many, as there were some in the Roman Empire who looked suspiciously on this brand new faith. Timothys seek to learn from you and push hard in life, through the ups and downs. Usually people neglect these individuals, but I've observed that if you lack the time to help them, then you also lack the room to receive wisdom. You'll be surprised at how helpful these mentees can be to your own pursuits. They can be invaluable. Pursue a Paul. Back when I was growing my wholesaling system, things took off. We began hosting events to source more deals, meet more investors, and move more properties. It didn't take long before we were hopping state to state and giving presentations at local real estate events. We zipped through a few states and finally made our way back to Florida, where we stopped for one last event. We entered the gorgeous venue and it was already crowded with 100+ people who were sharply dressed, mingling and sampling the tasty hors d'oeuvres. I inserted myself into the crowd, met some people, and soon the organizer called me up. "Please welcome Rick Melero!" I delivered the presentation I'd spent months fine-tuning. The crowd grew intrigued. If you've ever given a compelling speech to a crowd, you notice that once you walk off stage, questions come pouring in. You feel like a local star, and in my mind, it was the life I had been dreaming of. Things were looking good for a kid, I like to tell myself. I fielded their questions, and soon I was introduced to a man named Jared. He was an older gentleman and stood out from the crowd by wearing a Hawaiian t-shirt. I noticed his energy was different too, and he seemed skeptical of me. He shook my hand while asking, "What do you do, young man?" I told him, "We are wholesaling 30 properties a month. Business is great. How about yourself?" Then he replied with 6 words that collided right into me. "Oh, so you work for tips." Those words caved the flow I was writing. I thought to myself, how dare you? Tips? What? Excuse me? Who are you? He was devaluing everything I'd worked so hard for. The whole venue was buzzing with chatter, but it all got drowned out by the tension between us. Time slowed, and it felt like only me and him were standing there. I whipped back with, "Well, what do you do?" But he stopped me right in my tracks again. "I'll get to that later. Let me ask you a question first. What happens when the market collapses and your properties can't sell?" I had no good answer for him, and I was left wondering why I'd never heard that question before. He continued on, "What if you get sick? How will you generate income? What if you want to go on vacation with your family?" Stumped again. No answer. Now I felt like my body was shrinking. Part of me wanted to run out of the venue and disappear into the night. But for a brief moment, I realized what his real motive was. He'd somehow sensed I was being blinded by my own success, and now he was dishing out an energy that might seize my attention. In that sliver of time, I managed to put my ego aside and ask him sincerely, "I'm sorry, Jared, what are you doing in real estate?" That's when he revealed a big idea. "Nothing glorious. I buy 2 commercial properties a year, and I get paid even when I don't work tomorrow. I get paid on the cash flow, and I also get paid on the profit when I sell them. The best part? Even when market cycles strike, my cash flow remains strong." I was captivated by what I was hearing. Recession-proof income? Sick-proof income? Vacation-friendly income? It was clear. He knew a game changer that I did not, and was offering me a glimpse into that unknown. At that moment, I decided to put on a white belt again, to train under a man who had already mastered commercial real estate. Be humble enough to be Timothy. In the months of shadowing him for free, I soaked in everything he taught and soon acquired 2 commercial properties that brought cash flow every month. Remarkably, only a few months later, that cash flow became life support for my business as I scrambled to save it from disaster. In Chapter 8, you'll see how. In this story, Jared was a Paul, but I did not see it until I humbled myself. I had to embrace the attitude of a Timothy before opening up enough to receive his mentorship. Getting blinded by pride and self-importance can happen in life, and it happened to me back then. Somewhere in my mind, I believed that I am probably more successful than you. But I quickly learned the danger of that mindset. Ironically, it will always close you off from a higher level. At any given moment, the people around you may possess a mastery over something you're seeking. The art is in owning the virtues you have worked hard for, but still looking upon people as if they might just have something game-changing to teach you. Give value. Don't just take it. I often receive emails that go something like this. "Hey Rick, I've been watching your videos, I love them, and I'm wondering, can you be my mentor?" Flattering as it is, and as happy as I am to respond with tips and tricks, this approach falls way short. You can go around and start asking, "Can you be my mentor?" but it will rarely turn into a flourishing relationship. Why? Because that approach only asks for value. It does not give it. Think of your most flourishing relationships. The binding force, the glue, that makes it possible is the value that both see in each other. And chances are, the ones who ask the most from you while never giving value back are the ones you avoid seeing. If I asked Jared, "Teach me everything you know about real estate," and left the conversation there, I never would have heard from him again. He was a busy man, and I knew seminars would charge me thousands to learn strategies like his, so I offered to help for free. In short, the method is, give value first. My son Elijah is the perfect example of this. He intuitively knows the power of giving first and how it's a timeless formula for getting people on your side. How did he learn this? Funny enough, I think the answer is that he's only age 4, and he just never unlearned it. One night, my wife and I brought Elijah and my daughter Kaylee to see a movie, Transylvania. Elijah sat with a humongous popcorn on his lap as he stared at the screen. To his left sat a 17-year-old girl. Suddenly I saw him grab the box and move it close to her and say, "Do you want some popcorn?" "Oh, thank you," she replied, and then helped herself to a handful. For the rest of that movie, you would think they were best pals who came together. She kept explaining each scene to him and nearly forgot her boyfriend was sitting beside her. Elijah does this give-first strategy with everybody, adult and child. His first reaction when meeting a new person, whether in a movie theater or a restaurant, is to say, "Here's my toy. Do you want to play with it?" Within minutes, you can see them talking or playing together. The best part? By doing this, he then sets the tone and brings them into his game, a game he loves to play. Now, of course, you can't go offering up your toy or popcorn to everybody you meet, but you can offer value other professionals and role models will appreciate. And in doing so, it's an incredible way to connect. You'd be shocked at people's willingness to simply reciprocate value. It's important to remember that anybody well-established in life arrived there because they hold time and attention as sacred. Ironically, piling up are long lines of people knocking on the front door of their email inboxes. asking for more of their time. However, when you propose value up front, you enter from a side entrance. I remember one of the first times I took this approach. Before ever pursuing real estate, I started developing a stronger interest in biblical principles. It was no passing curiosity. I had hard questions I wanted to explore. How true were the stories? Could I trust in them? I had no interest in devoting myself to something I couldn't fully trust, so I decided to enroll in Faith Theological Seminary and Christian College. The classes opened my mind to all the scientific findings that supported the biblical stories, and therefore the principles. But the biggest value I got during that time was a relationship with the dean of the college, Dr. Seymour. Each night, when all the teachers finished their lessons and the students would get ready to leave, I'd see Dr. Seymour going room to room taking out the trash, shutting the lights, and locking up the doors. Something told me he was the one who could answer my hard questions. Not only did he have 3 college degrees on the subject and spent 30 years seeking God, but his actions exuded a humble heart. Most deans don't take out the class's garbage each night. One day I approached him and offered to help take out the garbage and lock up. It was that simple. And it became our nightly routine. Just the two of us would go room to room as I fired away my questions, and he graciously shared his wisdom. I look back at those nights as sacred, because he was so real and authentic and overflowing with knowledge, and I was able to air any questions or curiosity or doubts I had. From that new fellowship, I learned what might have taken me months or years to see. But as life does sometimes, years flew by and our relationship went radio silent. Until one year, after his capital had been formed, when I was hit again with the urge to study the Bible deeper. I remembered Dr. Seymour and our night sessions and how he always grasped the meaning of verses that escaped my full comprehension. One random day I contacted him. "Dr. Seymour, I'd be honored to take you to lunch one day," I said. "I'm seeking growth in this area of my life, but I'm struggling with these scripture verses and would love to hear thoughts from somebody like yourself." He agreed, and we explored what I had on my mind. As we spoke, my questions invoked a powerful discourse from him. The meeting was impeccable, and after having received so much value from him yet again, I reciprocated by saying to him, "Just being around you all these years has been invaluable, and I'd love to have more sit-downs with you, but in the meantime, what can I do to make your life better?" He responded, "Rick, dealing with you in these 2 years has really inspired me. I think I am being led to build a learning resource for business owners who are just like you, seeking leadership lessons from the timeless scriptures." I truly wanted to see this idea out there in the world. So I blurted out, "I love this idea. I'll be your guinea pig. Let's figure out a game plan." Today, the His Capital team is helping him create a resource center, forourlearning.org, that coaches leaders from all walks of life on how to use historical biblical principles to thrive in business and live right. Who could have guessed that one encounter in a classroom over a decade ago would lead to that creation? I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that opportunities like this are one give away, whether it's helping a mentor take out the trash, or offering some of your popcorn, or apprenticing for a short time. You have the chance to be the catalyst that sets in motion a flourishing fellowship. The key is, you can't manufacture it. You must cultivate these relationships, and the more you honor them, put them first, and offer value, the more it flourishes. In life, as in real estate investing, if you lack in the harvest department, you need to check and see how many seeds you are planting and nurturing. Be a Barnabas. In 2010, a trusted business partner from Ireland rang us up. He was a civil engineer who we'd done deals with in the States. Now he was on the line telling us about a new opportunity in St. Mary's, Georgia, just a 3-hour drive from our office. "Rick, there's this exceptional deal right near you. I want to include His Capital because you guys have just the right local resources for the job. The bank recently took back a gorgeous commercial site that was in bankruptcy, and now they're selling it for a steep discount, only $5 million, and I think we can get them even lower." His Capital conducted a preliminary investigation on the property and grew enchanted by it. 1,100-acre maritime peninsula surrounded by the St. Mary's River, the North River, and the Intracoastal Waterway with direct access to the Atlantic Ocean and Cumberland Island National Seashore. What remained from the previous developer was a fully gated community with 44 high-end deep water lots, 2 marinas, 200 interior lots, and enough vacant land towards the gated entrance was left over to construct a commercial building. And still there was enough land to build a clubhouse. We seized the opportunity. Along with our partner, his capital agreed to finance the property using both debt and equity. Why? By financing with debt, we'd control the deal and limit our risk. And with equity, we'd get upside if the property grew in value. If is really an understatement, though. We were confident there was upside because after running the numbers, the as-is value stood at $8 million with a stabilized valuation of $20 million. Meaning, if all we did was buy it and resell it without putting another penny into it, we'd have $3 million in equity. Not a bad day at the office. Funny enough, so much success in both real estate and life can be boiled down to that same exact logic. How can I reduce my risk and increase my reward? Once we offered $5 million and put down a deposit, the diligence process was underway. Over the course of 18 months, we used sophisticated negotiation tactics and got the bank way down to $2.4 million. It was 2 weeks before signing the final contract, and we'd already raised $2.26 million, $1.7 million debt, and $560K equity. A done deal was a hair's breadth away. Then, last minute, a group of investors who had committed $1.7 million called us and said they were backing out of the deal. They'd gotten gun-shy because the U.S. economy was only just beginning to climb its way out of the 2008 recession. I can't blame them. It was a traumatic time and the economic risk was still unclear. But just like that, poof, $1.7 million of capital disappeared. And our entire deal went into a tailspin. In a flash, we had gone from sitting on $2.26 million to just $560K. I put everything aside, every appointment, deal, meeting, to track down investors who could fill that gap. As far as I was concerned, it would be my only mission for those next 14 days. We rang up every investor we knew. The majority of investors did not express much level of interest. The days ticked by, and then, as if I had totally forgotten the date, the day of my birthday arrived. My wife arranged a party, invited everybody over, and had our house filled with some of our closest friends and family. It was a beautiful occasion, except for the fact that I locked myself in my room and spent the whole day calling contacts from around the world. I could hear them all outside the door wondering, "Where's Rick? Is he coming out?" That evening I discovered that my wife had bought me a thoughtful gift and was excited to reveal it during the celebration I was absent for. Needless to say, I felt torn. I was so discouraged that I thought of bailing on the deal and moving on to the next opportunity. To get out of my head, I flew to California to meet Luis Roque, managing partner at his capital. Luis has a way about him, and as you'll see later in this book, it's the reason we teamed up back in 2007 to grow his to the next level. If I ever doubt myself or think things are impossible, he's there to remind me of the victories we pulled off despite the odds, time and time again. When I arrived in California, Luis immediately planted confidence in me. "We're going to get through this together," he said, and then we rolled up our sleeves and stayed up day and night trying to formulate a new game plan. A great Barnabas does this. They snap you out of it when you fail to see outside the box. With this fresh perspective, we were able to obtain the needed capital commitments to proceed. Only at this point, we were just shy of our goal. So, after Luis and I discussed all our options, we devised a new game plan and scheduled a phone conversation with our partner in Ireland and the bank, where we revealed our idea. Option 1, we can close right now for $2.13 million. Option 2, give us 45 more days and we'll come up with the rest. By this point, 18 months into the deal, the bank was eager to get the property off their books. They couldn't fathom prolonging the sale even longer. "Send us your bank statements with the $2.13 million in it and we'll get the deal done." We double-checked our bank statements to make sure it had the funds needed. Staring back at us was $2.14 million, not $2.13 million. $10,000 more than the final agreement. How nice! In the nick of time, we'd raised just enough to strike a deal and even have some celebration money left over. After all that worrying, sometimes, somehow, a worrisome deal can end with a cherry on top. But little did I know, the bank would want that extra $10K. They sent us a counteroffer for $2.14 million on the dot. After all, they'd taken an enormous haircut. I can't blame them. It was an easy concession for us to make, and we made the deal happen. Several years after the deal was done, both our mortgage and equity investments were paid off. We foresaw that big problems would sprout up. They typically do when trying to build a new community. And so we found a developer and arranged a win-win deal. They paid us all our interest and gave us $1.2 million in lots and mortgage. As of today, our 2-year plan is to develop those lots into home sites and maybe even a beautiful waterfront for a company getaway. The real insight from this story is that if not for Luis and his reminder that big things were possible, I don't know if that deal would have happened. Having somebody in your inner circle you can confide in during great times and horrible times is what can trigger a moment of clarity that brings you back to center. The important thing is to share values and both be pursuing excellence. It's stunning to see what can happen when motives are aligned between two individuals. For example, Justin, the executive coach you met in Chapter 3, has been an encourager of mine and of the His Capital team for years. While he doesn't pursue real estate full-time, he does pursue excellence. So much so that almost every Friday we jump on a call to review my weekly progress. Why? Because he has a sharp eye for excellence and knows me enough to shine a light on whatever limitations I might be placing on myself. Over the years, he's had a knack for sharing just the right books, ideas, and questions at just the right times. And for this, I credit many of my breakthroughs to him. Think of any great company and what made it work. There's nearly always a great partnership behind it. Apple began with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Microsoft began with Bill Gates and Paul Allen. Google began with Larry Page and Sergey Brin. The list goes on. Along the way, you'll meet these partners and encouragers, and they'll help shape your future. First, recognize the blessing they can be. Then bring them into your life and be a Barnabas to them too. Nowhere is encouragement more valuable than from the husband or wife you choose to spend your life with. If you are not yet married, this is why you should be very picky. Your significant other should encourage the best version of yourself. Your presence should do the same for their life. If I had never met my wife, Rochelle, many critical breakthroughs in my life would have been completely missed. On the journey towards excellence, bad days happen. No matter how much you plan it all out, nothing goes perfectly. There are many headaches before a breakthrough. I lost count of the times I've come home feeling down on myself, beating myself up, and then my wife somehow elevates my spirits with a reminder. Worrying won't change anything tonight, so let's get some rest and pray. Tomorrow you'll be able to come after this obstacle with more clarity and resolve. I believe in you. If she senses I'm feeling blue at the office, a text comes in from her that reads like, "Hey, thank you for everything you do for our family. You're awesome." I can't tell you how inspiring it is to have a partner who inspires the best in you while you face down hardships. It makes you want to perform even better. My wife has also saved me from bad real estate transactions. There have been deals where, had I gone with my instincts, things would have obviously turned out badly. But she intuitively sensed a threat and steered me away. This might sound too good to be true, but think about it. Your companion might be the only person in your inner circle who knows you better than yourself. I am so blessed to have her as my wife, and I value her as a friend, partner, and wife. Aside from God, Rochelle has become my most valuable asset that challenges me to be a better version of me daily. Train a Timothy. In June 2015, we decided to scale our private lending division at His Capital. But it grew faster than we expected, and opportunities came knocking. Event organizers asked us to speak at their events. Coaches wanted to leverage our resources. People wanted to plug into the system we built. With this growth came growing pains and a need for more manpower, but not just anybody. People who had a hunger for real estate. And we needed more than one. I remembered how motivated I was to digest everything about real estate when I first started out. So much so that I apprenticed for free. Out of thin air, I created a sort of internship that would teach me everything. We needed people with that same kind of push. With my team, we devised an internship project. It worked like this. We'd carefully select people who displayed a hunger to learn real estate. For 90 days, they'd work 10 hours a week to help us grow the new business arm. In exchange, we'd invest back in them. They'd get real-world training in the investing world, bi-weekly coaching sessions, and a tailored plan of action. After they graduated, we'd bring them into 2-day camp for advanced training. On the day of interviewing, we met many candidates, but one man stood out from the rest, Alberto Suarez III. As we interviewed him, he shared his story. He served as a Marine sergeant in 2 tours of duty, came back and climbed the corporate ladder as high as he could, and now he was stuck atop the glass ceiling. He knew he had a bigger why in his life and wanted to leave a legacy behind. He saw real estate as the way there. Not only did we pick him to be an intern, but by the end of the 90 days, he was the only candidate we brought on full-time because he took complete ownership. Not once did he look for handouts. Instead, he soaked in the whole training process, and when it ended, he left a 6-figure logistics job to work with us full-time. Today, we even partner with him on deals because we trust his performance that much. He manages the project and we help to fund it. Help them help you. In this story, Alberto came through our door as a Timothy. He already had a career and hard-earned wisdom, yet still he radiated hunger, push, and ownership the whole way through. These are the shining characteristics of a worthwhile mentee, and you can sense it from a mile away. Maybe you're thinking, but who wants to do that for me? That would be the wrong question. A better question is, who can I welcome aboard my evolving journey? If we didn't announce to our network of friends and family that we were growing and needed help from motivated individuals, Alberto would never have found us. And if we tried to do it all ourselves, it would have wasted an opportunity to invite him onto our growth. In this way, if you think of your journey as a train headed toward the next level, you can bring on less experienced travelers who are eager to see firsthand what goes on. Sometimes you'll encounter hungry learners in other ways. One day we met David Pavlik, who came with us to Ukraine and whose son was nicknamed Pineapple. Before coming to his capital, he was a Messianic rabbi who, because he didn't want to ask for salary from his church, built a savvy marketing practice that generated impressive revenues. As we were growing his capital, we hired him to help tweak our social media and lead sourcing. It was a typical for-hire arrangement at first. We paid and he performed for us. But the more he came to our office, the more he fell in love with our culture and real estate investing. And we loved his presence too. In time, he made a decision to leave his career, close down his business, and join us full-time. Today, he blends together his rare know-how as a marketer and pastor to drive forward our mission. I share this story to show that it's not about going around and trying to pull in disciples, but instead, to make space for those who want to learn. Sometimes they appear. Other times you'll intentionally find them. But the important part is to make space for them, because they provide an unmatched energy that can help fuel your endeavors. You know it's a Timothy when you see their heart, dedication, and willingness. Once you spot these characteristics, bring them in your circle. As you pour into them, it's just a matter of time before they are accelerating and expanding your vision. Learn by teaching. Another valuable aspect of training in Timothy is that it forces you to learn by teaching. I remember one summer when I brought my daughter to work. She was only age 7, but it was a way to show how principles work in the real world, not just in theory. And lucky for me, she absolutely loved it. When in my office, she'd interact freely with my team. She still is, a true extrovert. One day while in the office, I saw a team member give Kaylee papers to cut up. Busy work. Minutes later, I saw Kaylee trotting right back up to her and said, "No fake work. I want real work, or stop wasting my time." That's how I found out about the idea of fake work. Another morning, I was speeding to a meeting I was already late for when I passed by the lobby and saw that Kaylee had captured 3 of my team members, a sales guy, an analyst, and an administrative personnel. I tuned in to hear her proclaim, "You have to understand, when my daddy dies, I'm going to be your boss, so it's important that we do things right." I almost fell over, and my staff were in awe. Their eyes said it all. This girl is 7 years old? Where in the world did she get this from? I too couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had no idea where she got those words from, but I was a proud dad. Sometimes the best trainees are the ones already in your life. They look up to you as a role model, and with their unbridled energy, they inspire you. Seeing my daughter looking to me as her big idea of greatness forces me to always be on my A game. Another reason to have a Timothy in your life is that, as they say, the best way to learn is to teach. Kaylee has always been a deep, inquisitive thinker. One day years ago, while laying down with her, she asked me, "Daddy, I have a question. I know God made the heavens, He made earth, and He made the sky and animals. But who made God?" Wow. What a deep philosophical question from a 3-year-old. But I didn't have the answer, so we explored it together. In this way, those with fresh eyes and a hunger for answers will ask those amazing questions that force you to learn, relearn, and explore what maybe you took for granted. The serendipity of an inner circle. So many people believe lucky encounters happen to nearly everybody else but them. If only I randomly met Steve Jobs in the 1970s, then I'd be a millionaire by now too, they might say. The truth is, these encounters are never random or magical. Really, they're serendipitous connections that occur when you pursue something in an environment where the chances of luck finding you are high. An inner circle provides such an atmosphere where luck finds you. Early one morning, I sat with Justin at a Starbucks while we conducted a quarterly review, and he asked me the tough questions. Did I accomplish what I had planned? Where did I not give it my all? Then we brainstormed on how to improve next quarter. This is how the dialogue unfolded. Justin: "What do you want to improve this next quarter?" Me: "Honestly, I want to get better at marketing. If we can put together a marketing model, then we can better share what we do with the world." Justin: "A good friend of mine is incredible at marketing and leads a growing company. They're killing it. In fact, I've been telling you about him for a couple of years." Me: "Wow, I completely forgot. But now that you mention it, it does ring a bell. Would you mind setting up lunch? I think it's time for that conversation." Justin: "Sure thing." Then we went about our day, and moments later, Justin calls me up. "Mike is super excited about meeting with you. I think it's going to be a great lunch." Days later, while en route to meeting Mike and Justin, I imagined how it might unfold. When you hear about sales and marketing experts, you envision somebody flashy, loud, and overconfident. That's typically the side effect of always trying to be the sizzle. So to be honest, I was on guard because that's not my style. But I trusted Justin kept good company. I got to Starbucks and began searching for whoever wore the sharpest blazer. Then I saw Justin in line with Mike. "Hey, Mike, nice to meet you," I said. "Oh my God," he replied. "Justin has talked highly of you for years. I expected you to be 65 years old, like an old businessman driving a Cadillac. But you're in your 30s, like me." As we got to talking, I realized Mike was charismatic, but not over the top, humble, but authentic. He defied all my expectations. To this day, I laugh about it. It's hysterical that both of us had the wrong preconceived notion of each other. But it sparked an instant team spirit, and we hit it off nicely. Our meeting went so well we walked to a nearby lunch spot and continued the conversation. There he told me about his company, a global online publishing business that had grown marvelously over the years and earned a ranking in Inc.'s fastest 500 growing companies. Then Mike told me of his vision to create an innovative training program for aspiring real estate investors. The reason he was so excited to meet. We dove into a deep masterminding session right there on the spot. Several hours flew by, and before we knew it, in our hands were early sketches of an idea to create a training portal for real estate investors. As we parted ways, he told me, "Hey, I'm bringing on experts who teach substance. So in the coming weeks, I'll visit your office, so make sure you're legit. But when everything checks out, this can be an incredible collaboration." From that moment, Mike quickly became an integral part of my inner circle. For weeks, we'd spend 1 hour together each week coaching each other. I mentored him in real estate, and he mentored me in marketing. It was amazing how in 2 seconds he could demystify what confused me. Don't do that because it's a waste of time. Do this to get a better response. In the same way, I showed him how to do his first real estate deal. And the best part? What came from those early sketches of our first sit-down is not only this book you're listening to right now, but a step-by-step online training program for all real estate investors. Mike's vision when we first sat down was to create a training suite that not only inspired investors, but also got them started on the path to real success. However, having been around the industry for a long time, we knew that there is a lot to get right before somebody can become highly successful in real estate. So our only rule was it would have to add true value to the end user. It would have to supply them with the tools and training to actually have the opportunity to make it happen. At those meetings between Mike's team and his capital, one glaring point dawned on us. Education is not enough to cause remarkable success in real estate. There's a myth people subscribe to saying to themselves that knowledge is power. Truth is, knowledge by itself is not power. But knowledge combined with training and action is power. This is especially true in real estate. While we could provide hundreds of hours of content and philosophy, without the right tools, tech, and progressions, it would all be in vain. Mike's team was on board the whole way, and since then his capital has consulted with them for hundreds of hours in order to assemble the highest quality training possible. We unpacked our entire business model at his, so the suite can contain every ounce of intelligence needed to get aspiring investors started on the path to real success. Today in our office, we even call it the real estate business in a box, because it contains everything from the fundamentals of real estate strategies to the nuances of hunting down extraordinary deals, to negotiating like a pro, and even a robust customer relationship management, CRM, tailor-made to manage real estate opportunities in the most sophisticated manner. Back when I first made an intentional effort to build my inner circle, I never fathomed his capital would be partnering with a powerful marketing and educational company to empower investors from around the US and the world. Yet that is the beauty of consciously surrounding yourself with people who are pursuing greatness. Together, your ideas and paths mix together to create a future better than any of you could have imagined. Now it's your turn. In the goals section of your life plan, write down your intention to grow your inner circle. The life plan will guide you through the process of designing smart goals and then have you weaving the habits into your day. It will spell out the important questions related to building your own inner circle. Where are your focus areas? What Pauls can help you accelerate that focus area? Barnabas's, Timothy's. How specifically can you start welcoming them into your life? Before listening to the next chapter, crack open your life plan and set this vital step in motion. One thing is guaranteed on your quest towards the next level of success. The path that leads there will contain challenges and even some occasional failures. Unfortunately, many people spend hours, days, even weeks on problems that a great mentor would delicately steer them away from. That's why it's vital to have the right guidance, especially the right Pauls, in your pursuit. Success in any discipline can be radically accelerated once recurring obstacles and small errors are averted from the beginning. Of course, no pursuit is 100% challenge-free, but simply removing unneeded barriers can change the entire experience of your pursuit in real estate and business. As you build and manage your business, An intern program may help you grow in both the short term and long term. Go to rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 5 for important tips on creating your own intern program. From time to time, we welcome in a select few Timothys whom we mentor at no cost. Recall Alberto, who came to his capital through a similar program. Now, he's our VP of Loan Operations and possesses advanced proficiency in real estate. The role every mentor plays is to help you navigate the inner and outer challenges of the learning process. The key is, you want somebody who has walked the same steps, climbed the same ladders, and even tasted the same failures they are now grooming you to avoid. It's what makes starting on your path to success as precise as possible. As you listen to the next chapter, you'll meet life's number one mentor. If you learn her language and how to interpret the events of your life, she'll be there to fast-track you through whatever quest you're on right now. Her name is Failure. Chapter 6. Fail Forward. Back in the summer of 2015, I experienced a very embarrassing failure. That whole year, the His Capital team had performed remarkably, and so we rewarded some of our top producers with a 3-day cruise to the Bahamas. Yours truly would be joining them. The day of the cruise came, and just hours before the ship's departure, I got a call from one of our referral partners, Tina. Trusted referral partners are game changers when building your real estate portfolio, because they can bring you bargain properties that cannot be found by other investors, and it's why I cover it more in Chapter 10. She had spotted amazing deals for us before, and now she was bringing us another. This one, a mortgage in foreclosure, also known as a defaulted note, available at just $15,000 with a face value of $110,000. This is what was still owed on the existing mortgage. At that price, it seemed to be a steal, but I was still skeptical. I thought maybe it was too good to be true and told her, "We'll look into it when we get back." "No, you don't understand," she said. "You have to pull the trigger now or it's gone. It's that good." I kept listening while she explained the opportunity in detail. She told me the borrower had stopped making payments for years, and instead of foreclosing the property, they wanted to sell the mortgage off to somebody else, us, at a steep discount. They reasoned it was better to get the loan off their books than go through the foreclosure process. Hire attorney, serve the borrower, wait 90 days to schedule hearing, endure headaches. While most investors don't buy defaulted notes because it's an advanced strategy and requires a lawyer for the closing process, we had the systems in place to make it happen. In Chapter 9, Distressed Note section, I'll explore this strategy in more detail. I visualized exactly how we'd turn a profit. Buy the mortgage note for $15,000, invest an extra $60,000 into foreclosing and repairs, and then finally sell it for $125,000. The after-repair values seemed sufficient. That would leave us with $41,250 in profit, after resale costs and other expenses. It seemed like a home run deal, roughly a 55% return on investment, ROI, within a 12 to 18-month period. There was one major barrier. I was already en route to Port Canaveral, where I'd soon be setting sail and floating on the ocean for days. I had no time to examine the property, call the lawyers, or negotiate the details. Luckily, a team member from our California office was in town for the week and was staying behind after working on a project in Alabama. I looked to Adrian and entrusted him to handle everything, and then report his findings to my partner Luis. I told him about the deal, what to do, and how to do it. He assured me it was in good hands, but I reiterated, examine the property, and if it looks good, if everything checks out, have Luis wire them the money tomorrow. Last words to him as I boarded the ship were, make sure the repairs are within reason. He assured me, "I'll take care of it, Rick." Then my phone lost reception and we began sailing away on a massive ship. Jokingly, I turned to my team and said, "I promise, no more phone calls. But how cool is it that I'm doing a deal on a cruise ship?" We spent a few days at sea, the trip was a blast, and we arrived back to Port Canaveral where Adrian then picked us up. He gave me the good news and said the house looked good, required only $25,000 to $30,000 max in repairs, and the deal was underway. It sounded perfect and poised to turn a profit. A few days later, Adrian flew back to California while I stayed behind to finish the deal with the Florida team. Then, as I was driving to an appointment near that area, I decided to actually lay my eyes on the property. I don't know how to explain it, but I just felt the urgent need to stop by the house. I called up a rehabber and told him to meet me there. While I was still en route and just 20 minutes later, he rang me back up. "Have you seen this property yet?" he asked. "No, but Adrian said it only needs 25 to 30K in rehab, right?" "Rick, the house is burned down." I was puzzled. Was he at the right house? Did it burn down after the deal? Was Adrian blind? These thoughts flashed in and out of my mind as I drove to the property. Sure enough, I arrived at the house and saw the burned remnants. The whole back half of the house, the kitchen, the bedrooms, all had suffered serious fire damage. No wonder the deal was so incredibly priced. It was burnt to a crisp. I called Adrian furious and asked him to explain. "I mean, the house looked good to me," he said. I pressed him by saying, "Did you see the inside? Did you see inside the house, the back, the fire damage?" As if he had no clue how ludicrous it sounded, he told me, "Well, see, the thing is I had these white shoes on and it was raining that day and I didn't want to get them muddy. So I took pictures from the front windows and didn't see any evidence of repairs needed beyond our typical renovation costs." I was dumbfounded. Not only did I now have a fire-damaged property on the books, but also a team member that needed to be coached, to say the least. It was a double blow and quite the setback to return to after a cruise. To make sure I didn't blow my lid with Adrian, as objectively as possible, I made a list of all my frustrations. He didn't inspect the property, he ignored our project checklist that would have spotted the fire damage, and to top it off, he dinged my wife's car a few weeks earlier as he was backing it up. I'd let him use her car to commute while in Alabama. What made it so frustrating was that when he returned it, my wife was the one who noticed the brand new blemish on the bumper. We hadn't brought it up, and neither did he. I met with Adrian and brought up my concerns. He laughed about the ding to my wife's car, saying, "Oh, my bad." He didn't take an ounce of ownership for the botched inspection either. You can imagine how much more frustrated I was growing. "You're telling me you feel you're not responsible for this incident at all?" I said. "I've been doing this for a while. I know what I'm doing, Rick," he replied. The debate continued in this way until I was fed up and made a final challenge to him. "Okay, I'll challenge you. I'll stop everything for a week to resolve this. If I resolve it better than you can, if I do your job better than you pay me some of your salary for the loss. But if you outperform me, I'll still pay you what was owed to you for this project." He told me that wasn't fair, and that regardless of what he did, he felt he would ultimately not accomplish it. For that reason, he decided to part ways instead of taking the challenge. While we are still cordial and talk every now and again, this experience forced him to take ownership or walk away. He elected to go on his own journey instead. I've been on many teams, as a Timothy, Barnabas, and Paul, and I've learned there are really only two characters, those who take extreme ownership and those who try to find a way out. We all make mistakes and nobody executes perfectly all the time, but individuals who take ownership relish the opportunity to stay humble, contribute to a fix, and grow. And you can't really coach ownership. In these storms of business and life, it's either there or it's not. Adrian, though I wish it weren't true, was proving to be uncoachable in this experience. He seemed to want nothing to do with owning the outcome, and thus he forfeited his opportunity to grow and cultivate trust. You might be wondering why I decided to challenge him. This challenge was the early version of a principle that his capital has since refined. Coaching up or coaching out? If a new team member shows signs of not possessing that ownership characteristic, we carefully increase their responsibilities and see how they handle it. A players respond to this increased heat by coaching themselves up and drawing closer to our core inner circle. Since A players are at the heart of all thriving businesses, it's crucial to make sure your team has it. Adrian coached himself out, but we still had a 50 to 100K mistake on our hands, and in a few days things got even worse. Just a few short days after we made the realization of our gross oversight, our attorney called us to say, "I see a problem with the chain of title." He explained further, and it turned out that during the lifetime of the house and the mortgage, the chain of title was at one point recorded in the wrong county. This had opened the opportunity for it to be mistakenly sold to two note owners, one in the right county, us, and one in the wrong county. What this meant was that the original lender basically sold the mortgage twice to two different parties. So in theory, we might not have been the rightful owners of that mortgage. What I found out a few days later was that we were not even third in line. In fact, our attorney confirmed that the other assignment of mortgage was recorded weeks before our mortgage, and thus we had no legal ownership of this loan. In short, we had fallen short in two major ways, and there was nothing we could do at this point but to call it a loss. As you can imagine, I was hugely embarrassed by my false confidence on that lovely day boarding the cruise ship. My team and I were now paying for it. But still, in the back of my mind, I was aware that, with the correct perspective, this failure could actually be transformed into a success. And this chapter explores how we did it. The sting of failure. Failures sting no matter. There is no getting around that feeling. Sometimes we fail because we made a silly mistake. Maybe you have locked yourself out of your house before or made an error at work. Other times you may have failed at the hands of somebody else's error. And sometimes there is a symphony of mistakes, and the challenge lies in detangling where exactly things went wrong. Breakups, layoffs, and buying burnt houses. How, when, and where we fail is less important than our immediate reaction to it. In that moment, in that sting, there is the power to transform failure into an ally. Every single failure is an investment waiting for you to extract the dividends from it, the lessons, the insights. From my experience, I've observed only three types of failures you can ever encounter. First, there is quitting. This is real failure. When your plans go bust, you make a mistake, or things mysteriously fall apart. But you react by walking away. This is the only time you really failed. There's no value, no learning, no growth whatsoever in walking away. The best way to treat this type of failure is to avoid it, because quitting is the hardest thing to live with. Then there is repeated failing. It is believed that Einstein once said, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results." Even if this weren't true, endless failures will drive you crazy. The person who never quits but keeps failing is a shining example of tenacity, but is missing adaptability. Lastly, there is failing forward. This is the process of turning every failure into forward momentum and, at times, aha moments. It's the process of responding to failure with curiosity, stepping back from it, and then diagnosing what went wrong. Failing this way is like taking the debris of your failure and then laying it down in front of you as a stepping stone to your future. It requires both tenacity and adaptability, and it's the best-kept secret to all forms of mastery and success. Now, let's look back to the burnt house nightmare. When looking at it with the failing forward perspective, it was really a treasured experience. When I stepped back from the whole debacle, I saw two key insights. First, the cookie trail led right back to my flawed decision that day on the cruise ship. I rushed the deal and entrusted the wrong person, and that caused us to buy a mortgage that we legally did not own on a burned-down house that we grossly underestimated repairs on. The next insight? The deal was allowed to go through because our company procedures did not spot the hazard as it was creeping its way through our doors. Seeing all this in full view has allowed us to strengthen. Today, our game is much stronger because of it. Now, every deal that we finance is examined rigorously. Each room is inspected, documented, and photographed. We put each deal through a sort of X-ray machine. Every chain of title is double-checked. Our decision-making has become increasingly objective and unemotional, and if the analysis on the deal is not a definitive yes, then it's a definitive no. Our hiring practices have leveled up too, because we now seek individuals who desire to grow and are willing to take full ownership, even if that means stepping up to a mistake to correct it. No pair of white shoes will ever jeopardize a deal again. These were hidden benefits that lay inside that failure. You see, failing forward is fruitful and simple, but most people miss it because it's easier to blame others for their failures. And to be honest, my ego was feeling the impact. But if I had apportioned blame after accidentally entrusting a team member to purchase the mortgage on a burnt house, then his capital would still be suffering. Nothing would have been solved. No future problems would have been averted. Turning failures into opportunities won't happen by accident. Failing is a skill and requires an inner process. And since you will endure failures this year, all of us will, here is how to master that skill and squeeze failures for all their juice. First, take ownership of every failure. Failures will sting your ego at first. That's because when we fail at something, we make the mistake of thinking we are the failures, instead of seeing them as puzzle pieces to simply reconfigure. As a result, it becomes easy to run away or blame others. But once we do, we immediately blind ourselves to the fruits that sprout up, insights, improvements, lessons, and in this reaction, we mistakenly abandon those gifts. The solution to this challenge is to take full ownership of every failure. That means accepting that you had a role in the failure, no matter what. Maybe a friend causes you to be late to an important event, or a colleague screws up a deal, or a client decided to run off with your competitor. You can take ownership of all these circumstances and get the hidden growth nested inside. It all begins with the right questions. How did you contribute to the failure? Did you miss a red flag? Did you fail to empower your team? Did you fail to follow the very protocol that was put in place to avoid mistakes in the first place? Take Warren Buffett, for example. His company, Berkshire Hathaway, has had a significant stake in Geico for decades. After the 9/11 tragedy in 2001, Geico was impacted hard. This is what Buffett wrote in his letter to shareholders. "A mega catastrophe is no surprise. One will occur from time to time, and this will not be our last. We did not, however, price for man-made mega catastrophe, and we were foolish in not doing so. In effect, we, like the rest of the industry, included coverage for terrorist acts in policies covering other risks, and received no additional premium for doing so. That was a huge mistake, and one that I myself allowed." Obviously, Buffett had no role in causing the 9/11 mayhem. It was not his fault. But because he holds greatness in mind, he stayed humble and took ownership and was able to improve his investing process. It's said in the Bible that God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. When you make a mistake, don't just apologize and fool yourself into thinking you owned up to it. Because when you truly learn the lesson through humility, your fruit, your reward, is going to be in your improvement. The next step after experiencing a failure is to reflect. Failures are like dominoes. If you're not careful, they cause a chain reaction. Reflecting allows you to pinpoint the exact moments where things went wrong. Decisions, transactions, attitudes, missed opportunities, buying a burned house. You get my point. Trace the failure back to its origin. Where and how did it start? If you lost money on a deal, does it trace back to a bad property you bought? A bad negotiation? Bad rehabilitation budget? Did you incorrectly calculate the repair value? These questions will all make more sense in Chapter 9. As a real estate investor, you'll no doubt encounter deal-making. So imagine for a moment this scenario. For months you've been working on a big deal, piecing it all together week after week, trying to get the right price, and in the very last hour it failed, because your counterpart struck a deal with a different investor. What do? My response to both big and small failures is to open up a notebook and start journaling about why this happened. Did you miss a client's needs? Did you wait too long? Did you do everything right, but still the client went with his pal? In this process of reflection, insights will emerge, and your next steps will become clear. Finally, recalibrate. Recalibrating is the process of using your reflections to adapt. Maybe you discovered that you lost the deal because your communication with the client went cold. If so, you can recalibrate by setting a new standard of 2 follow-ups per month, or better probing of their needs. You name it. The key here is to strive for improvement, not perfection. Perfection doesn't happen overnight, but inches do eventually turn into miles. Remember, it's called failing forward, not failing never again. Go make a mess. It's one thing to be skilled at failing forward, but it's another thing to muster up the courage to do it. That's why many people get blinded by their successes and stay in their comfort zones. The truth is, failure is a better teacher than success. Why? Because failures make us sensitive enough to listen. Humans rarely learn by words alone. Humans learn by doing. close encounters with struggle, and the discomfort that only failures can provide. This is what makes the principles sticky, and the same reason why teenagers rebel even when their parents are right. The wisest of words don't sink into memory like failures do. That is why at his capital we like to say, "It's time to go make a mess," whenever we begin a new pursuit. This is our way of embracing failure and remembering it's going to teach us more than we can ever read about. By giving ourselves a controlled environment for testing something new, along with permission to make a mess, we step into the process of stockpiling lessons. Years ago, we integrated this approach into our sales training, and it has revolutionized the way our new employees learn. Once they are hired, I tell them, "Here's the script, memorize it, and go call 100 people. Screw up a lot. Then we'll begin the training." That is their first mission, nothing more, nothing less. I recall a new team member we hired, Benitez. He memorized the script, jumped on the phone, and eagerly began dialing. He got a hold of one man, and then his performance heated up. He tried reeling him in by spouting off our benefits and explaining why we were so great. It was like a scene from a 90s Wall Street movie. Old school push tactics. Finally, he finished his pitch, and a second of silence lapsed. The man on the line took the opportunity and asked, "Can I say something now?" "Oh, sure, go ahead," Benitez responded. "You sure talk a lot, but you don't say much." The man was unenthused. The call was a failure, and Benitez had exhausted himself. In other words, it went exactly as I'd anticipated. Now he was ready for his one-on-one. We sat down and he wanted to know what he did wrong and how to avoid it next time. He hung on my every word as I shared the principles that I have seen proven to work with him. I told him he skipped over the most important stage of a phone call, building trust, and that before clients will listen to him, they want to first feel understood and heard. He digested my words and arrived at his own personal aha moment. Now, imagine if I preached those principles to Benitez before he got shut down by the stranger. Would he have digested my words? Would he have taken personal ownership of those principles? The best assistant you could ask for. Sometimes completely unforeseeable bloopers can become the best thing to happen. One year we let go of an assistant who had worked 2 years for us. She was the best receptionist one could have asked for, or so we thought. She made every visitor feel like they were at the Ritz-Carlton. If you so much as mentioned Coke Zero, it would be in your hands before turning your head. Even if it meant her walking 3 blocks to find a store to purchase it while you were in a meeting. Little did we know, she had been arrested for fraud numerous times in the past and was hopping from job to job under an alias, running her schemes. Unfortunately, we found all this out the hard way. Impressed by her performance, one of our team members entrusted her to organize his personal paperwork. It seemed like a win-win, a little extra work for her, an increase in productivity for him. A few months later, he opened up to me, saying that somebody had stolen his credit card information and racked up thousands worth of purchases. Botox shots, tickets to the Kentucky Derby, weekend vacations. We strongly suspected it was our too-good-to-be-true receptionist, because one day she strolled into the office with her face marked up by what seemed like Botox injections. And to add insult to injury, she bragged about it as well. I guess you could call that the smoking gun. We devised a plan that might shock a confession out of her. One morning, we all got to the office early and waited for her to arrive. As she walked through the door, we stirred up a commotion and began arguing amongst ourselves. "Somebody took my credit card information. Who could have done it?" I guided her to my office and put the pressure on. "Shane thinks it was you. If it was, tell me now, and we'll mend this as best as possible." After some straight-faced denying on her end, and some persistent prodding on mine, she finally confessed. "Okay, it was me, but I didn't touch his capital's information. You guys have treated me so good. Besides, I know you guys have very strong reconciliation procedures." It was bizarre to hear such twisted and thick rationalizations come out of her. It was clear that she was only sorry she'd got caught. How did it all end? The sad part about that entire incident is that though she promised him that she would pay him off, she bought just enough time to leave, and we have never seen her again since. The silver lining to this betrayal was that she wasn't able to steal or breach his capital information. Our internal procedures successfully protected everything. In a way, she was a stress test. The whole debacle even taught us that we needed a more comprehensive hiring process and tighter background checks. We took a few weeks to step back and recalibrate, and we realized we needed to hire our next assistant just like we had everybody else at his capital, based on what they could grow into, not what they are now. We needed somebody who could flourish into an executive assistant and was capable of building a team underneath to keep his capital running smoothly. It was a struggle finding somebody who fit the bill, was solid, committed, and who cared through and through. One candidate, though she interviewed flawlessly, seemed to have gotten spooked by our pending background check and declined our offer. And finally, after hiring one woman who quickly coached herself out, Steve's wife Darla graciously jumped in to fill the spot while we took our sweet time finding the one. After 200 applicants and an extremely picky interview process, Darla and I sat down with a woman named Melissa Pollard. During the interview, we learned that Melissa had spent 4 years in the Navy, once managed a team of 25 at a movie theater, and possessed rock-solid values. We were highly impressed. After I gave Darla a look that conveyed my approval, she nodded back and then handed Melissa a pen and paper and said, "Can you write a sentence here?" I knew exactly what Darla was looking for. It was to see if her handwriting exuded care and quality too. That's how picky we were in selecting the right candidate. Melissa then lifted the pen and wrote some of the most stunning-looking words we'd ever seen. Darla turned to me with a big smile on her face that told me, she's the one. Once hired, she immediately took ownership, and within 12 months, his capital was as streamlined and buttoned up as ever. Today, our new employees quickly get onboarded and plugged into payroll. Bills mysteriously get paid, and my calendar always seems to have the right meetings in there. The entire web of activity needed to keep his capital in motion is kept in order by her and her team. Because of her dedication, attention to detail, and desire to improve anything she touches, she has been promoted to office manager and is helping oversee vital, interconnected divisions at his capital. Melissa is part of the His Capital family, and even my daughter Kaylee calls her up on weekends to try and hang out. From a fraud receptionist to the best receptionist we could have asked for. That's the power of failing forward. It gave us permission to step back, recalibrate, and find our next true A player. The smallest guy in the room. Some of life's best opportunities are disguised as guaranteed failures. In these scenarios, fear steps in and says, "You have no chance. Why even try? It's pointless." I remember in July 2016, I received a phone call from Switzerland. Calling me was an executive of the prodigious investment fund Crescendo Group. He said the CEO of his firm would be traveling to Miami the following month and wanted to meet with his capital. They heard of us through the grapevine as they were searching for smaller private equity firms to invest in. After doing some research, I discovered the CEO had come with a significant pedigree. He had built Crescendo to over $2.5 billion under management, stacked his team with elite talent in Switzerland, and had previously served as an executive board member for a Rothschild bank, a bank formed by the Rothschild family. Power bankers and investors in the world economy with over $2 trillion in wealth, some believe. By all measures, they were out of my league. I'd be a small fish in a large pond, and I had no doubt their vigilance would sniff out any weaknesses contained in me or my company. But balancing my doubt was my willingness to fail. It wouldn't be my first rodeo, and after all, I wasn't desperate for the money. We had already raised the funding we needed that year. This would just be icing on the cake, I thought to myself. What's the worst that could happen? Maybe I'll even walk away with an extra $2 million from a premier bank in Switzerland as they test the waters. I took the meeting. The day arrived. I showed up solo to their beautiful office in downtown Miami, took the elevator up to the penthouse, and met the CEO and his team. They set the frame immediately by taking command, all the while exuding a finely polished professionalism. I was impressed. It quickly turned into an interview-style meeting. They knew exactly what they wanted to find out. I was outnumbered and felt like I was in the hot seat. In my mind, this was the moment where things could go either disastrously wrong or gloriously. I needed to bring out my A game. Things started slow. The CEO asked about my background, the evolution of my company, and then he moved on to the nitty-gritty, how we protected our investments and made money. I handed him a packet of information that highlighted our business model and then dove into the details of our operation. Instantly, I saw his face change. Something hooked him. He was intrigued. The whole dynamic shifted. He increased his volume of questions and soon got to the questions about our procedures. Then his questions got even more probing, and he asked some rather private questions. One, for example, "What about your sales compensation?" I replied curiously, "All due respect, but how is that information relevant to this preliminary meeting?" He kept true to his frame and said, "I'll be happy to tell you once you've satisfied my questions." We carried on. He asked, I answered, and finally he opened up to me. "I'd like to consider dipping my toes in with $30 million. Wow. I came into the meeting expecting zero funding at worst and $2 million at best. Now he was dangling the idea of $30 million? He wasn't playing around. He went on to explain, "But you'd have to make changes in 3 key areas. One of those areas is your sales compensation." I was perplexed. In my mind, my sales force was one of my strongest assets. So I inquired, and he shared his logic with me. He told me how the performance of my team wasn't incentivized optimally. If you are deploying and managing just $35 million on each year, this setup probably won't impact you as much. But when you pass the $100 million mark, it will become a downfall because of the misalignment of interest between your sales force and your bottom line. At that time, our team was being given commissions based on the volume of origination funding they produced, but not on how successfully those portfolios of loans were paid back to us. For the CEO of Crescendo, this approach was too dangerous. If the loans they sold one day defaulted, then his capital would be left with millions worth of toxic assets to deal with. Simply put, my team's performance was tied to output, but not outcome. It was a revelation to me. In the previous chapter, you learned about reaching the next level by surrounding yourself with people who've reached the level you seek. Crescendo was far above our level of capital management, and he was showing me what was required to take his capital there. I walked out of that meeting having learned so much in a moment that otherwise would have taken me years to learn. Ultimately, we graciously declined his proposal because private lending was only part of his capital's business model, and accepting the Crescendo offer would have required us to focus on it fully. I shared all these stories to highlight what happens when you make a habit of trusting the failing forward process. Your next level is not some mysterious place. It is what lies directly beyond your fear of failure. The truth is, I stepped into that meeting with top dogs who were 20 times my level, got grilled with questions, and I felt totally exposed. It was not comfortable, but the wisdom they shared has placed his capital miles ahead. I can't think of a better teacher than failure. Failures inform us how to build our businesses, lifestyles, and legacies. But real estate is just one spoke in the wheel of your life. The big goal is to fail forward in life. Though I have many stories of failing forward, I'm no natural. In fact, each Friday I sit with Justin, a Barnabas of mine, and he asks me the important questions. They are questions that force me to take full ownership. They often make me uncomfortable, but that's what you want, never to shy away from growth. Now is a perfect time for you to build upon the last chapter and tie 2 success principles together. Identify a Barnabas in your life and schedule a weekly accountability session with them to actively fail forward. You can use this set of starter questions to help draw out insights. What area did you have the most difficulty with and why? This dialogue alone can take me 50 minutes. What can you do next week to improve? This helps me plan. Any good things you need to say no to have room for the great things? Sometimes I get caught up in a rut doing things I shouldn't be worried about. What specific things do you want me to ask you next week? I've added questions like, did I manage to stay focused and manage to keep my family a priority in the past week? Visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 6 for more. Own the process. Feel free to show your Barnabas your life plan so they can hold you accountable for the right things. Encourage them to be active, not passive. As the weeks roll by, feel free to tweak the question so the experience is tailored perfectly to your pursuit. Einstein said, "Compounding is the eighth wonder of the world." This is true, but most people don't realize that money isn't the only investment you can compound. Failing forward is a way of turning every single failure into an investment that makes you a more productive and wise individual. And they are what you can use to grow whatever real estate system is right for you. Chapter 7. Build a Real Estate System. In 2005, I was invited to a casual networking dinner. My longtime friend, Danny Welsh, gave me the invite and told me that William Rankin, the father of a mutual friend, would be there too. "It'll be an opportunity to rub shoulders and eat alongside a highly successful CEO, he explained. Mr. Rankin was CEO of Millionaire Lifestyle magazine and had grown his enterprise by targeting affluent readers across the globe. So not only did he possess a millionaire's mindset, but he knew what all the millionaires were thinking. By then, his business model was just beginning to be refined and take off. Over the years, we pieced together a strong wholesaling operation and were now pushing to the next level. I was excited about the experience and agreed to attend the dinner and soak in everything Mr. Rankin had to say. Danny had different plans. He's always had an entrepreneurial mind, always coming up with new and clever ways to start or improve upon business. So in the weeks leading up to the dinner, he spent it hashing out a business idea to pitch to Mr. Rankin. If it appealed to Mr. Rankin, he thought, then it must be a strong idea. Just days before the night of the dinner, Danny turned to me and asked, "Could you pitch this idea to Mr. Rankin? I think you have better presentation chops than I do, and if he starts asking questions, I'll take it from there." By this point in my career, I was getting confident in my presentation skills, which is critical to thrive in real estate. But I was still missing some key ingredients required for every great pitch: a deep understanding of Danny's idea and emotional investment in it. Having neither, I assured him it was a bad idea. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll answer any questions he has. I just need you to set the frame and reel him in." It made me think, heck, why not? What do I have to lose? It might be a great experience when it's all said and done, and worst case, I improve on presenting to a high-caliber business professional. I went along with Danny's idea, memorized the basics of the pitch, and we both walked into the dinner that night. Halfway through dinner, Danny gave me a look, the one suggesting, "What are you waiting for? Pitch him." I could have sworn he was seconds away from kicking my leg under the table as a more striking reminder. We were close like that. I got the hint and turned to Mr. Rankin. "Mr. Rankin," I said, "you are obviously a successful entrepreneur, and you probably see a lot of opportunities." Then I dove into my 10-minute planned pitch. Before I could finish, Mr. Rankin looked at me with intense eyes and stopped me. "Let me ask you a question," he said. "I don't have time, so I want a simple answer to this. Let's pretend that money is electricity. Have you worked on this idea well enough so that when I put my money into it, my electricity, the lights will turn on once we flip the switch?" I spilled the beans. I don't really know because the idea is pretty new to me," I told him. "Then don't waste my time." His response felt like a cold verbal smack. But a lesson quickly emerged, or should I say re-emerged. I'd already once learned what Mr. Rankin was really trying to teach me. Think back to Chapter 2, when I left my real estate apprenticeship. I had fallen in love with what really made Marcus money, the system he had pieced together over the years. It wasn't a mysterious skill making him money, but an A to Z process that was replicable, scalable, and best of all, it could be profitable. Deals were being brought to him and closed, like an assembly line being managed by a team of people. Ultimately, I left that apprenticeship because I was red-hot inspired to one day build a thriving system of my own that matched my values, ambition, and purpose. This chapter is all about how I actually got it done. While I technically already knew about the importance of systems, Mr. Rankin's words were like a graduate-level course. In his world, a system was all that counted. No system, no business. All the best investors and entrepreneurs in the world know it. They sidestep those cute one-off dime-a-dozen ideas, and instead, they gravitate to one that can smoothly run like a machine one day. Mr. Rankin had sniffed out that our idea was only supported by theory. It was a huge moment for Danny and me. Today, Danny runs a successful online business with his wife as they travel the world. His mindset, like that of all true entrepreneurs, evolved and has empowered him to stay persistent over the years and slowly build a system of his own. Now it's your turn to see how it's done. This chapter is meant to do one thing: show you how a system in real estate can be built. You'll come face to face with the crucial hours I faced building his capital from scratch with my team. Here is where the rubber meets the road. It's where everything, purpose, self-belief, an inner circle, the ability to fail forward, come together. His capital began as a wholesaling operation and then grew from there. While wholesaling is just one of many real estate strategies, it is a superb strategy to showcase because it highlights the major components of every real estate deal. Whatever your desired financial future is in real estate, and whatever strategy you plan to deploy, building a rental portfolio, earning side income, lending, building a $1 million development enterprise, wholesaling, etc., the principles remain the same. As you read this story, envision that you are taking your first steps with me and beginning the journey of building your own system. Or maybe you already have an existing business with a system. But in order to take the business to the next level, you, like me, may be forced to reinvent your systems and business altogether. Because no matter your end game, you should aspire to have an investing system that turns on when you flip the switch. One-man show. In Chapter 2, I shared the story of my real estate apprenticeship and how it ended. In that moment, I felt bold as I bit into Marcus's sandwich and rode out into the sunset. But that next week, I was completely solo. All I had was the new skill I'd picked up of putting houses under contract, some fresh ideas, and a vision. I remember many friends of mine chattering about incredible ways to get rich. Tempting as it was to join them and chase shiny new ideas, I was focused, against all odds, to build a real estate operation. I had witnessed how one was constructed, Marcus's system, and that was all the evidence I needed to believe I could do it too. Essentially, I had been Marcus's private wholesaler. He was an investor and I was his scout who hunted down properties from motivated sellers who he'd then buy from. From there, he would invest in the property and turn a profit. I slowly set out to make a machine out of this same process. Any system is like an assembly line. A series of actions drive forward one main outcome. In wholesaling, the outcome you're shooting for is to collect a finder's fee by playing matchmaker between a seller and an investor, buyer. There are many nuances involved, but just really core pieces to the puzzle. Step 1 is to find a motivated seller who wants to sell their home at a low enough price. It's crucial to find a motivated seller and not a casual seller who is happy to take their time and wait for a higher offer. Motivated sellers have a sense of urgency, allowing you to negotiate the price down and bring it to an investor looking for an attractive deal. No matter the strategy you deploy, and Chapter 9 lays them all out for you, this is the linchpin for each one. You must find a property at an attractive price to make most strategies work. Step 2 is find an investor looking for a house at an attractive price. Oftentimes they are planning to fix, flip, or hold the property for an eventual profit. In a perfect world, the investor is experienced and has their finger on the trigger. Step 3 is convert. Having a sit-down with an investor isn't enough to cut a deal. To seal the deal, you need to guide the investor to finally saying, "Yes, I'll buy the property." This means ensuring the deal will be profitable for them, knocking out any doubts they have, and most of all, have them trust you. No number of deals will justify having a bad reputation around town. Real estate is a relationships business after all. Creating a wholesaling system would mean mastering each of these 3 steps and one day automating them so it wouldn't depend on me to run it. That was the vision. But in those early days, my process was bare bones and required my manual effort for each step. To find motivated sellers, I would drive to the local courthouse and pull the lis pendens, a public record of foreclosures filed by local lien holders. Then I'd drive to their houses and knock on the doors. I found numerous properties this way. I even dabbled in an old-school method. I collected a stack of 6-month-old newspapers and rang up old listings. If the owner still hadn't sold it, then that told me they'd be eager to sell. To find investors, I listed bandit signs. tried partnering with agents, gave referral fees where I could, attended networking events, and experimented with placing direct ads. I met just enough sellers and investors to strike some deals and pay the bills. The challenge in creating any system is figuring out where exactly to start improving things. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. Truth is, all the steps are musts. Before I could make a single transaction happen, they all needed to be in motion. The trick is to first put the foundations in place, even if it's manually like I did, and then slowly improve, master, and automate, one step at a time. This is true for scaling any real estate system. A portfolio of rental properties, a buy-fix-flip operation, a commercial unit, and so on. I chose to really zero in on step 3 of my system because converting the deal is absolutely vital. Even if I had discovered 1 million motivated sellers and investors, it would all be squandered if I couldn't strike a deal come game time. It's the moment of truth in every single business. No transaction, no income. Also, real estate gets competitive. Other wholesalers were in town, with only a limited number of investors in any given area. I knew if investors were happier sitting down with me than other wholesalers, I'd have myself a competitive advantage. After all, if you don't have a competitive advantage, you shouldn't compete. In the beginning, my sit-downs with investors were too transactional. I brought in a deal, pitched it to them, and sometimes they bit. But around this time, I knew that if I wanted to convert like a pro, the sit-downs needed to go beyond the transaction. Investors needed deep trust in me, my values, and the system I had in place. They needed to feel that nobody else had what I was offering them. I knew 10 strong relationships with serious investors would outperform 1,000 okay ones in the long run. I wanted to reverse engineer a loyal investor client. A heck yes client. Better yet, a client who would call me up asking for advice on the investing decisions they made. But how? Sam Walton, the mastermind creator of Walmart, the largest corporation by revenue for many years running, was known for randomly visiting Walmart stores, unannounced and unaccompanied, checking to see if the quality was being maintained and if customers were treated well. Nearing his death, he wrote an autobiography depicting his journey, how he parlayed his dime store into the mega retailer. He demystified his reasons for surprise visits. There's only one boss, the customer, and he can fire everybody in the company from the chairman on down, simply by spending his money somewhere else. Without knowing, I took a page from Walton's playbook. I began the habit of asking my clients one simple question: what will keep you coming around for more deals? One by one, they shared insights that to this day have become part of the His Capital way. The property was nice, but your repair estimates were way off. I still don't know if I can get enough rental income from it. How do you know this property will sell for this after repair value ARV estimate? What market statistics do you have to justify your projection? Their feedback was priceless, and with each sit-down, my list of improvements grew and I used it as a compass for my system. Above all, their feedback revealed to me how much they truly risked on every property they chose to purchase from me. Once they said yes to a deal, my job ended, but theirs just began. Most wholesalers never see what happens after that. Investors strive to actualize an ROI. They manage crews and repairs. They plug risks and deal with problems. They negotiate resale prices. They make buy-sell decisions. They must find reliable tenants if they're renting. Around this time, I chose to do my very first investment deal. What better way to put myself in the shoes of an investor? I wanted to know what they went through. Like Sam Walton visited Walmart stores, I decided to invest in my first property, to become my customer. If I pulled it off, I would hit 2 birds with 1 stone. I'd learn the chain of events that every investor goes through, and I would make a profit. I was soon introduced to a local wholesaler, Shufan. He appeared rough around the edges, but I saw from his eyes a hustler's spirit. I took a chance with him. He went and hunted down a viable opportunity, a property undergoing foreclosure in Tampa. The distressed seller was a former pastor who had fallen hard into drugs. It was a tragic story, really, but he couldn't afford to live there anymore. It needed major repairs, and unfortunately, so did he. I applied a creative strategy we call subject to financing to purchase the project, and the owner deeded me the property. Then Shufan got the rehab estimates done. Only $20K. Great. At that rate, we'd both earn some good change. I was enthusiastic to see my first flip going smoothly and without a hitch. Until, that is, I discovered Shufan had severely miscalculated the repair estimates. After investigating the property more thoroughly, I realized the roof was ancient and would cost $15K to fix. The floors were rotted and needed replacing. And then days later, the city came knocking, telling us the house was in a historic district, and you are not allowed to replace the windows. You must fully restore all 20 of them. It hurt to even look at the expenses racking up. Then the cherry on top? I found out Shufan was profiting from the misjudgment all along. He had partnered with the rehab crew and was receiving a kickback for the extra cost. You can imagine how totally betrayed I felt. And just when I thought things couldn't get any weirder, things got weirder. A rehab crewman came to me and made the observation, "How come every day we clean this one room, but the next day it's dirty again?" The next week we spotted the culprit. It was the previous owner. He'd been sneaking back in at night, getting high with his buddies, and leaving the mess behind. We called the police, got him out, and soon I had to sell the house at a loss. The flip was a bloodbath. For my finances, my pride, and my heart, because I felt for that broken man who had let addiction steal his dreams. But somehow, I had the presence to know it was a chance to fail forward. The experience told me what my clients really needed, to avoid getting burned like I had. I learned another huge lesson from this mess. Having skin in the game beats theory 100% of the time. Steve Jobs once explained, "Some people say give the customers what they want, but that's not my approach. Our job is to figure out what they're going to want before they do." I think Henry Ford once said, "If I'd asked customers what they wanted, they would have told me a faster horse." People don't know what they want until you show it to them. That's why I never rely solely on market research. Our task is to read things that are not yet on the page. Though I have come to learn how important research is in real estate, Jobs was right about tuning into customers' needs in a deeper way. After putting my skin in the game and getting burned, I started to see what was on that next page, and I had a feeling my clients would love it. A turnkey revolution. I wanted my clients to never get burned the way I did. Hiring Shufan as my wholesaler was a bet that turned sour, and I couldn't imagine leaving my clients with that same aftertaste. Better yet, I wanted to protect them against unforeseen problems. I now had my own clearer vision of what my clients would treasure. Thorough analysis on the property. In fact, a 360-degree analysis with everything in it to get them as close to a decision as humanly possible. Reliable estimates, contractor recommendations, ROI estimates, a complete turnkey solution. You might be thinking, is all that necessary? Well, let's take Zappos and its CEO, Tony Hsieh, for example. The philosophy he built his company on is under-promise, but over-deliver. The key words, over-deliver. In 2009, Zappos had built revenues to such heights that Amazon stepped in and bought them out for $940 million. The lesson? Exceeding expectations is a secret to a phenomenal business. But this type of white-glove research wouldn't grow on trees. To be done with high quality, it would take me dozens, if not hundreds of hours. Instead, I conducted a test and learned how to forge alliances. I tracked down a local reliable contractor who fixed houses and asked him, "If I put your business in front of investors who need work done, will you provide free scope of work estimates and give them discount for repairs?" He understood the value in my offer. I wanted to beef up my presentation by including estimates like his, way better than mine. It would outperform promoting himself on a diner mat. And investors would love seeing his bids because they could skip doing it themselves. It was a win-win-win. I repeated this formula with other would-be partners. I hired an experienced agent I worked with to reliably quote how much the house could sell for if it was flipped. In turn, he would offer our clients a discounted listing price when the house was ready to resell. Then I found a property manager to analyze how much it could rent for if my clients decided they wanted to cash flow the projects. All this information would bolster my turnkey solution. The investors would have a reliable ROI forecast and resources and partners at their disposal to make it happen. To this day, I'm shocked more people don't harness the power of strategic referral alliances. Great businesses thrive on the exchange of mutual value. Think about most products or services you use today. Spotify connects with Facebook. Uber connects with local restaurants now to offer Uber Eats. Banks connect with merchants to reward credit card holders with points. Win-win partnerships are all around, out there for the making. And when you find the right partners in life and business, 1 + 1 can equal 10. To this day, strategic alliances still represent over 50% of our production. In 2018 alone, our lending arm has funded millions upon millions to projects that were brought to us by referral partners and repeat business. Our partnerships became instrumental. Before I knew it, I had a whopping yellow folder of information that I'd stuff underneath my arm and walk into investor meetings with. It might sound primitive, but that era didn't have iPads. My stacked folder was responsible for bringing investors as close to a decision as humanly possible. It was like handing them the keys to a wonderful opportunity. Want to take this one for a spin? They were loving this system upgrade. Taking center stage. The turnkey solution I'd weaved together with the help of my partners gave me an edge against most of my competitors. But business was still a bumpy ride, because I soon ran dry of investors to sit down with. I outgrew my local market. Business is all about problem solving, and some might say this was a good problem to have. But with no predictable cash flow, things can get urgent. Around this time, a motivational seminar company was hiring and looking for experts who could inspire others. I joined part-time for the extra cash and also to continue mastering my presentation skills. After taking the job, I quickly learned how much I loved inspiring others. In fact, it meant more to me than motivating. It was fulfilling my definitive purpose of making a lasting difference in people. It gave me a rare kind of joy. I developed a knack for the job, and one day the management team sat me down and said, "Rick, we're creating a new division for real estate education, and we need coaches who know a thing or two about the industry. Would you like to be a coach?" The irony! Just over a year earlier, I was sitting alone in a mobile home that was gifted to me, searching for real estate training programs I couldn't even afford. Now I was being commissioned to be a real estate trainer. Want a key nugget of wisdom? When you make a plan, focus and do not allow yourself to be distracted with other shiny objects. Many people fall into that trap, and when they look back up, 5 years have gone by and they have no wins to show for it. By being laser-focused and relentless, nothing could distract me. I said no to many things. When they asked me to be a real estate coach, it was just the beginning of an unstoppable momentum that would carry me and my soon-to-be partners at his. I could not commit to being a full-time trainer like they asked of me because of how immersed I was in my wholesaling system. But I agreed to educate their investors on exactly how I created the turnkey solution, the problems we avoided by using it, and how they could replicate it. To my surprise, they loved the system, but would rather leverage our services instead of starting from scratch. It sparked an idea. Why am I not hosting my own events for my wholesaling deals and inviting investors? After all, whenever I gave these presentations, investors would introduce themselves. To them, I was the local authority, and for once, I was no longer hunting them down. Around this time, I struck up a friendship with Brian, a coaching manager of the division. We became close friends and sketched out the idea together. It made perfect sense. Instead of showing up to dozens of meetings with investors, we would invite 50 investors to one room and reveal our turnkey solution. This meant we'd have to transform my big whopping yellow folder into one appealing educational experience. But if it worked out, then each offer would be center stage and 50+ investors would be after them, or so we hoped. We scheduled a date for the event. Around this time, Brian introduced me to Ed Young, an attorney who joined on to help with compliance and legal expertise. He also introduced me to Raul, an orthodontist and fun guy who had passive income and a desire to be involved in a promising business idea. Danny, whom you met in the story of our dinner with Mr. Rankin, had been helping me along the way too. Together, we organized the event. Back then, websites like meetup.com, a powerful event planning website, didn't exist yet. So to pack the room, I leveraged all the partnerships I had forged, the contractors, the agents, the property managers, and asked them, if you commit to bringing 10 to 15 investors, you'll be a preferred partner in our presentation. Every investor in the audience will know you. On event night, over 40 investors showed up. We educated them on the local market, showcased the deals, and finally handed center stage over to our partners who enlightened them on how they could service the property. All strategic partners pulled their weight, and the whole night was a hit. It was the birth of a partnership with Brian, Raul, and Ed. We organized a few more events and repeated the formula. Weeks turned to months, and before long, we were touring different states and hosting events there. We'd target a city and swap value with the local real estate professionals in that area. The property managers, title companies, loan officers, agents, and contractors. This formula repeatedly packed the room, and things really started to crank. Finding these partners unleashed the power of divided labor. With more hands on deck, we grew version 1 of my wholesaling operation into a whole production. Having a lawyer on staff, Ed Young, as a partner, empowered us to negotiate better. Danny loves marketing, and so he enhanced our educational presentations, website, collateral, and email follow-up to keep investors engaged. We were like an orchestra in harmony, and creating bigger and better things than any of us could alone. It was the true beginning of the first fully pumping system at his. Around this time, we even began hosting online webinars. Keep in mind, this was the early 2000s, and webinars weren't a big thing yet. I'll never forget one we hosted. While driving in my car, I almost missed the webinar, but hopped on with enough time to help host. By the end, we'd already sold 23 properties. I was in love with this new formula. It changed our system from one that chased investors down to one that attracted them all to one place, wowed them, and then let them know, hey, by the way, we have impeccable deals. Like fishing with a net. Investors soon saw us as influencers who had built a great system and were trusted by the local community. In fact, we built such a solid reputation and repeatable formula and moved properties so fast that we soon got hit with a new unexpected problem. Investors wanted more properties than we could find. A California night. In the early days, my system was like a Flintstones car. Just me and my own bare energy pushing the business forward. But after constantly bringing my attention from one part of the system to the other, the whole thing had grown and was now moving properties faster than any of us could keep up with. That's the catch with business. The blessing often comes with a new curse. This is where people get shook, because they don't expect it, let alone respond appropriately. By now, we had investors sending us deposits before we even got the deals. I'd have 5 or 10 investors lining up to jump on the next deal we brought them. They trusted our process that much. Needless to say, we needed a lot more inventory. I created an A-list of the heaviest hitting investors in my network and told them, you're on the list. When I find a deal, I'll let you know. But if I do, it's first come, first served, and you gotta jump on it. This kept relationships warm while I sat down to meditate on how to find extra inventory. It was a new problem, but I sensed that the solution would be very familiar territory. Problems are only problems because the end result you need or desire is not set up to happen yet. By now, starting with the end in mind was becoming an ingrained habit. It's what guided me to make the needed enhancement to my system so far, the turnkey solution and seminars. Now my end in mind question just needed to take a different form. Where can I find a motivated seller who has multiple properties? With time, it dawned on me that new development projects might hold the answer. Developers typically build housing units, usually 20 plus, on borrowed money, and then use the first 80% of what they sell to pay it back. Then a majority of their profits are made on the back end when they sell the rest. If my hunch was right, they'd want to cash out on those last few units. I located a developer and set up a meeting with them. I intentionally gave them a ridiculously low offer. I know you've been selling these for $250K each. What if I buy your final 20 for $195K each and close in 30 days? They balked, saying, "No way. That price is too low." But now I knew where they stood, and we were in a conversation. Slowly we got the price down far enough to make plenty of sense for both of us. I put their units under contract and promised they'd get their equity back in just 30 to 60 days. Music to the ears of both parties. This became an explosive strategy, bolstering our relationships and reputation around town. We went back to our A-list, and the properties all got scooped up. Soon we were being called the cleanup crew because we came in and just got stuff done. Developers caught wind and began courting us. They knew if we said 20 units, we meant it. The full power of our system was now unleashed, and felt how a new performance vehicle feels taking off after tapping the pedal. This meant it was time for new twists on the road, and it came in a crucial hour that tested everything we had: our grit, our systems, and our readiness for it all. One day I arrived at a Bob Evans restaurant to meet with a developer to discuss what I thought were 20 units. His name was Marcos, an old-school Cuban from Miami with a tailored suit and the latest car. By then, my pitch was totally refined through months of repetition. I'd promised to buy a developer's remaining 20 units, explain my operations, and then pull out a blank check and say, "I'm going to write a check for $150K right now." I knew exactly how Marcos should feel at each stage of that pitch. But he responded differently. "My colleagues like your work, so they sent me here, but I'm not as impressed as they are," he said. Then he went on to tell me about why my deal was not so hot. I saw what he was doing, casting doubt to get a better price. Sometimes negotiations get down and dirty, and so we went into it. He showed me a flyer with a better deal from elsewhere. I countered with a bigger package. He dismissed it. I scrutinized his units. It was a battle of deal-making. He looked at me reluctantly, wanted to counter, and finally I said, "Nope, this is our number. I'll write a check for 20 properties, and you'll look like a hero to your boss. Take it or leave it." "Fine," he conceded. "We'll agree on price, but you didn't do your homework all the way. I have 40 units, not 20, and I'll only agree on price if you purchase all 40. It was a brilliant move on his part, and by now my credibility was at stake. I was cornered, mostly by my pride, and so I wrote the check for all 40. While driving home, I thought about the severe problem now on my hands. Our investor list was big, but not big enough to sell 40 units. It could move 20 at best. I had 60 days to figure out how to cover the gap. I sat down with all our HIS partners to brainstorm a solution. We all agreed this was going to be a Hail Mary pass, and we'd have to pull out all the stops. To attract more investors, we'd need to leverage help from the most influential people in our inner circles. Not just that, but we'd have to travel to the West Coast and bring the deals there in order to access a whole new market of hungry investors. And our event would have to be grander than ever. We'd have to carefully architect an unforgettable atmosphere, one that had the feeling of success in the air. Brian told me of his brother-in-law, a loan officer in California named Luis Roque. Luis is a real go-getter in California, one of the top 5% loan officers in Bank of America. If anybody could connect us with investors out there, it's him. "Perfect, let me talk to him," I replied. I needed to be betting on the right horse. At this deal size, I might not survive a disaster like the one I had with Chiffon a year earlier. I rang Luis and told him about the situation, how we had 40 properties to move, how we needed to attract investors, and how we needed to piece together a remarkable night, fast. Luis immediately started offering value, and mentioned that his uncle owned a beautiful venue that could be used for the event. He agreed to help out. In exchange, we'd feature him as the recommended loan officer for the event. If any investors needed funding, he'd be their guy. We immediately began promoting the event. Him from California, me from Florida. I remember some days we stayed late into the night mailing out invitations to everybody in our Rolodex. Danny was following up with every investor who displayed an inkling of interest in the event and was literally creating systems for follow-up and ways to increase attendance on the fly. Our confidence hinged on those RSVPs. I also knew we needed a more captivating presentation to show investors. Our typical slideshow wouldn't do, So we paid a videographer to shoot a video that showed the whole story of the deal. How I negotiated with Marcos, why the units had an unbeatable discount, a complete tour of the house, the rooms, the amenities, our turnkey edge, and the alliances. It was like a movie commercial designed to have investors on the edge of their seats. Hopefully. We arrived in California 4 days before the event. I wanted to set everything up and leave no stone unturned. There, I finally met Luis in person. He was the tallest Mexican man I ever saw. And I was delighted to see his phone ringing every 5 minutes with what seemed like clients and deal flow. You'd think he was a Hollywood producer with all that business he did on his phone. I loved the pursuit of excellence he exuded, and sensed it was the beginning of a longer-term partnership. The day of the event came, and we still couldn't put a finger on RSVPs. Back in those days, RSVP tools were far from cutting edge. Even those who did give us their RSVP, it was very common for no-shows. There was no telling how many investors would come, and all our fingers were crossed. It's a weird feeling with so many unknowns on your back. Will enough people show up? Will California investors be as intrigued? Will I be left with a chunk of unsold properties? The answer to these questions meant either a masterpiece night or a crushing loss of $200K or more. That was the non-refundable contract I had with Marcos. In moments like these, all you can do is bring your A game and leave the rest to fate. We arrived at the event location, a beautiful multi-million-dollar mansion belonging to Luis's uncle, who was a local neurosurgeon. Did I mention Luis seemed like the right guy for the job? The clock struck 7 p.m. and investors trickled in. Brian, Danny, Ed, Raul, and myself were there to greet investors and make sure everything flowed. Luis manned a table in the back so interested investors, if there were any, could start the buying process right after our little video commercial. Investors kept trickling in. Then they poured in, and before long, 110 investors stood mixing and mingling and waiting for our presentation to begin. We even had to find more chairs to seat people. Luis had indeed packed the house. My team brought 35 people, maybe. It came time to play the commercial. I looked at the investors as they watched the video. It was as if they were in a movie theater and felt part of something rare. The video finished, and I made the announcement. If you're interested, our preferred lender, Luis, is in the back and will get you pre-qualified. But chances are we will sell out quick. But nobody got up. I stood there watching, waiting, hoping to see some movement, glancing through the crowd to see if someone would rise, the music still playing. Finally, one man stood up and hurried to the back. Time stood still. If you've ever played dominoes, then you stared at that one block struggling to fall over. You knew if it did fall, the chain reaction would carry on and the rest would topple. I peered into the crowd looking for that one wobbly domino, and then I saw him. Another investor rose, turned to the back of the room, and walked over to Luis. It was enough to spread momentum into the rest of the audience, like a slow clap that ignites into a round of applause. All the investors began rushing to the back, and miraculously, all 40 properties got sold that night. And most of them needed loans from Luis. Everything came together on that California night. The video worked like magic, Luis was a true MVP, and all the partners kept the event running smoothly and shifted gears when needed. The event even built so much buzz that we went back to the investors who missed out and sold them properties in the weeks that followed. Words can't describe the feeling. It was a great payday for sure, but it was much more than that. It showed us that our system could do great things. It had come a long distance from the bare-bones one-man operation. All the mess, glories, and learning had somehow elevated it to something that could withstand serious pressure. It was also clear as day that I'd met the newest member of my inner circle, Luis. As I like to say, we both knew there's fire here. The market correction impacted us as well. Many of us went our separate ways, but most of us have remained friends since. When I look back to that time, I'm thankful they were in my life and helped mold my discipline and focus. Without that stepping stone, these systems and machines would never have been created, implemented, or successful. My next level would never have been reached. Your system must evolve. More than a decade after that California night, Mr. Rankin, of all people, messaged me out of the blue. By then, his capital had already mastered our system and expanded beyond just the wholesaling strategy. He must have been keeping an eye on our progress, because his message went something like, "I'm working on a project here in Croatia and we're looking for funding. Would you be interested in helping me?" When I had first pitched Mr. Rankin on an underdeveloped idea during dinner, it was because I saw him as a wise businessman who knew a promising idea from a bad one. So I was honored to see he was now trusting me for that same reason. The growth of our system all happened so fast that sometimes I forget why it worked. But it all came down to caring for the system one piece at a time and never losing sight of the big picture. When there was a crimp in the hose, we'd run over and uncrimp it. We repeated this until the water flowed abundantly. Thinking back to the early era of his capital, I realized that creating a system is not totally different from parenting. It requires care, nurturing, and true determination to grow it into something that can hold its own in the world. Your child takes its first steps, and your eyes light up. Then it runs one day. Then it can sprint. It took us 2 years to create a system that could sprint and handle that room of 110 investors. What prevents most people from building an income-generating system like real estate is an unrealistic expectation of what it really takes. As you witnessed in my story, it requires constant reinvention and upgrading, a constant journey towards perfection. As you scale, business gets increasingly complex, more nuances and things to manage. If you don't enhance your system so that it contains this complexity in a streamlined fashion, then you'll blow the wheels off your current system and be left wondering why things aren't smooth anymore. How will you bill clients? What are your policies and procedures? Where are they stored? What CRM do you use to track sellers and follow up? These questions and more need to be revisited on a routine basis. I wish I could say I'm perfect and that all our systems have been perfected this whole time, but I'm not. His capital recently had to invest in a major upgrade to our investing portal. We needed to evolve our systems into an end-to-end system, one that connects our marketing machine to our customer relations machine, to our research machine, and ultimately, to our diligence and analysis machines. Yes, you're hearing that right. Growing a real estate firm that does volume and spans various strategies will require that many functions. After that California night, we spent years tinkering with each of them. Here's a simplified example of what our new investing portal is growing into. Our marketing campaigns locate motivated sellers and then funnel them to our CRM. Our staff then follows up with prospective sellers, residential and commercial. If the deal meets our preliminary guidelines, it is labeled as an opportunity. This then creates a drag-and-drop, stage-based diligence process that enables us to monitor where we are in the acquisition journey. The portal continuously ushers our team through a systemized process so we can execute final diligence, complete our investment analysis, and complete the final steps to close the acquisition. Each of these stages contains tailored task lists and input fields and milestones, allowing the entire His Capital team to stay coordinated and be held accountable for their role in the success of the deal. But that's just half of the journey. There are many steps inside each stage, and what about exit strategies? To accommodate this, we programmed various alternate endings into it. Imagine you wanted to buy, fix, flip a property instead of wholesale it. Or what if you want to lease the property? What about joint venturing? All these strategies require a separate list of steps, but when followed, they ensure a solid yield for your investment. Words can only do so much, so if you want to see how our investing portal handles deals so you can perfect your own system or become an early user, go to rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 7. There's a demo video waiting for you there to show exactly how the system rides. I will have succeeded in this chapter if you now understand that you'll always stay stuck working for money if you keep chasing the dollar. But if you have the right systems that help do it with you, then you can be empowered to delegate, grow a team, and you could ultimately free yourself from having to do every single thing. Today, I pride myself in never entering a single house, whether we buy it or even lend for it. Why? Because it's a sign that our systems are doing all the heavy lifting. There's an old African proverb that says, If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I would personally add to it, and if you want to achieve anything together, leverage a proven, repeatable, step-by-step system. Chapter 8. Spot the Market Cycle. Nearly a year after our system started taking off, it began falling to pieces. It was 2008. The public was in hysteria about what they feared was a housing crisis like no other, and the wholesaling revenues we'd worked so diligently to build screeched to a dead stop. I noticed it was all unraveling months earlier when my phone started ringing. Clients were calling me angry and in a panic because their rental properties were taking much longer to lease. Many of them were the investors from the seminars and webinars we hosted, like the one on that California night. Now they were on the verge of financial disaster due to economic changes the media was announcing. They wanted direction or answers from me. What am I going to do? My tenants aren't paying. My property has been vacant now for over 90 days with absolutely no activity. It won't sell. It was gut-wrenching just picking up the phone. I tried subduing their fears by being the voice of reason, telling them, "Don't worry, remember you only lose money when you sell. We need to think long-term." But under the surface of my rationality, I was trying to keep my own world from falling apart. I could hardly believe my eyes. Months earlier, we were the big dogs in town, moving many properties per month and growing a solid brand. But now we couldn't strike a single deal or get a single investor to buy what inventory we had left. There were zero motivated sellers because at that stage, they owed more than what the properties were worth. And banks had yet to figure out how to deal with what would become a common term: short sales. Lenders were nowhere to be found when it came to financing a qualified buyer. And did I mention? Media was forecasting doom for the American economy. I remember one day catching sight of a headline that read, "Small banks getting taken over, watch list grows." I thought, if banks were getting taken over, then things were worse than I even imagined. It was a downward spiral gaining speed and got so bad that it forced us to start consolidating our team, one of the few ways to keep the business from bleeding out. With what team members were left, all of his partners rushed to salvage the life of our business by whatever means necessary. In the meantime, keeping his from running completely dry were the recent commercial cash flow projects we were involved with. Recall when I met Jared wearing his Hawaiian shirt as he asked me, "Oh, so you work for tips?" Now I knew what he meant by his lecture that evening. Commercial projects were now helping us weather the storm. So I focused on making sure those projects were in order and kept looking for new opportunities to negotiate. Around this time, I chose to grow whatever was still in my power to grow, including my inner circle. I reached out to influential bankers in the area to find the real story of what was going on in the economy, the story behind the story, the one the media hadn't caught up to yet. One executive I met, and I can't disclose his name, told me over lunch about a recent shareholder meeting he attended. He disclosed that assets on their books had gotten so toxic that many of the larger institutions needed to get creative if they wanted to survive. Since their toxic assets were growing by the millions each day, their depository accounts would have to grow significantly to pass the stress test of the regulators, which meant they had to start asking foreign entities to infuse liquidity into them. It was so bad, they were even going to hostile countries for the liquidity. The method? Sell them preferred stocks, ownership, in exchange for needed capital to show the needed reserves. With those funds, they were ready to hire third parties to complete a forensic analysis on their portfolios and claim losses without falling into the hands of the FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. To me, this was a very dirty strategy because it rewarded the misbehaviors of larger banks by allowing them to buy smaller banks at pennies on the dollar. But that the game got that dirty was a sign of how severe things were. Another day, I had a talk with an affluent client. He was nearly a billionaire and heavily involved in real estate for decades. He confided in me, "Rick, I'm really worried about my holdings in America. Do you know banking contacts from foreign countries? I need to park a few $1,000,000 overseas." After both of these conversations, it dawned on me. The American economy was in critical condition, and much of the mega wealthy were already deciding it was too dangerous a time to keep their money around, or only invested in our local economy. A few weeks later, the headlines caught up to what I'd already been told was unfolding. Banks desperately seeking liquidity, assets leaving country. When to be fearful. Let's go back to the moment I spotted it all unraveling. Clients calling me up, panicking and asking questions. By then, it was already too late. Even if I'd used every repair strategy at my disposal, it was still too late. It was obvious. The moment I spotted the unraveling was not the moment it began to unravel. How did I fail to spot the meltdown coming? How did nobody spot it? I said a lot about failing forward in Chapter 6, but honestly, sometimes it's downright hard to do. As the housing crisis unfolded, everything became urgent. We had to stop the hemorrhaging of the business, aid our clients in turmoil, and find safe havens for what cash we had left, all while trying to position ourselves ahead of the next crashing wave in the economy, whatever it would end up being. Every day was a new fire to extinguish, but whatever minutes and hours remained at the end of the day were used towards trying to understand that puzzle. How did we fail to spot the meltdown? The stress was so bad that at times I even wondered if real estate investing was the right choice after all. I remembered a quote by Warren Buffett, a master investor known as the Oracle of Omaha because of how sage-like his wisdom is. The quote came from a shareholder letter he wrote in 2004, telling shareholders to be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful. Now here we were, a few short years after his predictive quote, and everybody in the marketplace was running for the hills, petrified. Buffett's words were spookily accurate, and they shined a light on our mistake at his. We were so busy being focused on making money that I failed to notice the market was overflowing with greed. Instead of pulling back, we let the good times roll and got hit hard on the chin like everybody else who stayed in the game. Without realizing, we got greedy when others were greedy and missed the principle altogether. It begged an excellent question. When exactly should I have pulled back? Or what tactics should I have focused on when I saw the writing on the wall? It all seemed to happen out of nowhere. One month everybody was patting us on the back, the next month the market is slapping us around. We obviously needed better timing. To show you what I mean, think of a champion boxer. Muhammad Ali is a good example. At his best, he is like a ghost. By the time his opponent throws a punch, he's already ducked, dodged, or disappeared from it and blasted back with a counterattack. It's why fans still watch his fights today, decades later. To the average person, it seems like mind reading. But in fact, there's nothing mystical about it at all. What's really happening is the fighter is using his deeply refined awareness and skill to read barely visible signals from his opponent. Shifting weight, blinking eyes, a deep breath before they wind up for a punch. These moments happen in less than a second. But a master who studied and practiced thousands of hours for these moments will spot them and capitalize. That's what his wanted. To be on the other side of the ring with our money and cash flow when the economic knockout punch came, and to counter with the right strategy to capitalize as the Oracle suggested. Just as a fighter would study his opponent's history to find their telltale signals, we decided to study the most ferocious economic downturns. By day, we fought to keep our business alive and implement more innovative strategies, but by night, we were avid students of history's economic patterns. We would lock ourselves in a room away from the madness going on outside in the world and digest whatever history had to tell us. It didn't take long to hear its message loud and clear. There's nothing new under the sun. Really. Economic history has been repeating itself for thousands of years. There have been panics, depressions, recessions, and collapses before, and we were in yet another cycle. Here is a brief summary of what we discovered were the most notable downturns of America. The first American Depression was in 1819. This crisis resulted from international conflicts, such as the Embargo Act of 1812, and caused widespread domestic foreclosures, bank failures, unemployment, and a slump in agriculture and manufacturing. This panic came right after the end of economic expansion that had followed the War of 1812. The U.S. government borrowed heavily to finance the War of 1812, which caused tremendous strain on the bank's reserves. Then there was the Panic of 1837. America was exploring new heights and enjoying a surging demand for cotton. Everybody took part in the upswing. even banks who began loaning to amateur farmers who wanted in on the action. It inflated greed, and soon the price of cotton crashed down by 25%. Land prices plummeted, and in the span of 2 months, the New York banks lost $100 million. Out of 850 of them, 343 failed completely. Much of the blame was linked to the banks, who'd excessively loaned paper money that wasn't backed by gold or silver. As America does best, it rebounded and enjoyed many prosperous years. But it only took 20 years for the greed to swell back up and for another panic to strike. The Panic of 1857. This time, instead of speculators flooding the cotton market, it was the market for railroads, land, and gold that was overexpanded. Then again, there was the Long Depression of 1873, which lasted to 1879, and longer in other countries, and was known as the Great Depression, before the Great Depression we've come to know today. This down market was set off by the plummeting international demand for silver, which, as you can imagine, had soared in the years leading up to then. Very similar to the Panic of 1873 and 1857 was the Depression of 1893. Another eerily similar set of circumstances had coalesced. The collapse of railroad overbuilding and shaky financing, which set off bank failures. Up to this point, it was the worst depression the U.S. had ever seen. The depression everybody knows, the Great Depression of 1929, kicked off after the Smoot-Hawley tariff, raising tariffs on over 20,000 imported goods to record levels, was enacted. Black Tuesday became known worldwide for the stock market crash of October 29, 1929, and went down in history as the beginning of a devastating spiral for the American and international economies. Can you see the trend? Need I go on? But most importantly, did you spot the telltale signals? Excess greed and too much debt. In fact, the debt is typically disguised as flexible available credit options. It proves to me that everything in Buffett's 12 words were true. But there were less visible trends in between those booms and busts, and we had to dig even deeper to find the signs. Only in hindsight, years after the fact, did his pinpoint and give a name to these subtler trends. If what Einstein says is true, that doing the same things over and over again is the definition of insanity, then knowing this pattern is the first step for you to avoid some pretty nutty situations. Obviously, there are high seasons and low seasons. That part is guaranteed. But that alone won't make you rich, and it won't help you avert disaster. What makes the difference as an investor is knowing the 4 stages within the highs and lows. Number 1, declining stage. Number 2, absorption stage. Number 3, growth stage. Number 4, saturation stage. There are many more details that go into each one, but here's a very simple rundown of each stage. Declining stage. Imagine an invisible squad of real estate police comes and breaks up a party going on. They bust onto the scene and kill the music everybody was dancing to, saying, "Excuse me, the party's over and you're being fined because you overinflated your property price for years." This is the very beginning of a down market, the punch. Except in real life, the policing is handled by the market itself. Prices had soared up, and up until they hung way above the safe ground of income levels. This is what's called overextended credit. More on that later. As you can guess, prices can't hang up there for too long. Soon enough, they nosedive back down to the safer ground level of affordability. At times, this stage carries so much downward force that home prices fall down below natural values, cleansing the market of all the speculators who had bought purely on credit. This stage means the punch is already landing, and soon enough, everybody scatters in fear. Telltale signs? You see housing prices soaring way above income levels, powered by excess credit. The real estate police, the market itself, starts breaking up the party. Speculators begin to scatter in fear. Absorption stage. After the declining stage has run its course and scared away all speculators who were relying on overinflated properties, what's left are homes at rock-bottom prices. Ironically, on sale by many now penniless speculators. Wise investors who never overborrowed, kept cash on deck, and stayed diversified, then walk in and absorb all the excess inventory others can't afford. This is where the most real estate millionaires are made. Fear has hit a fever pitch. and it's time to be greedy. If you're one of the wise investors, this stage holds a world of opportunity because just about any real estate strategy can be deployed for an incredible ROI one day. Telltale signs? Speculators all ran away. Credit is tight. Banks learned their lesson. You see rock bottom prices. Growth stage. By now, the best bargains have mostly been taken by cash-ready investors, and the masses start catching sight of the upturn and want in again. Things are looking up, as they say. The party resumes. Optimism is in the air. Banks start lending more. New homes get built, and once again, prices get pushed beyond the income levels to support it. Now, greed is showing its face again, and it's time to proceed cautiously. Telltale signs? The best deals are gone. The masses regain confidence. Credit and loans increase and are more readily available. Saturation stage. During this season, dollar signs are in everybody's eyes, making it the most dangerous season. It's called saturation because no more demand can be supported by income levels. Like a cloud that's built up too much humidity, it's time to release the rain. This stage is where greed hits a fever pitch, and most real estate speculators are broken. Really? It's time to get fearful. Telltale signs? Banks issuing credit is at a peak. Great deals are vanishing. The wisest investors have cash on hand or are deploying cash flow strategies. The saturation stage is the last chance to exit the party and put your money into safe cash flow sources. And looking back, it was clear we missed that chance. That much we knew. As the American economy stood in the eye of the storm, and us with it, we were already smack in the middle of a free-falling declining stage. It felt too late, like we were already in the heat of chaos and the time to pull out was before things fell apart. The only thing lending me hope was knowing the absorption stage would one day arrive. Maybe then it'd be time to buy again, investors would reappear, and our wholesaling machine would be revived. However, there was no telling when that would be. All our research showed it could take up to 9 years before the full rebound, and some media outlets were even calling this mayhem the Great Recession. As our business lay in critical condition, the absorption stage crashed down harder on us just as we were gasping for air. It's all coming to an end. Tucked several miles away from my home in Tampa, Florida, an emergency was going down in Plant City. During the saturation stage, His bought 32 townhouse rental units in collaboration with our clients. But now tenants had stopped paying, causing rents to decline and the entire community to freak out. Banks were dialing us up, warning us, the value of your investment is hitting a minimum threshold. You need to pay this off. They even started sending late notices because owners could not afford the payments after tenants left. I went down there to help salvage whatever we could from those investments. But we couldn't sell them to save our lives, and our only hope was to find reliable tenants. Without them, we'd be sending the bank's mortgage payments that came straight from our shrinking pockets. I made calls frantically, screened tenants, and somehow managed to lease one unit of mine. But because other investors had started to lower rents, I had to drop rent from $9.95 to $6.50. You can imagine the impact. Still, my clients were struggling to find tenants and the property manager couldn't work fast enough to fill the units. To keep my word, I converted one of the townhouses into a makeshift office and put myself on the front lines of the battle to help find them tenants. There was desperation in the air. With 30 homes needing to be filled, every reliable tenant that came along looked like a piece of gold. All the investors and property managers were competing for it. I saw no way out of the mess. There's a scene in the movie Titanic when the ship's choir finally comes to terms with reality. The ship will sink, the shipbuilder said, and soon the choir began playing one last song because it was the best they could do in the face of doom. I was almost certain we were in dire straits and this business was sinking. One day I even told myself, well, Rick, things are coming to an end. The least you could do is help your clients and try finding a solution to their vacancy problems. Another evening after yet another horrible phone call, I stepped out of my new on-site office and into the night with bloodshot eyes. Above me was an undisturbed, silent sky. It was as if it had no idea of the mess we were going through. For a brief moment, the unshakable peace rubbed off on me and the pressure lifted. But I couldn't hide from the disaster, and soon the war inside my mind resumed. Geez, Rick, the finances just aren't there. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. Maybe you should call it quits. Maybe it's the most responsible thing to do. I can't remember a time I felt more helpless. I looked back up and spilled out the first words that came to mind. God, I thought you gave me this vision, you know? I thought this company was going to be great. I thought it was going to make a huge difference. Please, if you're up there, you got to show me what to do. Feeling defeated by a week of hell, I then drove to my home in Tampa to decompress. The next morning, I got a phone call from David List, my longtime friend who has been a vital part of my inner circle for years. Hey, my uncle's visiting from South Africa, he said, and he's speaking at a church tonight. I feel in my heart that you need to hear him. Look, man, I've been trying to put out so many fires all week, I said. My tank is empty. Thanks, but maybe next time. We ended our call, but minutes later, he calls me right back. I'll be there and I want to see you, David said. I just have this feeling that you need to be there. I'll send you the address. At least check it out. Sure, I'll see where it is, I said, knowing that it'd probably be too far away and I'd have a legitimate out. While I was sitting there on my balcony, he sent me the address and I typed it into my GPS. As it loaded directions to the church, I squinted my eyes. I could hardly believe what I was seeing, but it was true. The GPS showed the church was 1 minute away and directly across the street from me. I lifted my head up and looked out my balcony. Sure enough, a tiny church sat at the corner street. I had never noticed it before. What were the chances that in my darkest moment, when I was too disheartened to travel for encouragement, it would practically arrive at my doorstep? Or should I say my balcony? I had no excuse anymore, so I walked over to the church. David's uncle began delivering his sermon shortly after I stepped foot in the tiny church. There was an energy about him, and he began telling the ageless story of Abraham. I had heard it before, but after many life struggles and lessons, I felt I was listening with new ears. He carried on with his sermon. Abraham, at the age of 99, was given a vision by God that he would have a son, but his wife, age 90, and Abraham, thought she was too old to bear a child. 1 year later, God, when Abraham was age 100, brought his vision to life, and his son Isaac was born from a woman who in the natural world was not able to conceive a child. The impossible was made possible, but when the child grew older and their father-son relationship was stronger than ever, God commanded Abraham to do the unfathomable. You must end your son's life as a sacrifice to me. Abraham was horrified and wondered why God would force him to kill his dear son, his vision that he'd brought to life only years earlier. But he trusted the command and brought his son up to a mountain nearby to make the sacrifice. We all know the rest of the story. God did not let Abraham go through with the sacrifice. In fact, he provided a lamb in his son's place. But Abraham had passed the true test. Then David's uncle turned to us in the congregation and said, Somebody here has a business with a vision. God gave you that vision and you saw it flourish. But now it looks like it's dying. God is asking you to bury that seed in the ground, that vision, before it can transform. Do what Abraham did and trust the source of that vision. It's been God's vision all along, and it's much bigger than you can fathom. Surrender your vision like a seed. Plant it in the ground and let God bring it back to life. We've all had moments where we feel frenzied, battle-worn, and that nobody can possibly understand what we're going through. So when David's uncle announced that he understood my debacle, it's like he was talking directly to me. That whole night I kept replaying his words, each time realizing exactly how right he was. I'd been clinging to a vision that never truly belonged to me. It came from him, and that attachment was blinding me to the real vision beyond the horizon. That night, I made a promise to him. This is your vision. It's not about me anymore. I surrender this business back to you. Take it. That day, my vision of using the real estate business to influence and feed nations was buried in the ground by faith. And that's how it happens. Once again, I found myself back at my why. Still wondering why I so strongly endorse the Uncovering Your Why in Chapter 3? When you piece together a life that's got purpose inside its every part, inner circle, daily and weekly habits, devoted direction, Game-changing reminders are always one surprising moment away. America is on sale. Every business, every creative pursuit, every system you build will become dear to your heart in some way or another. Inevitably, you form a relationship with them, and like relationships, some fizzle and are over well before they are finally over. Maybe you know a friend who's gone through it and needed a reality check. Well, months after my visit to the nearby church, we too needed to stare reality in the eye. One morning, Luis and I sat down for a mastermind session to re-examine the fate of our company. What's really going on here? By then, most of our peers and even some partners had already run out of the market. We were among the last standing, but still couldn't ignore how many once thriving investors were now working hourly jobs that paid them pennies in comparison to what I knew they had made previously. And sure, we had built an amazing wholesaling system over the years, but it was now inoperative. The engine was blown. Wholesaling works brilliantly in a growth stage, but it gets no business in a declining stage because it relies on the ability to find investors who'd buy properties at a higher price than what they're contracted for. Those buyers weren't around anymore. Discounted homes were sprouting up all around us, but what could we really do with them? It was clear. Like a fizzling relationship, we were holding on too long. Wholesaling wouldn't thrive in a declining stage, let alone help us reemerge any stronger. We needed to bury our old idea and change the question entirely. Where was the opportunity? Think back to the discussion of cycles. There are 4 stages, and each with different telltale signs. We didn't have the terminology for it yet, but intuitively we realized we were in a declining stage and headed into an absorption stage, where the millionaires would be made. And if we missed our chance, then we'd be waiting another decade. In Chapter 2, I mentioned the first American millionaire was John Jacob Astor, who in 1784 emigrated from Germany with $25 in his pocket, and by the time of his death in 1848 was the wealthiest man on the planet, worth $138 billion in today's dollars, with most of his fortune settled in real estate. But what's most impressive about his biography is that he kept steering his wealth up despite numerous cycles and stages, in particular the First American Depression of 1819 and the Panic of 1837. You might be wondering, how'd he do this? It could be said that he was the original buy and hold king. He foresaw that the next big boom would be construction and development in New York City. So he acquired properties and development projects at bargain prices before the masses herded in. He watched as his cash flow and net worth followed the steady rise of the new market. In simplest terms, he perfectly matched the right strategy to the upcoming stage. He met the absorption and growth stages with a buy and hold strategy. Then, as the stages ticked along, he began converting much of his land investments into cash flow using other strategies. In the next chapter, I'll explore these strategies so that you too can be a multi-dimensional investor, able to thrive in all markets like Astor. At first assessment, Luis and I believed it was the perfect time to resurrect this buy and hold approach. When else would we be able to find such attractive prices and position ourselves ahead of the next surge? The logic was all there, plus all the components from our previous wholesaling system could be recycled and converted into a buy and hold system. We had the methods for finding motivated sellers, relationships with contractors and property managers, and our turnkey research that told us if the ROI justified the purchase. The one thing we lacked was the capital needed to buy the homes. In wholesaling, all we needed was a deposit to put the property under contract. But to successfully buy, flip, and hold, we'd need capital to buy the homes. However, credit was impossible to come by because banks were too scared and in many cases incapable. Our only chance was to leverage the relationships we had with investors and convince them of our new plan. In simple terms, become a fund and have investors fund our new buy, flip, and hold operation, then distribute the ROI on the projects accordingly. It would be a challenge. These were scary times, and most investors couldn't fathom handing their money over to another soul. Essentially, we'd be asking investors to trust us with their money in the worst of times to one day see a great return. And for us, it felt like trying to assemble an airplane on the way down from a cliff. It would be a very delicate task, but it was the best idea we had. We put together a pitch that condensed all the insights we'd collected from the past year. Every part of it was designed to grab their attention and slowly educate them as to why our idea was the best haven to park whatever capital they had. But before getting in front of a single investor, I had to convince the one guy who would make or break the pitch: myself. Honestly, I was traumatized too. Seeing my old client struggle through the recession was heart-wrenching and fresh on my mind. I'll never forget one call. It was with a developer who had screwed my partners, myself, and many others out of our money, and we were all on the line trying to figure out how to recoup our funds from him. His had lost $400,000, but then there was a retired 70-year-old lady who had it even worse. I heard her breaking down on that call, crying out, "I gave this man my life savings. I'll never get it back, and I'm too old to start over again." Heartbreaking, horrifying. I wouldn't be able to live with that. Yet the stakes were higher than ever, and if this did work out, we'd be stewards of other people's hard-earned funds. It came down to a choice. We could either obsess over the negative or learn from it. You can guess which one we picked. We began dialing American investors everywhere, trying to line up meetings. It's a surreal feeling to finally pitch a new idea you've been working on. You have no clue exactly how people will respond. You take the chance, say it like you mean it, and then see what sticks. In this case, the pitch bounced right back with a big fat no. And they kept bouncing back like that. No, no, no. We could hardly get in the door to reveal our pitch. The trauma of the crisis was too thick for American investors. They had been injured by it. We needed to look outside the eye of the storm, overseas. We rang up investors from Brazil, Canada, Australia, and Europe. They readily took meetings with us. I learned quickly that the movie going on inside their head was totally different. It was, "America is on sale." Bingo. Exactly who we needed to be speaking with. Finally, one investor gave us a yes, and I knew what that meant. If we got one, we could get a second, and a third, fourth, and fifth. The formula? Inject sweat and patience. My day starting out had taught me that. Every yes we got in those days added speed and credibility. It took 1 year of hell to fully turn around the ship, but by 2009 we were pitching, closing investors, and pulling the trigger on assets. Before long, we had a reputation as those guys who protect my money. International big hitters started seeing us as the best option they had. By the time we brought things back to the U.S., local investors also began to trust us too. Why? Because we finally had proof of concept and believed in what we were doing. The rest, as they say, is history. That grueling season forced us to bury our original vision, but it gave rise to His Capital Group, and later, a family of companies that today is a real estate enterprise positioned to thrive in all markets. Don't get me wrong, we still make mistakes. But thanks to that ordeal, our vision, standards, and foresight underwent a revolution. How to not get knocked out by market cycles. I shared these tales to inspire you, not scare. A crisis teaches you what was previously out of sight. For His, the recession washed away what needed to be washed away and left room for what we deeply wanted. Much of our old crew and partners were gone. Now we had a newly sprouted business model that needed help flowering. We knew the upcoming years would require leaders wholeheartedly interested in its evolution, not just staff who had jobs and looked forward to clocking out at 5 p.m. Not long after the crisis, we began the internship program you learned about in Chapter 5. It was designed for one mission: attract talent who matched our values at His. The first inductee? Sam Ally, a passive investor so authentically aligned to His that we kept running the program, and later welcomed in Alberto Suarez III, whom you met already. Sam walked in our doors with a motive: to understand and contribute. He had humbled himself over the years and soaked in tremendous amounts of real estate knowledge. He helped us raise capital, lend, and he weaved together many phenomenal deals. From day one, his eyes and heart have been looking into what's next. What's 10 steps ahead? And today, he is VP of Corporate Development at His, because of how personally he takes our next level. It's his sharp eye for diligence that has been crucial in fine-tuning our systems up to their current and growing standard. After the crisis, we also caught wind of several economists and analysts who had been warning of the crash years before it happened. As eager as we always are to have A players on our team, I rang them in hopes one would come on board. Most didn't respond. They were already hired by big, impressive hedge funds. We were lucky enough to finally meet Dr. Young, an economist who had followed all the trends and by 2005 was already warning of a crash. The government hired him to create projections so they could identify how much excess capital they would need to help stabilize the economy and help citizens in the event of a crash, such as 2008. Needless to say, his calculations concluded that they had grossly underestimated their budget for an economic deleverage. We saw him as a true rare breed and hired him so we always have a tight grasp of the current climate and its shifting tides. He spotted what we had not, and was using fundamentals and a remembrance of history to foreshadow what nearly everybody missed. He is now our head of economic forecasting at his capital, and teams up with Sam Ally to curate Economic Facts Quarterly. Economic research can be difficult to read, so they demystify everything down to the underlying patterns. We value this type of reporting so much that every client at his capital receives it each quarter. And since you've listened this far into my journey, I'd be honored to send you this report. Visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 8 to download the full report. A core piece of data that goes into their research is current levels of credit. Understanding credit levels in an economy is the linchpin of wise real estate timing. So before you explore the report and move to Chapter 9, here's a short lesson on credit. Distilled to its essence, cycles are driven by the level of credit circulating in the economy. With no credit, cycles would not really exist. In fact, without credit, the markets would mainly grow from productivity. That might have you thinking credit is something to get rid of, but only if you don't understand the full mechanics of it. To understand credit, you must know how marketplaces work, both big and small ones. What is a marketplace anyway? Might sound like an elementary question, but is it really? A marketplace is a sum of all transactions between buyers and sellers. For example, if you visit the food court in a mall, that's a marketplace of consumers transacting with food merchants. It's a small marketplace containing a few hundred buyers and sellers. Likewise, there are also bigger and smaller marketplaces. Stocks, stock exchange, cars, dealership, real estate, anywhere you look. And the combination of all these marketplaces is what people call the economy. You play a big role in this economy whether you know it or not because you transact in these markets on a daily basis. What's credit got to do with this? When banks or investors loan money in the marketplace, it accelerates that marketplace by allowing more transactions to take place, more spending to occur, than would organically. This can act like jet fuel to a marketplace, speeding it up. But it can also cause something like the 2008 housing crisis. That's the catch. It all comes down to productivity. Think of an amazing athlete. Everything they put into their body, everything they eat and drink is used towards a highly productive output. At their most productive, they win Olympic medals. But if that same athlete stops being productive, stops working out, and continues consuming the same inputs, the athlete will possibly gain weight and start falling apart physically. Credit in a real estate marketplace can be understood the same way. Credit is an input, like food, that is meant to accelerate performance. Credit allows us to spend more today in hopes that our future selves will produce more to pay back what we borrowed in the first place. Keep in mind, when you borrow money, you're pretty much guaranteeing that you will need to spend less in the future. So if the marketplace isn't productive, if that spending is not generating an ROI or not supported by income levels, then it deflates one day. Think back to the moment I started getting phone calls from my clients. At that point, credit already reached far, far beyond productive income levels. The prices were artificially high. Speculators were buying houses at those prices only because banks had become overconfident and had given them credit when they weren't eligible. This caused two main issues: easy spending and— I want you to remember two vital points from this short lesson. First, Credit can either bankrupt you or it can empower you. The choice is yours. Exceptional investors never allow themselves to be 100% encumbered by credit, and they never finance their portfolio with 100% non-cash. Instead, they use credit wisely and only for projects and properties that have a high likelihood of being productive, a favorable ROI. I sadly learned this lesson the hard way, so don't repeat my mistakes. Visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 8 to gain an even deeper understanding of credit. This will allow you to maneuver whatever stage of the cycle you find yourself in. Ultimately, if you infuse time and rental income into the equation, you will weather even the worst storms. That's the beauty of real estate. It's how John Jacob Astor became the buy and hold king. And it's why I told my clients, you only lose money when you sell. This sounds simple and easy. Use credit wisely. But it starts on the everyday level. Don't forget, wise investing is a habit of mind, and a way to internalize these principles is to avoid unproductive credit altogether. Vacations, consumer products, entertainment. If you avoid consumer debt and only leverage responsibly on income-producing assets, you can build cash flow and equity that could provide you with sustainable growth. Look at it this way. If a purchase isn't going to generate an ROI, then, like the athlete who keeps eating but stops performing, it is going to hurt you in the long run. The second major point to remember is this. If his was more diversified when the crisis hit, we would have weathered the storm easily. We didn't have a business problem, we had a cash flow problem. The recession had cut off the only source of cash flow we had from wholesaling. The wisest investors know this and manage to avert disaster, and it's why the next chapter dives deep into this principle of diversification. As crucial as spotting the cycle is, it's even more crucial to know the cycle does not tell you when to invest. It tells you how. It tells you which strategy to use. How exciting is that? Every stage has its own opportunity. There's always a move to be made. Heck, there was even a move to be made in the worst of times. The key is knowing what moves to make in that window of opportunity inside each stage. And the next chapter explores them all. Chapter 9. Become a Portfolio Investor. A year ago, a very humbling moment happened to me and my family. The day started off with smiles, hugs, and goodbyes to our hosts in Ukraine. After 20 hours of hopping between connecting flights and trains and Umbers, I finally walked through my own front door, exhausted and filled with the anticipation of kissing my wife and kids. Feeling like a zombie, I embraced them and then sprawled out and shut my eyes. The next thing I remember was a screeching noise jolting me out of the deep sleep I'd drifted into. Half awake, I realized it was the house alarm triggered in one of the rooms, and was now traveling one by one to all the other rooms, including my children's, Kaylee and Elijah. Out of pure instinct, I sprang from my bed, grabbed my handgun, and stumbled out to the hall. My kids' rooms were at the end of the hallway, and getting there required me to pass the bathroom first. With my gun in hand, I poked my head in the bathroom and made sure no threats existed. All clear. I stepped up to Kaylee's room, and the truth finally dawned on me. This was a fire alarm, not a burglar alarm. In that moment, I looked at my family and saw they were putting on a once-in-a-lifetime performance. My daughter had a pillow over her face trying to block out the noise. Elijah was just sitting up in confusion. One of my dogs panicked and ran straight into the closet. And after guiding my kids downstairs, I saw my wife brushing her teeth. I couldn't believe it. She had more composure than any of us. "What are you doing? It's a fire alarm. We gotta get out." "But first I have to brush my teeth. I just woke up," she said, as if knowing something I didn't. After clearing all the rooms, I paced down the hall and caught a glimpse of myself in the bathroom mirror. There I was in my underwear, still holding my gun and disheveled as ever. How embarrassing. Once we got to safety by the pool outside, I took that moment to explain to Kaylee how to respond next time the alarm goes off. Take Elijah, calmly walk downstairs, and since you're not tall enough yet to unlock the front gate, go all the way around to the very end of the gate and wait for us there. She turned to me and responded, "Why can't I just exit from the garage that connects to outside?" I was a frantic and nerve-wracked adult, and yet my 6-year-old daughter had just come up with a better game plan than I did. My wife phoned the fire department and said, "We don't see a fire, but the alarm is going off like crazy." They posed some troubleshooting questions to ensure it wasn't an emergency, then guided us through steps to silence the alarm. As we got back in the house and looked at the alarm, we saw the culprits. A couple of sugar ants were crawling on it and had tripped the alarm. Before retiring for the night, I spoke with my wife about how to avoid a fiasco like that in the future. I couldn't shake from my head how life just caught me unprepared for something that appeared to be so simple. It's amazing what can happen when you don't have a plan and get caught snoozing. That moment had me flying by the seat of my pants. I was without a game plan and went grabbing at the wrong tool for the job. It was a clear lesson. Because I had no plan of action for when our alarm goes off, the chaos of the situation triggered me into a reaction and had its way with me and my family. If it was a real fire, who knows if you'd be reading this book right now. Why this story? Because by now you probably want to know which strategies to get your hands on. And I'm here to tell you, it's the wrong idea to start with. Real estate investing is all about having clear strategies that flow well with each stage in the cycle. You want a balanced, value-based approach, not a strategy-first approach. Leaping into action with a strategy-first approach is like grabbing your pistol when the fire alarm goes off. It's just a matter of time before you catch yourself in a powerless and embarrassing situation, and you may be taken out of the game altogether. I see it time and time again. Both aspiring and seasoned real estate investors walk into our office wanting to be a flipper, or landlord, or a millionaire wholesaler, you name it. In the early days, it was my attitude too, but you saw in the previous chapter where it got us when the crisis hit. One year, a group of investors borrowed funds from us to flip properties. They did well and kept on cementing their business deeper into the flipping strategy. It didn't take long for them to build a great, efficient system. Awesome, right? Not entirely. As more time went on, the market shifted and they found themselves in the same scenario I once did, with a great system that couldn't thrive in all markets. Let me paint the scenario for you. They'd built a profitable system that employed the buy, fix, flip strategy. As part of the system, like any system, they forged partnerships with contractors, investors, and referral partners as a way to keep the engine running. Without these partners, the system doesn't quite run. In a perfect world, once the market turned and deals became unattractive, they'd have pumped the brakes and recalibrated. However, since their whole enterprise was held together by partners who relied on them to execute the buy, fix, flip strategy consistently all year, what else could they do but keep flipping? Nothing. They were pigeonholed. If they had pumped the brakes, then their capital partners, contractors, and everybody else would have scattered to competitors. Because at the end of the day, everybody's got to eat. This is one of those unexpected predicaments you simply cannot see coming until you're up close and personal. And it's why it's so important to emphasize it here. Once the ripple effect is in motion, you'll find yourself in a storm with your legs cemented in the ground. Am I saying it is wrong to specialize? Absolutely not. However, if you don't one day phase in various strategies and aim to create multiple streams of income, you'll be exposed, whether you like it or not. I say this from experience. I have plenty of scars that could have been avoided had I implemented a more balanced approach with multiple streams of income. I remember another cautionary tale of this strategy-first mindset. After speaking at a seminar one day, I met a man who'd amassed wealth from high-end construction deals. Though he's very creative and a true artist at what he does, building beautiful mansions for the wealthy in a turnkey fashion, it was his only strategy, high risk, high reward, and could go one of two ways, amazingly or horribly. There's not too much in between. Pro tip: although he accumulated years of developing the risk tolerance and the marketing skills to succeed in this environment, even he admitted that most investors should not consider this road of travel. He had just recently built a 4,000 square foot micro mansion and listed it for $4.5 million, expecting a serious payday ahead of him. The house and its finishes were incredible. However, in my mind, I knew the pressure he'd one day be under. Mansions like his can take 2 years to build and require around $300K in marketing before they sell, if not more. God forbid a market cycle difficulty strikes and he cannot recoup that time and money investment. While he executed his marketing efforts correctly, sure enough, the market tightened up and his micro-mansion concept just wasn't selling as hoped. Last I checked, He ended up selling the house for $2.3 million. I'll come back to this later. The point: things can and will go wrong. Markets shift, and believe it or not, over time your desires may evolve. The real estate game is a chessboard, and the grid and pieces are always in motion. In a perfect world, these two investors would have enriched their repertoire, resurveyed the chessboard, and adapted accordingly. Instead, they got charmed by early wins and married one strategy. What began as a profitable method turned into a prison. They were confined with their arms tied behind their backs and found it hard to roll with the punches. That is the surprising trap of strategy first. The same happened to us in 2008. With our business running on a single strategy, we tripped over ourselves when the market shifted. We averted disaster, but not before it upended our entire belief system about how real estate investing should be done. We spent the next 10 years refining an alternative approach, one based on both fundamentals and fluidity. And it's all boiled down to this one idea: a strategy is not your business. Most miss this truth. But while gurus all over hang on to the strategy-first approach, a true investor has a tool belt of strategies, not just one. Why? Because true investors have a game plan to put their money to work, whichever cycle they're in. They are always able to say, "My money makes money." I see it time and time again. A real estate professional turns a strategy into their only source of revenue. At best, it turns into another full-time job they cannot detach from. Worst, it's fancied up speculation because no one strategy can sustain all market climates. From an investor's perspective, who cares if you run $1 million operation if it's not your money doing all the work? Please understand, this is a journey, and it is one I'm still working each day to perfect. My ambition is to reach the pinnacle of my career where my various entities and strategies automatically put my money to work. I believe the path to becoming a true investor in real estate begins once you make the same shift from a strategy-first approach to a portfolio approach. Here's how they compare. The strategy-first approach works like this: pick a strategy, build a business around it, and hope it continuously brings in cash flow. The portfolio approach works differently. Pick a portfolio formula tailored for your end game, and then carefully select strategies that grow that over time. Keep in mind, while everyone wants to become rich overnight, serious wealth can be accumulated through the many consistent decisions you would make over time. A portfolio approach uses the power of diversification to help steadily push you up the ladder of wealth at all times. I can't tell you how relieving it is to know that your portfolio can have your back, even when the market hiccups or sneezes. And what's it all about? Setting yourself up to win. The 40-40-20 Portfolio Investor. From 1991 to 1998, Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls won 6 championships. They created a dynasty. And from 2000 to 2010, Kobe Bryant and the Lakers won 5 championships. Another dynasty born. Even if you have never watched a game of basketball in your life, you probably have heard of them. They reached a level of excellence unknown by most. But the whole time, behind the scenes was a less visible driving force. Both teams had Phil Jackson as their head coach. So what was Jackson's secret? Besides being an incredible coach, he mastered a strategy and trained his team to deploy it time and time again. It's called the triangle offense. While a novice in this game, like myself, only sees the ball being passed and players taking shots and dunking, a well-trained eye can see just how deep a great offensive strategy really goes. It can get complex, like a game of chess. But here's the bare essence of the triangle offense. It requires a triangle of players to be formed around the ball handler at all times. As a simple example, if Jordan held the ball, a teammate to his front left and one to his front right would be spaced out and ready to catch the pass and take the shot. This way, multiple paths to the next score always existed. The real estate strategy we treasure at His Capital is based on the same principles. It's called the 40-40-20 strategy. Now, I'm not a sports fanatic by any means. In fact, I don't remember the last time I watched a basketball game. But it's important to be a student of life. So with the helping hand from Sam Ally, who is not just our VP of Corporate Development, but also a basketball enthusiast, here's how the 40-40-20 is similar to Jackson's triangle strategy. The 40-40-20 approach is simple, maneuverable, and designed to help you move up the ladder of wealth. No matter how many real estate strategies exist, they all fall into one of three buckets. That's right. There are dozens of strategies you can focus on: wholesaling, flipping, subject to, leasing, wholetailing, subleasing, commercial, and more. But only three paths can really be taken towards profit. To use the basketball analogy, think of your funds as the ball. Your funds can sit in one bucket but also be passed to another, depending on which bucket gets you closer to the end game. The first bucket is appreciation. These are strategies that invest in assets that are appreciating. 40% of your funds should be here. By appreciating, I don't mean a property you bought for $100K will hopefully be worth $130K in 2 years. Rather, it's about buying a house for $80K that is really worth $110K today. Strategies like wholesaling, buy, fix, flip, and wholetailing fall neatly into this bucket. While the strategies in this bucket are typically more active, the aim is to generate lump sums of income you can then funnel into your second bucket. The second bucket is cash flow. This is hands down the most important part of your portfolio. Another 40% of your funds should be here. If there's one thing you remember from this chapter, it's that cash flow is the real king. Remember the definition of an investor? Well, actually being able to say, "my money makes money," requires you to build a cash flow bucket. Strategies like renting, subleasing, and becoming the bank belong here. Once your cash flow and appreciation buckets are filled, then you can dabble in the third bucket. The third bucket is high risk, high reward. This is the most speculative bucket, and no more than 20% of your funds should be here. Sometimes an opportunity comes along that could have the opportunity to hit the jackpot. Imagine the Bulls believing Jordan could shoot a three-pointer to win the game. With real estate, there are strategies like buying distressed notes and construction developments. They can be alluring, but will almost always involve more capital, risk, and much more time than you ever anticipated. However, if you take measured risks, then this bucket could catapult your wealth and eventually funnel it back into cash flow. For example, one year we invested in a high-risk, high-reward that cost us $2 million on a property appraised at $20 million. It took us under 3 years to get our first check on that project, though we had to wait, and it's now paying off. But my point is that if this was 100% of our funds, I'd be bankrupt before we cashed that first check. The upcoming section explores each of these buckets. It is not an exhaustive breakdown of how each strategy works. Instead, they are boiled down to their crucial moments and decision points. Just as a visit to a Lamborghini dealer allows you to smell the leather and feel how the car grips the road, this walkthrough should do the same. It'll give you the big idea. Each strategy below adds upon the previous, climbs up the ladder of difficulty, and shows you which new skills are required to make it happen. For some, I've included real figures from past deals that his capital has completed, so you can see from the front seat how the strategy moves. Enjoy the ride. Appreciation strategies. Number 1. Wholesaling. Difficulty? Easy. A to Z time? 7 to 30 days. Capital required? Minimum. New skills? Deal sourcing, simple negotiating, investor relationships, estimated profit per transaction? 2 to 30K. Wholesaling is your quickest entry point into real estate. It's simple for real estate, low maintenance, and really up to you where to take it. For the novice investor with no funds, it has the potential to rapidly grow your capital and experience. And if you already have capital, it could earn you 30K or more in a month if you do it right. Each situation is different, but that is my experience. The best part? It avoids the active work of purchasing, rehabbing, landlording, managing, and selling homes on the market. The objective is simple. Be the matchmaker between a motivated seller and an investor seeking to buy. The motivated seller should be eager to sell the home at a discount. The reasons vary, but sometimes the house is in foreclosure and other times they are simply desperate to get out quick. This gives you a chance to negotiate down. Next, your goal is to strike an agreement with this seller by promising you'll get their home bought by a certain date at a price they like. Once you get this in writing, under contract, the clock starts ticking for you to find an investor who will buy, but at a higher price than what that contract was for. Please note that in some states the law may require that you obtain your real estate license, so always check with an attorney in your area to ensure you are doing business the right way. It's vital to get these prices right because the difference between what the investor pays and what the seller receives is your net profit, your wholesaler fee. If you promise the seller too high a price, your pockets will get squeezed, or worse, you simply won't find a buyer willing to pay. A big part of your success depends on you having a method to consistently locate these homes and then, with little comparative effort, put the home in front of dozens of hungry investors. If you nail this, you could realistically wholesale up to 5 to 6 deals per month. If you are more passive, you can pounce on a great wholesaling opportunity once or twice a year, whenever one is too good to ignore. This strategy has the potential to earn you anywhere from $2,000 per deal in declining markets and up to $30,000 or more with larger deals in growth markets, in my experience. During the growth stage, it gets harder for investors to find great deals, so they will greatly value your service. However, it's in these times where I've seen wholesalers get too greedy and mark up their prices to as high as $40,000. While many investors will be willing to buy houses at high enough prices to get you that type of wholesaler's fee, it risks tarnishing your relationship with the investor. My philosophy is to keep the investor relationship strong and seek a lower fee if possible. Trust me, you can make it up with repeat business. Why? Imagine you're in the shoes of an investor looking to buy a house, and that you'll be taking on all the risk and management to turn a profit. Would you go back to a wholesaler who is making more money off you than you make off the investment? Our philosophy is to let the investor who is taking on all the risk make a majority of the profit. When we do that, historically they come back for more and we do repeat business. On the flip side, when the market is declining, there are motivated sellers everywhere. The public gets afraid, and then banks and owners go selling homes at a loss. The biggest challenge in a declining market is to find right-minded investors who know it's the best time to buy. This is where your reputation comes in. If you tarnish it in the growth stage, it will be difficult to build trust during these hard times. Number 2. Wholetailing. Difficulty? Easy, medium. Total time? 60 days or less. Capital required? Funds to finance or purchase home. New skills? Financing a property, listing your home. Estimated profit per transaction, $20,000 to $50,000 minimum. This can be a perfect strategy for somebody with capital who wants to buy and flip a home for fast cash. If you've been wholesaling and hope to one day buy, fix, flip, this strategy is like using the training wheels first. And if you already buy, fix, flip, this removes the fix from the equation and allows you to get right into the flip even quicker. This strategy can be categorized under quick turn. Your objective is to find a motivated seller, buy their home at a discount, put approximately $1,000 into it to clean it up, and then put it back on the market to sell. Your first task is to find a low-priced property that's in decent condition and doesn't need rehabbing. The idea is to simply make the property more market-friendly and turn it around fast. A rule of thumb I follow is for it to qualify for conventional financing, because banks only lend for homes at a high enough quality. Also, the property you intend to put back on the market must appeal to the masses, and they will need financing. Next, groom it up. Get it professionally cleaned, paint the walls, cut the lawn, and so on. I like to do all this for $1,000 or less, though in some cases we've spent up to $5,000. Finally, list it for sale so you can get it sold. Today, there are a vast array of options to list your property. You can list it with an agent and pay them a fee, list it yourself on the MLS, which is the industry standard, or on websites like Zillow. However you list it, it's vital to ensure you can flip in less than 60 days. If you can't, this strategy is dead in the water. Beyond 60 days is when carrying costs eat up your margins and things get dicey. To do this, check out that the neighborhood has high enough demand. If you see new homes selling every 30 to 40 days for a similar price you intend to sell yours, it is wholesale friendly. But if it's softer and slower than that, avoid. Because the name of this game is quick turnaround, Wholesaling is ideal for an absorption and growth stage. Properties sell quicker. But in a declining stage, you'll find it harder to meet your 60-day timeline. This means you may have to be much more aggressive on the acquisition price. Number 3. Buy, fix, flip. Difficulty? Medium difficult. Total time? 6 months plus. Capital required? Funds to finance or purchase home. New skills? Rehab management, property analysis. Estimated profit per transaction. Ideally 20% plus ROI. This is where things get more involved. Buy, fix, flip is like wholesaling, but now you'll be rolling up your sleeves to oversee the rehab of a home. If you have funds and enjoy being handy, managing projects, and steering transformations, perfect. You could thrive with this strategy. Even if you're a passive investor, then this strategy can allow you to accelerate your portfolio. Warren Buffett explained in his 1996 letter to shareholders, "The trick in investing is just to sit there and watch pitch after pitch go by and wait for the one right in your sweet spot. And if people are yelling, 'Swing, you bum!' ignore them. If you're a passive investor, that's exactly how you should use this strategy. Every once in a while, a buy, fix, flip opportunity comes right down your sweet spot, and you can choose to knock it out of the park. Take a small chunk from your cash flow bucket and plant it there." Regardless of your investing style, I recommend getting involved in wholesaling or wholetailing first before jumping into buy, fix, flip. It's like learning to walk before you run. If you leap head first into buy, fix, flip, you might not be ready for the twists and turns. Some experience and funds are required, but once you meet these preconditions, you can begin. Your objective is to buy a distressed property, repair it, and then sell it at a price that makes it worth your time. The first step is finding a distressed property. If you've done any wholesaling, you'll find these the same way. The key is property has value built into it, and later in the next chapter, I'll show how it's done. The crucial distinction is that since you are the investor this time, all the risk falls on you. It's vital to pick a home you are confident will sell at a high enough price once you fix it. And how do you know this? Work backwards from your end game, the final selling price. As an example, we spotted a property in Orlando that had been built in 1955 and was on sale for $76K. Great price, but it was pretty beat up and needed a ton of work. So we needed to know if the nearby homes sold for rates we had in mind. We call this comparable sales. Now is a good time for a major lesson in real estate. No matter what, diligence and analysis is required. You might have the perfect strategy lined up, but no deal is actually better than a bad deal. Who cares if a strategy fits you well if you lose money at the end? Please trust my scars and never put yourself in a situation where you need to take a deal in order to survive. Take your time and be strategic so you don't have to suffer the pain of a market correction. However, there's an art to sizing up the attractiveness of a deal. Much of it depends on knowing the market cycle and having basic fluency in financial math. Back when I first started out, I struggled at all this. Recall how I did everything manually. Fetched the research, crunched the numbers, spent hours double-checking everything. Real estate math can get exhausting. The biggest hindrance was the mental and emotional cost of poring over tons of data. These days, we use the same research formula over and over again for every deal. So we got in touch with a programmer who once had an existing real estate business. Then we gave him our formula and incentivized him to build an online tool that calculates all the analysis and research. We crossed our fingers, hoping it would work. And he came back with a tool that we still marvel at today. It's extremely accurate and efficient. Today, we can do in minutes what once took hours to do. After inputting figures for a deal I'm thinking of, it then spits back the vital analysis we need and answers the big questions for every deal. Should we go ahead with the deal? What offer should we make? Are there other strategies that might work better for this home? At his capital office, we have a simple philosophy. If the answer is not a definitive yes, then it is a definitive no. This tool makes the answer clear to us. If you want to see how it works, go to rickmelero.com/book and scroll down to Chapter 9. There you'll find a deal analysis video. Back to the buy, fix, flip strategy. We plugged the figures into our deal analysis tool and it spit the analysis back. All of the comparables were over $229K. Seeing this gave us confidence the house would sell at a much higher price as long as we did the rehab right. That was the next step. If you remember one thing about buy, fix, flip, make it this truth: don't over-rehab your property. I see too many investors buying great deals, but then they ruin it by putting too much or too little money into it. For example, if you bought a house in a low-wealth neighborhood for $40K and it showed comparable sales of $110K, but then you poured $45K into rehabbing, then you might have just wasted money that could have been profit, especially if renovation costs included adding features or changes that nearby properties have none of. Why? Because there is a ceiling on how much your rehab will increase the value of your home. In this scenario, just $20K would have done the trick and pushed the value up to $110K. In our educational webinars, we highlight projects where this has taken place and highlight which other tactics could have been used to modernize the property and still compete with its local market profitably. It comes down to knowing your audience. The last thing you want is to spend money on knocking down walls, increasing ceiling height, installing higher-grade granite countertops and Venetian plaster in a home where buyers could care less about that. On the contrary, if I do a simple fix like resurfacing a tub for an $800K home, the buyers might cuss me out. You need a balanced mindset when thinking of renovations, and you must match the right approach for the right project. Pro tip: if you're flipping a high-end property, you'll want to hire an interior designer and somebody specializing in high-end finishes. This is so vital that we programmed a rehab estimate into Analysis tool. This way, any investor can sleep well at night knowing they didn't over-rehab their property. Here is our rehab estimate for the Orlando property. $53,776 is enough rehab to push the value up to $230K. The beauty of using a tool you trust is that it keeps your emotions in check. Being passionate can fuel you, but making emotional decisions can torch your whole project. Once the tool shows you the numbers, you'll see what renovation budget is required to make the project successful. If the bid fits the strategy, you're in good shape. If not, you need to negotiate price more or determine if another strategy is better suitable for the project. Perhaps a rental house may be the highest and best use for that project. Understand, it's not about being cheap, it's about being efficient and catering to the community smartly. Just because we had a budget doesn't mean we didn't repair the property very well. The $53K in repairs represented all the expenses and quality finishes that would be needed to make the property as good as or better than the competing properties. Believe it or not, I've flipped properties in all market climates during growth, saturation, declining, and absorption stage. However, the sweet spot for this strategy is during the absorption stage. Remember how we turned our ship around after the 2008 crisis? Home prices are rock bottom in the absorption stage. And in the years to come, prices are higher and you can sell for greater prices once you rehab. It's how the millionaires are made. The declining stage is where you should tread carefully, because if the market is declining fast, then your market price might dip below the original selling price you had planned. Number 4, infill lots. Difficulty: advanced. Total time: 6 months or more. Capital required: funds to finance or purchase home plus land. New skills: land acquisition, new home construction. Estimated profit per transaction: $30 to $100K. This is the next level up from the buy, fix, flip, and is great for a more advanced flipper if you've done renovations and have capital you want to grow. Instead of buying a property and increasing its value, you build a brand new home on an unused piece of land that is already within an existing community. The objective? Find an existing community with an unused lot, build a new home cheaper than the surrounding homes, and sell or rent for profit. The first step is to find an existing community that has a lot for sale. These are often subdivisions that have other homes built there already. Your goal is to purchase that lot, the land, and build a home at a price per square foot, PPSF, that is lower than the comparable homes in that area. Tip: ultimately, the cost of every home comes down to PPSF. As an example, if you purchased a piece of land and see that nearby homes sold for 135 PPSF during the last cycle, build yours for 105 PPSF or lower. When you try to gain an advantage over other flippers, It's wise to break this strategy into two phases. Number 1, buy the lot in down markets when land prices are lower, and number 2, build the home and sell it in growth markets when demand has surged. This way, by simply infusing patience and timing, you could get far better margins. The key is to buy an entitled parcel, meaning the only pending item is to get city permits and then begin construction. There are many other nuances and details packed into this process. Find the right lot, home blueprints, get permits, manage a construction crew, and so on. For this reason, I only encourage savvy flippers and active investors to try this strategy. I like this strategy so much that in late 2018, I began lending money to seasoned investors who are implementing and capitalizing on this very strategy. However, if you develop a method to locate unused lots at existing communities and then build very efficiently, this can be a strong part of your investor's repertoire. To give you a real-life example of how lucrative this strategy can be if you're strategic with your timing, here's a real-life example story. During the heat of the crisis, around 2008 or 2009, his capital partner and friend was going bankrupt. He had 75 infill lots and was rushing to liquidate all of them. He turned to me and asked if I'd purchase them. We didn't have the cash on deck to take all of them, so we purchased just a few for $15,000 each. Once the market fully resurged years later, they could sell for a whopping $150,000 each, just the land. A 900% equity growth in a few short years. Now imagine if we'd kept more cash reserves to jump on all 75. Cash flow strategies. Number 1. Renting. Landlord. Difficulty, medium. Total time, 2 to 5+ years or more. Capital required. Funds to finance or purchase home. New skills. Tenant relations, property management. Estimated profit per transaction. Equity buildup plus monthly cash flow. Known as becoming a landlord, this is the most popular entry into passive income and gets you right on the path toward my money makes money. Rentals should be in every real estate investor's portfolio, both passive and active investors alike. Not only because it can put your money to work for you, but it can sustain you when the market goes down. The simplest way to start out is a single-family rental and then work your way to more advanced rentals like multifamily homes or commercial. Honestly, I love cash flow strategies and believe every investor should aspire to create multiple streams of passive income. Your objective? Buy a property lower than market price, find a tenant to rent it to, and lease it to them for 2 to 5 years at a favorable rent rate. Like all other strategies, what makes or breaks this deal is finding a suitable target property. A good target is one in decent condition and priced lower than current market value. Like wholesaling. But instead of reselling within 60 days, you hold it for 2 to 5+ years and get rental income in the meantime. When you find a good deal, you can hold it for much longer. If you use leverage, you can let your tenants pay down your mortgage while still growing your equity position. Because we teach this tactic so much, the demand from our active investors forced us to create a 30-year mortgage product to help investors deploy it. This way, they buy more rental houses with full-term mortgages, and their tenants' rents can pay off the debt for them. See how cash flow can make a world of a difference? We found such a property last year in Port Richey, Florida. A wholesaler brought it to us after he found it off market. We paid him a $5,000 wholesaler's fee and then examined the deal. The home was built in 1980, needed minimal repairs, and was selling for $50,000. After looking at comparable sales of nearby properties, we knew it had equity built right into it. Exactly what we wanted. Nearby homes were selling for approximately $80,000, meaning the property had $30,000 of equity built into it. Sure, we could wholesale this property, but since the market still had room to grow, it was better to sell later when prices went higher. In the meantime, we could rent it out. This leads me to a vital point with rentals. Your monthly rent should add up to an attractive annual return. The last thing you want is to buy a home and only get rock-bottom rents that amount to a 5% annualized return. I recommend seeking 10% or higher. At his capital, we aim for 14% because we can easily deploy capital in our lending arm and yield over 10% without doing any of the heavy lifting. By annual return, I mean after expense return. What remains after paying for the home and operational expenses should amount to 14%. In the investment world, it's called a capitalization rate. The math on this can get tricky and cumbersome for more novice investors, so we programmed it into our deal analysis tool. For completeness, here's the basic formula for our cap rate broken down into 3 parts. Want to learn the IRV formula? Go to rickmelero.com/book. Scroll down to Chapter 9 for a video that unpacks it all for you. Number 1, gross scheduled income minus vacancy equals gross income. Number 2, gross income minus operating expense, exclude mortgage, equals net operating income. Number 3, NOI divided by purchase price, value, equals capitalization rate. Now, back to this rental project. We plugged our deal in and it used our 14.96% cap rate criteria, then spit back the rent we needed to make this deal work. Cash on cash return, 13.01%. Internal rate of return, 26.43%. Return on equity, 13.01%. Capitalization rate, 14.96%. Gross rent multiplier, 4.76%. Debt coverage ratio, 0. Operating expense ratio, 25%. With a 14.9% cap rate, we'd need $875 monthly rent to make it worth our time. Let me share a secret we use to keep surprise repair costs from popping up. Anytime we look at a house we intend to hold, we double-check that the major items, roof, electrical, AC, a must in Florida, have a long shelf life. Sometimes people don't look at how much life is left on these items and then get hit by unexpected costs in a year or two. By making sure the most expensive items have already been done, you eliminate a lot of headaches and avoid the risk of your 14% cap rate going to 0. Next, you need reliable rents. The key to getting the needed rent is to never guess. You want a high degree of confidence. For this, a property manager who specializes in that local area will do wonders. Every local market is different. Regulations shift, tenant preferences change, eviction laws vary, and so on. A solid local property manager who knows that area can cut through all the noise and give you a swift deliberation. For this Port Richey property, we hired a property manager we'd known for years and who handles our other properties. He did his magic, assessed the home, told us the minor repairs required, and informed us that finding tenants at $875 was reasonable. If he had told us something like, tenants will only pay $700 a month in this area, or, from my experience, you need $10,000 in repairs before renting for $875, then our 14.96% cap rate would have been jeopardized. When you hire a property manager, it also eliminates the hassle of the landlording process, vetting tenants, phone calls in the middle of the night, unplanned repairs, evictions, and so on. Too many landlords get bogged down by this. A longtime friend of mine, Claude Wolfe, has been renting properties for 15 years and by now has amassed 75 rental properties. First he bought one, then borrowed against it to buy another, and repeated this formula until he owned all of them free and clear. You can imagine his monthly cash flow. When sitting with him for lunch one day, I couldn't help but notice a change in him. Me. You know, all these years of meeting up, you'd always say how busy you were with managing your properties, but I haven't heard that from you lately. What changed? Claude. I finally realized I'm a terrible property manager, so I fired myself. Now I have a competent property manager who gives me reports, eliminates those headaches, qualifies tenants, and evicts them if he needs to. I wasted a lot of time not doing this before. A property manager is required for the path to truly passive income with rentals. And like Claude, if you want to get into renting bigger units like multifamily or commercial, having a property manager on site or that specializes in that asset class is a must. The beauty of a multifamily rental is that it reduces the risk of your investment. If one of 4 tenants stops paying, which can happen, the other 3 can keep you afloat. Commercial is similar, but carries an added benefit of stronger and predictable revenues because your tenants are commercial businesses. I encourage every investor to one day up their game and eventually get to multifamily or commercial investments. I believe nothing can give you stability like this. It's that powerful for long-term cash flow. Private lending. Become the bank. Difficulty? Advanced. Total time? 6 months or more. Capital required. Capital set aside to lend. New skills, sourcing high-performing investors, underwriting procedures. Estimated profit per transaction, 6 to 12% simple interest annualized. This strategy is a critical step to becoming completely passive, and it's one of the most underrated. It can work wonders by emulating the most successful institutions on the planet: banks. Banks lend money to high-performing people, organizations, and businesses and get paid back with interest. It's a timeless investing method. Everything from the funding of nations to the issuance of national currencies can be traced back to IOUs by banks. Luckily, you can bring this formula into your own portfolio by becoming a private lender to other high-performing real estate investors. Every strategy mentioned so far requires you to involve yourself with the property. This reverses that dynamic by funding other investors who will do that work instead. In other words, you invest in those investors. Many get intimidated by this strategy because lending can be a scary word. But if done the right way, it has the opportunity to turn into your most hands-off income. The objective? Find top-tier real estate investors, lend them capital, and then collect interest payments as cash flow. There are two ways to become a private lender. The first is to become the bank, literally. The goal is to wisely loan capital to investors who are likely to turn a profit and then pay back that loan with interest. To do this, you must set up a business structure as a private lender, create an underwriting process, payment collection, strong diligence standards and risk criteria, and a proven way to find top-tier investors with a strong track record in deploying real estate strategies. If you possess ample capital and experience, this route could maybe take your portfolio to the moon. It's really no more complex than some of the other strategies, and the same exact fundamentals are used in deal and investor vetting. It's just not sexy to the general public, but as the saying goes, successful investing is boring. But if you lack time, capital, and breadth of experience to open a private lending operation, your second option is to seek a private lender who already has things set up and who will let you in on the action. The beauty of this approach is that you bypass the struggles and risks of becoming the bank. Instead, you tap into a private lending model already built. Instead of underwriting every single borrower, you underwrite the institution you have decided to partner with who has a reliable process you trust. We set up a private lending arm at His Capital for this exact reason: to give investors access to incredible private lending opportunities without the headaches. Having an exceptional director of underwriting has been key to growing this model. Can you guess where we found ours? The internship program. The program worked so well in finding Sam Ally that we chose to replicate it in our quest for the next level. We put out a request for applicants, and in 2 weeks, 200 people applied. We had so many applicants that we stopped accepting applications. We selected 36 candidates and made them run the gauntlet to see who was really qualified. Of all those people, it was Tashi Endo, a native of Japan, who displayed the level of consistency and diligence we valued. Tashi's vision was to one day become a fund manager. So over the years, he aided his with quality control, developing underwriting guidelines, forming our back office diligence, and slowly he earned his dream spot as an active player in our lending arm. I remember being in Vegas with him for business. I was so excited about our next level that I began rambling on about it for 7 full minutes. The whole time he didn't blink. His facial expression didn't change. His body language didn't give away any clues. "Tashi, are you okay?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "Well, what do you think?" He looked into my eyes and with total composure said, "This is the best day of my life." That's Tashi, a symbol of composure and thoroughness. And he won't sacrifice his standards for anything or anyone. They go into every deal he underwrites. Today, with his help, we help investors get involved in a world of private lending opportunities. We even wrote an ebook devoted to exploring the ins and outs, nuances, and opportunities in private lending so that you can learn how you could one day lend successfully. Visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 9 to download it. Regardless of the private lender you partner with, the winning ingredients to look for are: number 1, they have access to top-tier investors, and number 2, they have tightly forged lending practices. Private lending involves many nuances and careful execution. But to give you a feel for this strategy, let's take a peek and see a simplified example in motion. In the section Buy, Fix, Flip, we used the real-life case study of a property we bought in Orlando. Now picture yourself in the shoes of a private lender instead. Imagine the investor tells you they want to buy that property for $76,922, rehab it for $53,776, and then resell it for $230,000. For them, the total expense would be $161,356. But they need a $61,538 loan from you in order to make it work. After vetting their track record and examining their deal, you determine they are qualified and loan it to them at 12% interest rate. This is a breakdown of the monthly payment you'd receive. Interest-only loan. Amount, $61,538. Loan to value, 80%. Interest rate, 12%. Monthly payment, $615.38. 12% annual rate amounts to $615.38 per month. In the best case scenario, they pay you $615.38 every month, fix and flip the property successfully, and then pay you back the $61,538. If they did this for 12 months, you'd have grown your capital to have $68,922, all without lifting a finger. But what if they run into problems and stop paying you? The worst case scenario. The beauty of private lending is that the property then becomes yours. Why? Because the property was the collateral for the loan, meaning if they default, that asset goes to you. In this case, you'd hire an attorney and would foreclose on the property. That attorney would do all the heavy lifting for you until it becomes your property. In the Become the Bank ebook, we cover this in more detail. But once the attorney completes the process, you're the proud owner of the property in question. In this example, you now own a $230K property for only $61,758. In other words, the worst case scenario can become your best case scenario. You can make this strategy work in every market cycle. The trick is to tighten your investor qualification guidelines and increase your down payment requirements while in down markets, so that you carry as little risk as possible. This causes investors to have more skin in the game and less likelihood of defaulting because they have more to lose. In 2013, his capital started private lending as a way to diversify, and in 2017, we deployed $22 million and are planning to deploy $40 million by the end of 2019. Why are we expanding so quickly? We fell in love with private lending because it opens a world of investing opportunity, at the same time creating incredible passive income. The benefit of being the lender, as somebody who also wears the investor hat, is that so many investors come to us with deals we never would have found out about. From there, we can fund the investor, take on the project ourselves, or pursue a joint venture in other ways. In this way, lending could become a doorway to growth for your entire 40-40-20 portfolio. High-risk, high-reward strategies. Number 1, buy distressed. Difficulty, advanced. Total time, 6 months or more. Capital required, funds to finance or purchase home plus land. New skills, risk management, and new development. Estimated profit per transaction, 50% plus ROI. This strategy is only for savvy investors with a good attorney and a strong team. I can't stress this enough. If you got wrapped up in these strategies before, you'll know what I mean. I speak from my scars when I say this. Everybody chases the glory, the big whales, and in the process, so many end up going bankrupt before the project even breaks ground. This should not be your focal point. Only once you've gotten to the point where you have your appreciating and cash flow buckets full should you try this at home. Then, instead of chasing down whales haphazardly, you can jump on the whales that fall to your feet. If done from this vantage point, HRHR deals have the potential to be incredibly powerful. The objective? Find a lender, private or institutional, who wants to exit their position and negotiate with them to buy the loan at a favorable term. In the previous strategy, you learned how lenders lend to investors who promise to turn a profit and make monthly payments. However, sometimes these investors cannot pay back in time, and the note, loaned money, becomes distressed. When this happens, lenders often become motivated to sell that loan to another investor. Reasons vary. Sometimes they need that cash they were expecting. Other times they aren't comfortable with the risk any longer. I recommend only doing this with loans given for commercial deals. They are less speculative projects and typically undergo diligence, so you take on less risk of the project falling through completely. Not to mention that commercial real estate is not tied to the highly regulated consumer space. However, in commercial lending, not all lenders are created equal. Some lack diligence process and some have strict timeline requirements and are rushing to get paid off. The key to buying a note is locating these types of lenders who don't have flexibility and cannot pivot when the borrower runs into trouble or can't pay back. This gives you the opportunity to deal with a motivated note seller who is looking to convert their inevitable loss into a sudden win by working with you. This strategy gets highly complex and can turn into a prolonged legal process. Ideally, you have a method for spotting these distressed lenders and then hand the process off to your attorney, who puts the strategy in motion. To show what I mean, last year at a seminar in Canada, I told the story of an investor who got himself in very hot water. His business partner betrayed him, siphoned the cash flow payments, and left him without any funds to pay off the lender. We stepped in and purchased the defaulted mortgage from the original lender and turned our $675K into $1.275 million, all in less than 6 months. To hear the full story of how this unfolded, visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 9. If you aspire to build a thriving real estate enterprise one day, take a break and listen to the audio now. You'll have a crisp feel for how this strategy works. Number 2. Development. Difficulty? Advanced. Total time? 2 to 7 years. Capital required? Funds to finance or purchase land plus construction. New skills? Risk management and new development. Profit per transaction? 50% plus ROI. This is as advanced as it gets. You need plenty of experience, capital, and vision to make it work. While the infill-fill lot construction strategy involves buying an unused piece of land in an existing community, development is about creating that community from scratch. Think about any shopping plaza, mall, residential community, or subdivision. The mastermind behind the creation of it was a real estate developer. He conceived a vision, purchased the land, and created a whole ecosystem. Timing, superb construction management, and a market-tested plan to attract a thriving ecosystem are all required. No small undertaking, but perfect for those intent on one day becoming millionaires or billionaires in real estate. The objective? Purchase a piece of land and build a development on it. I'd be giving you false confidence if I tried to teach you how to deploy this strategy in a few pages. Instead, I can give you a high-level idea of what the strategy requires. Right now, we are working on a project in California in the very early stages. It's currently in phase 1. All we have is a site plan. It shows our vision for how we'd take a piece of land and transform it into a subdivision. Our next step, we have to get the green light from the city. Without their buy-in, we cannot go forward with the project. They might request changes, tell us how to verify zoning, and so on. This is usually an iterative process with a bunch of back and forth. Another project we have is in phase 5. My partner and I bought a project that was already underway with a different developer who'd gone bankrupt. The site plan, phase 1, was already approved. The city showed favor in our big idea, and now it's in the development process. The negative side to development is that it could take years. Just getting this land ready for construction requires $4 million and might take 18 months. Then it needs another $65 million to build, and that could take another 2 to 6 years. Timing is everything. The last thing you want is to have a massive development project get stuck, the market turn on you, and then you're unable to pay your lenders back. This is a nightmare scenario. Because of this, it's vital to start construction in harmony with what's called the building cycle. I like to joke and say, you're in a down market when you don't see cranes anymore. But in a building cycle, there are cranes everywhere. A wise approach is to purchase the distressed land during the absorption and/or decline stage when bargains are plentiful, and then develop the project in the growth market. Why? You can maximize your chances of success from the outset. Buy land cheap. Begin construction when the industry is hot and in motion. Complete the project. Pay back your lenders. And reap the rewards however you see fit. Lease or sell to another investor who seeks cash flow. When you're reaching the saturation stage, if you still own any development, especially in residential, consider leasing whatever is left. One key indicator that it's time is if you begin seeing apartment complexes being converted to condominiums in your market. This is a sign that developers cannot buy land or condos cheap enough anymore because the market is saturating and are trying to get the last drop out of the lemon before things turn. This deal fell in our lap because we lent money to a community developer who later brought this next phase to us so we could be his partner. Putting strategies in motion. Before you go building a 40-40-20 portfolio, there are two deciding factors to explore. These will help pinpoint which strategy is right for you. The most important deciding factor is why you are doing this. Until you know your purpose for real estate, you won't know how to create a highly tailored endgame. All of Chapter 3, Uncover Your Eternal Why, was built around this essence. If you haven't already, now is the time to revisit. Once you know your why, everything else clicks into place. The number one why for me is God, and then my family. I dream of leaving a legacy that provides for my children's children. I want them to look back and remember their great-granddaddy. Another why of mine is to reclaim time, to go where I want and when I want with my family. My entire investment portfolio is being designed to get me there, little by little. These whys are unspeakably inspiring to me. You know the feeling when you have it. It's crucial to be specific and personal. To get specific, ask yourself, from X to Y by when? For example, if you told me, I'm going to buy fix flip because I seek financial freedom, you're being too vague. A more precise answer might sound like, because I'm seeking $100K per year in passive income so I can retire by age 38 and travel to Europe with my wife and children. Your dream will be unique to you. I have plenty of clients who borrow from us to invest, but want nothing to do with creating a real estate enterprise like his capital. Yet others want to generate millions. As you can tell, this chapter deliberately taught you only the essence of each strategy, and as you read through them, one of the strategies probably spoke out to you. Take that as a sign to explore the link we provided inside the description of that strategy. The next deciding factor is, what do you have now? Do you have funds, skills, time to dedicate to your endgame? The investor questionnaire from Chapter 2 will be your guide into these questions. Think of it as a tool that helps explore your authentic investing journey. If your endgame is millions in passive income, but you have zero funds, your priority should be to build savings using the appreciation bucket. In this case, your game plan will first be more transaction-oriented as you save money from those potential profits. On the other hand, if you're retired and possess plenty of funds and free time, you can mix active and passive strategies as soon as tomorrow. Or maybe you have funds but no time. For example, one of my close His Capital clients holds a lucrative career selling machinery to oil companies. His end game? Retire early and rely entirely on his passive income. He even has an age and monthly revenue figure in mind. However, the nature of his job is very cyclical. Some months he makes $300K, other months nothing. So he practically has the high-risk, high-reward bucket covered. Now he needs to fill his other two, starting with cash flow. It is your time to shine. Have you reviewed the results of your investor questionnaire? Have you written your life plan to reflect your why for real estate? Use these tools and think of them as your coaches who ask you the right questions. Next, do you already have a property and strategy in mind? If not, this next chapter will reveal how to discover properties that are irresistible for any strategy matching your authentic journey. Chapter 10. Find Attractive Deals. This entire book was written to inspire you to do one thing: learn how to make real estate deals fuel your deepest driving purpose. But before you can put all you've learned into motion, your inspiring purpose, your investor mindset, and your repertoire of strategies, you first need to learn how to find attractive deals. This chapter shows the ways. After reading these tactics, make sure you try implementing them when ready. I see too many people mistakenly try to master the information before going out and finding a property. Do the opposite. Learn the general strategies here and then go hunting for a great deal. I believe the number one factor that makes a deal attractive is if the property is priced at a bargain. Novice investors tend to go hunting for buy-worthy properties through traditional avenues like the MLS, Zillow, Realtor.com. What's found here are on-market listings. They've already been revealed to the public. This is fine, and these are very popular methods. In the declining stage, you can find some very good deals there, but typically their popularity makes them less likely to be remarkably priced. If a property is listed there, especially during a growth stage, chances are it's at full retail price, and 95% of investors are competing over the few remaining deals. To find the best deals, you need to look where others won't: the off-market. The trick is to get in touch with motivated sellers who have not yet listed their property. While 95% of other buyers will be fishing in the same pond of on-market listings, the best opportunities can sit undiscovered because they aren't listed anywhere yet. This requires you to deploy, at the very least, some marketing strategies. In Chapter 7, you learned about systems. Marketing is an inseparable part of that portfolio building system. If you can master a few marketing strategies that reliably find you great deals sitting off market, then it can make growing your real estate business much easier. But there's a big misconception about marketing. People steer away from it because they think it's mysterious and overly intensive. This is untrue, and I've listed an array of simple hands-on strategies below to get you started with minimum headaches. I used them all when I first started out and still do today. You can use them, and don't be deceived by their simplicity. Another misconception is that big dreamers often think their big idea and a simple website is enough to make it happen. They reason, if I build it, they will come. This is a myth. If your purpose is to build a real estate enterprise and reach thousands of people, you'll need marketing strategies to match. Luckily, today's digital landscape has completely shifted the game of marketing. Only in recent years has His Capital, with the help of marketing experts, started to optimize our digital strategies. The results have been astonishing, and later I'll explore one method we found that has the potential to just explode your results. When you hone the digital strategies, it will give you a predictive, systematic process that will allow you to rinse, lather, and repeat. By the time you're ready to double or triple your business reach, just up the budget on your conversion-based marketing machine. But before getting to all that, let's start simple and then graduate up the ladder. Hands-on marketing. Number 1. Bandit signs can be one of the simplest ways to get started. They are low cost and little effort. Your best bet is to first identify a neighborhood of interest to you, and then post these bandit signs in various locations. Be strategic about where you place them. High traffic locations and electric poles are ideal, and you should not overdo it. No community enjoys seeing bandit signs plastered all over their neighborhood. After doing this, expect people to call you. When they do, have a conversation and make sure you jot down their information: house details, their interests, other real estate activity, contact information, and so on. Not only is this vital to move a deal forward, but it will enable you to keep the relationship warm over time and build a list of contacts. This list can one day turn into your greatest asset. Pro tip: some localities require a permit, so contact your local county. Make sure you are in compliance. One of our newer guys went out and listed bandit signs, posting over 100 in a target area. That next week, the phone was ringing off the hook with investors and sellers trying to set up appointments. One man in particular, who was very nice and eager to meet, set up an appointment. He showed up for his appointment, and lo and behold, he was the code enforcement officer. Our new guy was sweating bullets and shaking, thinking he'd be fired or even fined on the spot for welcoming in the enforcer. The compliance enforcer told him, "I'm the guy who picks up your signs and throws them away, but I also need a loan." The lesson? Be strategic with your postings, be in compliance, and get ready to see results with this simple strategy. To this day, it's one of our staple lead generation tactics. And by the way, we funded the code enforcement officer and he flipped his house. Number 2. Door knocking is a low-cost method. You pay for gas and it requires just a couple of hours of driving. Once you identify a neighborhood, simply go door to door and introduce yourself to homeowners. It works really well when you're targeting a foreclosure list or some type of public record data. Your number one mission is to walk away with an early relationship. They might not be looking to sell now, but that might change in the future. Other times, they will be eager to explore selling options. The key is to be welcoming and a pleasure to speak with. Don't make them feel like you're an unwelcome solicitor. Introduce yourself, show genuine interest, and make them feel understood. Pro tip: bring sticky notes and put them on the doors, never the mailbox, where nobody answered. A note like this will suffice. I am a local investor looking to buy in this area. Here is my number to call me at. Number 3. Public records list. Anytime a landlord files for eviction, it's recorded in county records. This is true for foreclosures too. While evictions and foreclosures are headaches that homeowners face, it is a good sign that they might be motivated to sell. If you go to the local courthouse or city hall, you can get your hands on these records. They contain all the relevant information you need: homeowner's name, phone number, email, and so on. Once you have this list, mail, call, or visit door knocking and begin that conversation. Number 4. Direct mailer. Here's a little secret of real estate marketing. Rarely do homeowners sell after their first interaction with you. It's usually after the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 10th time they see you or your message before they jump on a call looking to sell. Think about it. Would you sell your house to the first random person that sent you a letter or flyer? Business is about relationships. You need to invest in them. Your consistency in direct mail will cultivate that trust you need to engage the person to sell you their home. If you use any of the strategies above, your list of homeowners will grow with time, and direct mailing is a way to keep those relationships warm. For optimal results, simply mail a branded postcard or letter every few weeks to your list. Responses will trickle in. Pro tip: you don't need a database of thousands to start. You need a consistent marketing campaign. Number 5. Referral partners. There are many types of professionals you can partner with to exchange mutual value. Real estate agents are great examples of this. They are motivated to do one thing: sell their client's home and receive an agent's fee for doing so. And you can help them do that. One time, his Capital team member, Alberto Suarez III, got creative and surfed the websites of every local agent he could find. He shot them a message saying, "We are serious about buying houses and would like to talk." One agent got back to us and we proposed an idea to him. "We are looking for properties that fit our investing criteria and have not been listed on the market yet. If you have these, we'll buy from you." It took a few calls before he finally warmed up enough to our idea and was ready to meet. In that meeting, he showed us 3 properties that fit our criteria. He'd been planning to list them the following week, but told us he'd be happy to skip that and arrange for us to buy it. As it turned out, a hurricane had gone by and a tree fell on one of the houses he was intending to list, so it was easier to sell for cash to a buyer like us instead of listing it on the MLS. It made perfect sense for both of us. We agreed, closed in 1 week, and got the houses cheaper than if we waited to find them listed the following week. Agents aren't the only professionals you can exchange mutual value with. A short list of potential partners includes title companies, insurance companies, real estate lenders, retail mortgage brokers, attorneys, especially foreclosure attorneys. All of them stand to gain business from you or from the buyers and sellers you'll work with. In our industry, we call this a win-win. The referral strategy is dear to my heart and one I've been cultivating my entire career. In fact, it's been the bedrock of so much of his capital's early and current success. We've purchased many residential and commercial properties, raised millions, and loaned millions. All of our arms have been impacted by this strategy and elevated to the next level. Last year, 60% of our $22 million in lending in the Florida market was by way of referral partners. The reason it's so powerful is twofold. First, like in Pursuing a Paul in Chapter 5, this strategy is based on offering value and then receiving value. Mutual value exchange. Second, if a referral partner refers deals to you, think about what they've just done. They vouched for your credibility, and that's 1/3 of the entire sale or negotiation process. Remember, relationship is key. Be real and authentic and helpful. As an example, whenever I connect with somebody, I like to ask them, "Who is your ideal client?" Or, "Who would you like to meet?" Then I take their business card and later that week I introduce them to somebody in my network who might have synergy with them. I never know what will come from it, and I expect nothing in return. And sometimes the two I connect don't do business at all, but a majority of the time, that professional remembers me as a valuable connection and we work together in the future somehow. If only everybody understood the power behind this valuable relationship-based approach. Number 6. Cloverleafing is a way to tie together all the above strategies by canvassing a local area. Here's a story of it in action. In 2011, his capital started a buy-fix-flip operation in Los Angeles, California. After flipping a few houses there, one day I got a phone call from a random real estate agent. She introduced herself and jumped right into why she was calling. "I found you in public records and I see you bought and flipped a few properties here. I'm very impressed, and I'd like to help you find your next property and then help you sell it after the repairs are done." She was very aggressive, but had a true hustler spirit and understood the power of rapport building. She did well to flatter me, so I promised to sit down with her during my next scheduled flight to LA. While there, she presented an off-market opportunity to me. After analyzing the numbers, I was impressed at her ability to find such a well-priced property. I bought the home, she got her agent fee, and I promised to let her sell it once the rehab was complete. By the time we finished rehab, she had already fetched an offer at an appealing price. As promised, she sold it and got another real estate commission, maximizing her output. I was thrilled that she knew how to get me bargains, so we formed an alliance. I promised to buy any property she found that matched my buy-fix-flip criteria and also gave her the ability to sell the property. Little by little, she brought more great deals, and I got a peek into her marketing strategies. What I saw was that she created a serious marketing advantage out of thin air. Her plan was to dominate the entire neighborhood. Once she forged a relationship with me, she knocked on doors, put up signs, sparked relationships, and sent out direct mailers to the local community. It didn't take long before that neighborhood knew her as the lady who gets your home sold. Activity steadily heated up in that local market, and she was riding the momentum. While other agents simply used the MLS to find deals, she pieced together her own mini marketplace by finding a cash buyer, me, and then went and promised the whole community she'd do her best to get their home sold quickly and for cash, to me. It worked brilliantly. And the kicker? The homes that did not match my criteria, she just listed on the MLS and sold them the traditional way again. So she got her agent fee regardless. To this day, it impresses me, like the epitome of hitting two birds with one stone. I like telling this story because it shows how one person can mix a few simple strategies and then go cloverleafing to gain serious momentum. To see David Pavlik and me talking about marketing strategy, visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll to Chapter 10. A Path to Finding Hundreds of Motivated Sellers on Facebook. This is especially exciting for anybody aiming to grow their real estate portfolio into something that can generate substantial income one day. For hands-on strategies like bandit signs and cloverleafing, you are limited by manpower and the current zip code you're in. Maybe 100 passers-by will see your sign or mailer, but with the combined power of digital, Facebook, Google, other social platforms, you theoretically have access to billions. You can also laser focus your marketing like never before, casting a wide net over any pond. At His Capital, we've been deploying digital strategies since the internet was still a teenager. But the landscape has since grown up and now contains a new realm of explosive marketing opportunities. If you know how to maneuver wisely and strategically, you can achieve in one day what might have taken you weeks with hands-on approaches. The catch? The digital landscape is vast and can confuse people. As lucrative as it can be, people often bounce away from it because there's too much to figure out and the financial cost of doing so seems extreme. Google ads, search engine optimization, Facebook ads, social marketing, Instagram marketing, Twitter strategies, YouTube video ads. Other times, people leap into these platforms head first but with the wrong approach. Misunderstanding the art and science of effective ads, right strategy but wrong platform, running a social campaign instead of a pay-per-lead campaign. Let's break free from this complexity and simplify everything right here. To reach the next level in marketing and master all these new opportunities, His Capital joined forces with a team of marketing experts. Our goal was simple: find out which strategy finds the most motivated sellers. Dozens of strategies were tested, all the results were weighed, and one strategy reigned supreme and most approachable for finding motivated sellers. This one is straight from the marketing strategy playbook. Let's dive in. The Facebook carpet bomb strategy. Earlier, we explored cloverleafing and how one real estate agent dominated an entire Los Angeles neighborhood by canvassing it, and ultimately created a serious competitive advantage for herself. Carpet bombing is the digital equivalent of this cloverleafing strategy, except it allows you to be more surgical and voluminous. Carpet bomb is a war term that means to progressively attack, bomb a certain region. When translated from marketing, think of it as targeting an entire region of potential motivated sellers. The bomb? A video message. No harm done here. You can use various platforms to take aim and drop your message, but Facebook yields the best results because of how agile and surgical it allows you to get. Plus, Facebook is user-friendly, allowing even the freshest eyes to get in there and start finding motivated sellers. Here are the nuts and bolts. Step 1. Set up a funnel. Think back to the bandit sign and direct mailer strategies. What happens if a motivated seller is interested? They'll either call or email you, and then you'll take it from there, bringing them deeper and deeper into the selling process. The same is true for this Facebook strategy, except you won't want to be handling all of the incoming calls and emails. That'd be too much to handle. Good problem to have, right? Instead, you want to lead them to a digital location that can outperform even your best days on the phone. Most people would guess I'm referring to a website. Close, but no cigar. It's not like the old days where you need a 10-page website. When it comes to converting motivated sellers into intrigued visitors and then to relationships, stagnant websites have become superseded by their successor: high-converting web funnels. What separates an old-fashioned website from a high-performing funnel is that a funnel acts like a top salesperson who, using just the right words and choices and being available 24/7, guides your visitor through a flow of pages that ultimately brings them to your desired outcome. They are interested in selling you their home. The hardest part of creating this experience is experimenting and deciding how exactly the experience should look and feel. Which designs work? What's the right wording? What appeals to which sellers? Our teams have invested lots of hours and marketing dollars to run the tests and find the answers. The results? There were a number of funnels that continuously drove exceptional results. Step 2. Create a video message. Once you set up an experience to bring motivated sellers through, it's time to create a video message that will reel them in. Why video? Video is the most enchanting form of content, and it accomplishes what blog posts and banner ads can't do. It can act as your own intimate and personal commercial. And lucky for you, it doesn't require advanced skill to whip up an appealing video. You can literally use a high-quality iPhone to get started. Here are 3 vital points to get right. Solve a problem. I see a lot of investors make the mistake of piecing together very generic videos. Instead, help them solve a problem they are facing. It's amazing how well this works. For example, many motivated sellers are selling because they are in a bad situation, cannot sell their home in a traditional manner, or are just in a rush. Maybe the house is distressed. Maybe it doesn't qualify for financing, and so the average buyer won't approach it. Maybe there's an emotional distress associated with the house, and the owner wants to get rid of it. Whatever their problem is, this is your opportunity to help. Show your face. In today's era, people want to know who they are working with. We're always wondering, can I trust this person? Dwindling are the days when you could remain a mystery to your clients on the internet. As you create your solution-centric video, be sure to show the most important part: you. Think about when people scroll their social media timelines. What are they looking for? Faces. You can come up with creative ways of showing this, but one timeless way is to share a story. Stories are very persuasive and pack a lot into a little. Ever wonder why you remember stories from when you were a child? Pro tip: facts tell and stories sell. To see an example of an effective video, go to rickmelero.com/book to revisit my welcome video. It's not tailored to motivated sellers, but it does a solid job of showing the most important parts: you and a story. Step 3. Target motivated sellers. Once you've created a video that appeals to a broad type of motivated seller, you are ready to take aim with it. This part can get nuanced, but here are the broad strokes. Pick a region or local area you have in mind. For example, I'm in Florida, so I'd pick all of Tampa. Why so broad? You never know who will be motivated to sell. Believe me when I tell you, sellers come from all walks of life. They are normal people like you and me. No need to get fancy. Load your video and continue following Facebook's steps to create a campaign. Facebook does a great job of guiding you through, making it fairly easy to get your campaign on its feet. Watch as your video message does the heavy lifting for you. You'll see the numbers rush in. People who click on your message will do one of two things. Number one, watch a portion of it and click the link that goes to your funnel, or number two, watch a portion of it and drop off there. If people visit your funnel and leave their information, congratulations, because you now have a potential deal on your hands. In the upcoming section, Advancing the Deal, you'll learn how to warm it up. If they drop off the face of the earth while watching your message, it's still a win because now you get to see the true power of the internet with this next step. Step 4. Retarget. Optional, for the full power of digital. Imagine somebody clicked on your real estate video but never made it to your funnel. If you choose to retarget them, then as they go surfing the rest of the web, your video or ad will reappear in front of them. The YouTube videos they choose to watch will show your ad before playing. Their search for how to make French toast will bring them to a recipe site where your advertisement will be on the side. As they scroll through their Facebook timeline, your original message will reappear again. Your reach depends on how advanced you want to take things. For far-reaching, outside of Facebook or Instagram, it requires some extra maneuvering that ends up being worth it once the leads flood in. But when you first start out, simple retargeting to people on Facebook or Instagram can be more than sufficient. Facebook will show you data on who watched your video and who didn't. Use this to determine who to retarget. You don't want to retarget somebody if they only watched 2 seconds of the video, but those who watched a sizable chunk are great candidates. You can retarget them with the same video, or you can experiment with retargeting them with testimonials. Testimonials are great for retargeting because they loudly signal trust. As sellers see your video throughout the internet, you'll start to see even more conversion potential in your funnel. The reason retargeting is so effective is because it increases trust and familiarity. Ever wonder why one brand feels more familiar and trustworthy than others? A big reason is the number of times you've seen that brand. In social psychology, it's called the familiarity principle, the psychological phenomenon by which people tend to develop a preference for things merely because they are familiar with them. This is also why you need to send direct mail multiple times, not just once. Marketers have known this for a long time, and most agree that customers need an average of 7 exposures before they interact with you. Retargeting is the process of leveraging these psychological patterns to improve your results. Remember, using Facebook is just the beginning. As you experiment and gain savvy, you can start targeting sellers from all angles of the internet. Google search, Twitter, YouTube, etc. Imagine that. Anybody in your local area who surfs the internet and is even thinking about selling their home can come to meet you on the web. Advancing the deal. What happens after you have a list of potentially motivated sellers? Truth is, things can go 100 different ways. If you don't have a solid process, deals can get jammed up before they get underway. Depending on the strategy you aim for, wholesaling, leasing, flipping, etc., many nuances can play a role in each deal. So here is universal guidance to help you warm up any potential deal and see it to the end. First and foremost, have your eyes peeled for people who are emotionally detached from their property. These could be individuals going through a divorce, who have a serious illness, or who have inherited real estate. When a lead comes, set up an initial call with them and find out this intel. Why they're selling, what type of property they have, what their preferred timeline would be, and their desired sales price. Remember, intel is power and will help you negotiate. Next, you'll want to get a sense of what other similar homes in the area are selling for. These are called comps. Comparables. In the buy, fix, flip section of the previous chapters, you saw the comparables on a property we analyzed. That analysis helps you discern if a deal is good, and it is a tremendous help in your final negotiation of price. Once you have those, call the seller back with a price range you'd be willing to pay. If they're comfortable with those parameters, book a walkthrough with them. Bring 2 contracts when you show up, one for them and one for you, in case they accept your terms. As you walk the property with a potential seller, point out the repairs that will be needed. This is a negotiating tactic. When you sit down with the prospect, you just present all the numbers, The estimated repair costs, what the house would sell for, other incidental expenditures. These details form the logical case for the price you'll offer. Then, make them an offer. If they accept, congratulations. If they decline, it's typically for one of three reasons. It's you. Real estate transactions live or die by trust. Remember, when dealing with their homes, people are ultra-sensitive to first impressions. Ask yourself, was there any part of the interaction where trust and rapport fell through? They're uncomfortable with your system? For example, many people get skittish if there's no realtor involved. This lends itself to trust. Your system is an extension of you, so they want to trust it too. They don't like the offer price. If they don't agree on price, then you can try and bring their attention to the repairs needed, offering to move forward on the price they want if they make the needed repairs. If they simply don't have the capital or their price is firm, it's okay to part ways. Perhaps we are not the buyer for you. But make sure you keep the relationship on good and professional terms. You never know what can happen. This information alone won't get you far in your business. Do you remember what makes the difference between the 3% who do and the 97% who just say? It's their hunger for action. And it's why this chapter was put last. All the information and how-tos in the world can paralyze you. But if you've listened this far, you can now pair it with significance and excellence that is already turning inside you. That is what can get you far. Since there's no better way to learn than by seeing it done, we've made a video to show you a successful deal. Alberto Suarez III, he came in as our intern, details the entire journey of a deal. He found a motivated seller who was tired of the headaches, ran the comparables and rehab estimates, got 3 bids from contractors, inspected the title, and ultimately netted $62,304 in profit on a buy-fix-flip transaction, just on one property. If you visit rickmelero.com/book and scroll down to Chapter 10, you can see the entire journey unfold in the Advance the Deal video. Although this book is coming to an end, it's not the end. As you listen to Alberto break down the deal, remember this is just the beginning. Now you should have all the inspiration you need. Next, think of his tutorial as a sampling of the tactical side of real estate. As you watch Alberto, I want to leave you with an unforgettable moment that always reminds me of the power of taking consistent action. One day, a friend of mine who likes to travel boarded a plane to Oregon. On the plane, he struck up a conversation with the man who was en route back home to his family. After the flight landed, together they walked to baggage claim. As they waited at the baggage claim, suddenly the gentleman let go of all the bags he was holding. They dropped to the floor and he darted over to his family who had just appeared. As his oldest son ran up to the man swept him up and into a hug, shouting out, "Son, I missed you so much!" He lowered down his son, gave him a high five, and looked over at his little daughter who had her arms around his leg. He kneeled down and picked her up, saying, "You know I love you so much, right, darling?" His baby, who was being held by his wife, heard Daddy's voice and began reaching out for him. The man welcomed his baby into his arms and gave kisses all over his face. He then handed the baby to his oldest son, saying, "And I've saved the best for last." He grabbed his wife, held her, kissed her, embraced her, and reminded her, "I love you and have missed you so much." My friend was enraptured by the moment in front of him. It was such a rare, amazing sight. His curiosity was heightened because he wondered how their love shined so bright. You just don't see that kind of warm embrace often. "Wow, may I ask, how long have you been married?" my friend asked. Still gazing at his wife, the man responded, 14 amazing years. Surprised and still trying to fill the gaps, my friend wondered, "Wow, then I'm guessing you were gone a long time?" "Just 2 days, the man said, smiling and without taking his eyes off his wife. "Well, sir, I hope that one day I will have a family just as love-filled as yours." The man gently moved away from his wife, turned to my friend, and with a serious face, he looked him in the eyes and said, "Son, don't you ever hope. Decide." In real estate investing and business, just like marriage, you can become trapped by hope. Yes, the rarest things in life are exciting to dream up, but nothing happens until you make the decision to make a difference. If you dream of moving forward, in life or in business, then please decide to bring it into reality as best you can. Use the information provided in this chapter. and act. Epilogue. Full circle. After his capital educational seminars, it's not uncommon for attendees to walk up to me and ask, "So Rick, what college degree taught you all this?" I tell them the truth. If I told you, you might not believe me. They wonder a few seconds and then I reveal, I didn't even finish high school. But I did luck out as a high school sophomore. I'll admit that. All the juniors and seniors took a liking to me, and I don't know why. I remember Danny White, a tall junior with a nice car and full beard. He took me under his wing and let me ride around with him. At just age 16, you can imagine how cool I felt. But a year later, I was left with no choice but to become a dropout and fend for myself. It's where my story began in Chapter 1. I can't lie, I was down on myself. Feeling defeated. All my friends went on graduating high school and picking colleges, but I was in a lonely apartment with just a dinky stick in case a burglar came knocking. I'd somehow been sucked into a journey and had no clue where it would go. By now, you know where it went. God had different plans for me, brought me into real estate, and this book has portrayed its crucial moments. When I decided to write this book, I couldn't have guessed the ride it would take me on. I've always been an action taker, trying to get to my level in life, never looking back too much. So as I unpacked my journey to share with you, it unleashed a flood of old memories. In that journey back, it's been incredible to connect all the dots and see which moments and people have miraculously shifted my fate this way or that. The most incredible part, though, has been seeing many of them finally reappear in my life after all these years, and usually right after my choice to include them in a chapter, as if they had one last moment that belonged in this book. 3 years ago, Danny White contacted me. Almost 20 years had flown by since our rides together, and ever since life put us on separate paths, I never saw him again. Until, that is, he responded to a Facebook webinar we hosted. He wanted his capital to bring him under our wing. How? By funding his aspirations in real estate. When he started with us, he was nervous because it was a whole new world to him. But he listened and implemented every bit of our strategic advice. As of today, he has closed several deals. He started by taking the rental income of his passive sources and used it to pay off a rental house, all in just 28 months. Danny doesn't want to build an enterprise. He simply wants to leverage real estate strategy so he has freedom over his time. The real reason for financial freedom. And during the writing of this book, he joined our realty brokerage to add even more income to his long-term plan. Today, his portfolio is well on its way to one day holding 10 properties, all owned free and clear, generating passive income. Soon after completing Chapter 2, one morning during my ride into the office, I felt my heart leading me toward memories of Suman, the woman who let me stay in her mobile home free of charge while I hurriedly plotted out the rest of my life because I'd just decided to resign as a youth pastor. I had nothing back then. No home, no career, no income, just heart. But her one deed bridged me to where I stand today. As I reflected on all this, I typed her name on Facebook and her profile appeared. I decided to message her. I never shared how grateful I am for your decision to obey that voice in your heart. You let me live there for free, and it changed the course of my life. Thank you. She messaged back quickly. Together we shared excitement and conversation, and then she wrote, "I'm in tears. Can I visit your office tomorrow?" "I'll move everything in my schedule if you can make it," I responded. The next day, she arrived at my office with her husband. It was an emotional moment, and our eyes teared. Back when I left her home in search of my own legacy, that was it. I never knew if I would see her again. But now here she was, standing in my office, the first time seeing her in about 16 years. Her husband is a minister and missionary who revealed to me, "I know this is my first time meeting you, but I feel I've known you for years because of how much Suman has spoken of you." I was surprised and humbled. "Really?" Then Suman explained. She'd been rooting for me the whole time. "I've been keeping track of you on social media, bragging about you to everybody I know, saying, 'I remember seeing him get started.' That's why I was crying when I got your message after all these years." Another surprise. She never stopped her real estate pursuits. She purchased new properties just like the one I lived in and created a portfolio of rental income. Today, she and her husband live off that rental income and travel locally and abroad doing missionary work together. It's freed her family to pursue their deeply held passion. You can say I'm proud of her too. She is leveraging real estate to fund her purpose. That, in my opinion, is what this is all about. On a different day, I was the one who received a message from an old acquaintance. It was Shufan, the wholesaler who had fetched me a property that ended up losing me money back when I first started out solo in real estate. "Hey Rick, I've been looking to get back in real estate after all these years, so I dialed up a local bandit sign and reached a team member at his capital. I Googled your website and I saw your video." He seemed intrigued to see that my solo hustle had somehow spun into a full-blown enterprise, so I invited him to an event I was scheduled to speak at so we could catch up. He showed up, we reunited, laughed off the past, and a few days later he messaged me. "I just submitted an application with Manny. I'm all in, so let me know what needs to be done." After all these years, it is looking like Shufan will be working with our lending team to bring in more lending opportunities that match our guidelines. In past years, my relationship with my mother has also been amazingly restored. Our relationship was once rocky, but looking back, it was a blessing in disguise because it pushed me onto my own journey. And as of today, she's since become a missionary in the Dominican Republic and makes an impact on the lives of children and adults born deaf at Talking Hands Listening Eyes Ministry. It's one of the greatest joys to see her choose a journey of significance instead of just existing. All these blasts from the past have so blown my mind that my wife, kids, and team always hear me wondering aloud, "What are the chances?" Moments like these have been loud reminders, tapping on my shoulder, saying, "Don't forget what this journey is really for, to make a lasting difference in the world." I feel blessed to have been reunited with my past, and now to be able to make a difference in their lives. Each day, the purpose of influencing and feeding nations takes on a whole new meaning. Most of all, though, it's reminded me the journey never really stops, that our next level is always right around the corner. This year I was challenged once again to step up my game. And no moment was clearer than my trip to war-torn Uganda, where many of these chapters were put to a new kind of test. It's the one last story I would like to share with you. This book opened up by bringing you into the struggles the Sudanese were facing. They were being chased out by rebels, forced to take refuge in Uganda, their families destroyed, the death toll rising. Since the day David walked into my office and our team pledged to help hand-deliver 300,000 meals, the Sudanese had been waiting for those meals. By August, the 300,000 meals were already sealed, sitting in a container, and waiting to be shipped to those families. Then, a month before our flight, our Uganda contacts who were helping us with the shipping process broke the bad news to us. The meals couldn't be delivered because of governmental issues that still needed to be resolved. They tried negotiating, but could not shake the setback. The meals would not be coming with us. In a heartbeat, our mission took a turn. Deliver 300,000 meals had to be put on hold, and instead, we would devote our trip to vetting for future alliances, connecting with the locals, and learning as much as we could. Once we got there, we could assist the purchase of local food, just not nearly as much as we'd originally planned. In October, our plane landed in Uganda. Within minutes, we were in the pits of poverty, driving past hundreds of rundown village cots, all of them crowded together as far as the eye could see. You'll see this kind of poverty on TV a million times, but only once you step foot in it does it send a shock to your system. The overpowering stench, the faces of misfortune, the mats they sleep on that you and I would use for floor mats. Their living situation can make your worst day feel like a blessing. As humble as I felt, I was soon overwhelmed. As we were talking to Sudan villagers, many of whom had their family members killed in front of their very own eyes, it dawned on me that the whole village is packed with these tragedies. And there are hundreds of these villages, and these circumstances happen all over the world. Suddenly, David and I felt like two tiny drops in an ocean. What's the point, I thought. Even if I brought $1 billion with me, it would be like pouring a cup of water into the ocean. This realization hung over me like a cloud. One day we were delivering food to the families. Since these communities don't have sewer lines, there's a visible ditch that everything flows through. As we walked, I was filming because I wanted my wife to see the stark contrast. The whole time, the horrendous odor is hitting me and I'm trying not to fall in the ditch. Once we'd gotten further along the path, I quickly had to shut off my recording. A couple of little girls, younger than 10, were both standing near the ditch completely naked. I was bothered by the scene and asked my translator why. They probably only have one outfit and it's being washed, he informed me. No matter how much I'd already been culture shocked by that point, it still hadn't completely processed that they simply don't have the bare necessities that you and I might take for granted. To us, a fresh basket of laundry can feel like a weekly routine. For them, it's a luxury they never even laid eyes on. I looked at the other children. They were running around with no shoes. Not because they liked to, but because they don't have shoes. Yet still, the one thing they did have on full display were these incredible, beautiful, shining smiles. They were still happy, and that image burned itself in. Around this time, I felt something turning in me. After meeting more locals and looking into their eyes and listening to their stories, a realization came up. Our trip means the world to these people. We walked from tribe to tribe, hearing out their needs. During one breakout session, a tribe leader spoke his story. He longed for the turmoil to end and to return back to Sudan, but he was deeply resentful of the rebels. Not only were they inflicting severe turmoil, but they had also beaten him badly and banged his head with a rifle. A permanent headache reminds him of the incident every day. As he spoke his story, you could feel the utter resentment boiling inside him, and not in a million years could I fault him. The atrocities that he and his community faced were unfathomable. But suddenly I felt an urge to share a message with him. Call it a gut feeling, but it was loud and clear. This man has unforgiveness in his heart, and he is suffering for it. As quickly as that urge shot up, I thought, yeah, right, not going to happen. How could he possibly respond to that? And what would I even say? But the urge was almost burning inside me. As he stopped, I blurted out, I believe I have a message for you. There was silence and the group looked at me. I cannot imagine the atrocities you faced, the agony, and I cannot understand how others can be so horrible to their very own people. But the only person still in chains right now is you. And the only way to free yourself from those chains of unforgiveness and rise above the ashes is to let go and forgive them. He broke down and cried, as if his heart had been needing that message. The group formed a circle and we all prayed. It turned into an unforgettable moment for everyone in that circle. As our trip continued, we kept on meeting with leaders and having in-depth conversations with them. We wanted to connect with their minds and hearts. It was humbling to see how many of them wore defeat in their eyes. They'd all but given up because of setback after setback to the livelihoods they cherished. It reminded me again that the first thing difficulties do is attack your belief in yourself. Just like the children in Ukraine who found it hard to believe in themselves, the Sudanese were struggling to believe in themselves. In this way, difficulties can easily rob you of your inborn potential. But how do you convince people who were chased from their homeland and left with nothing to believe that significance and excellence are available to them? These were tough conversations, and we had to challenge ourselves in order to challenge them. We guided them to a decision that was hidden in plain sight. They had barely any land, no access to resources, and the odds were against them. But they did have a small section of land with weeds growing from it, screaming out, "Take care of me!" "Can you find significance in the land you do have?" we asked. Then we challenged them. If you have nothing else to grow, no other greatness to achieve at this very moment, then why not turn this land into a perfect garden? In more relatable words, how can you possibly influence your nation if your room is always messy? We encouraged them to be good stewards of the little things, so that they'll one day be great stewards of the big things that come into their lives. Every village we visited battled with their own challenges, and each time there was an idea, a quote, or a principle that urged us to share it with them. And each time it resonated, leaving them with an unforgettable glimpse of their potential. During the plane journey back to America, I sat in deep reflection. We had just come out of a totally different world. We had met so many starving families. I lost count of how many were suffering from HIV. We heard stories of killings, spoke to tribe leaders battling with a worn-down spirit, smiled with the innocent children, ran and played with them, and prayed, dance, and sing with their parents. But now we were en route to Florida, where we had to switch our minds back to everyday life in real estate. I came home to blessings, that much was clear. The smiling faces of my wife, children, and team at his capital. But the contrast had me thinking deeply. The Sudanese were just born in a different place, that's all. It could have been me, or you, or my family raised there and then run out by rebels. It seems so much of our lives can become ruled by environment, or upbringing, or simply the luck of the draw, and sometimes, without the right influences to draw it out of us, our innermost genius that was planted deep inside us long ago stays locked down there, never seeing the light of day. Chapter 1 was titled, Thinking Even Bigger. Funny enough, it's how I was thinking right after the trip. Above all, the Sudanese taught me that I'm not immune to the challenge of thinking too small. Challenging them to tap into a potential they had every reason to doubt forced me to reassess how his capital could further influence the lives of others. More than ever, our purpose is to use real estate to help literally design better environments that will ultimately shape the lives of millions, to help others find their natural strength so they can lift themselves up and over their current circumstances in life. For the Sudanese, this means not just sending them food forever, which might only breed dependency in the long run, but instead guiding them towards a self-sustained economy. Of course, it would start small, but over time, our aim is to allocate funds that could incentivize them to farm for themselves. Once they reach self-sustainability, they can begin trading what was reaped with nearby villages or regions. That's the vision. But visions of purpose never go precisely as planned. They always throw you curveballs that end up making for a way better story. Ever wonder what happened to those 300,000 meals? The meals reached Uganda pretty close to Christmas Day. Quite the delay. But interesting timing, right? And had this not happened, we would have missed the opportunity to give and receive inspiration from these Sudanese families. As I write these words, David Green plans to return in a few short months to meet with the leaders and verify their progress. By summer 2019, another 300,000 meals should be packed and ready for them, fully approved this time. By the later part of this year, we'll be returning back to explore their next level, together with them. The story doesn't end here, though. It just moves on to its next chapter, you. On my journey, I've come to learn that I cannot change the world alone. Ultimately, this world transforms by the hands of all leaders who influence it, and I challenge you to be that leader with me. Believe it or not, your influence on this world is closer than you think. As an old monk poem goes, when I was a young man, I wanted to change the world. I found it was difficult to change the world, so I tried to change my nation. When I found I couldn't change the nation, I began to focus on my town. I couldn't change the town, and as an older man, I tried to change my family. Now, as an old man, I realize the only thing I can change is myself. And suddenly I realized that if long ago I had changed myself, I could have made an impact on my family. My family and I could have made an impact on our town. Their impact could have changed the nation, and I could indeed have changed the world. This book has taken you this far. Now it's your turn to commit to your own story. If you hunger for your own next level in life, here is my challenge to you. Choose significance and excellence now. Do not just put this book down, wait, and keep living at the same level. Whatever potential is inside you, choose to finally unleash it. To help unleash it, try this. Imagine yourself 5 years from today and you are living your ideal life. Really imagine it. Place yourself in that moment. Where are you sitting? Who is around you? What type of work are you doing? How financially freed are you? What does your portfolio look like? How are others being impacted by you? What emotions are you feeling? Don't be shy, and don't worry if it feels off limits to you. It should feel a little uncomfortable because that's how you know you're stretching. As you imagine that life, ask yourself, what action right now would make that vision possible? Whatever that answer is, start there. It's where your next story begins, inside an action scene. The principles here in this book will be your guide as you move along your story. Don't underestimate them. If your envisioned life somehow involves real estate, then your eternal why will wrap every investment around an incorruptible why that has a meaning deep in your heart. As you face new challenges that cause you to doubt yourself, deciding who you are each morning will remind you just how creatively you can overcome them. The inner circle you carefully nurture will help you overcome those challenges and seize opportunities at double speed. Failing forward will become your secret weapon, like a teacher revealing how to adapt yourself for the next deal. From those lessons, you'll build systems that can find better opportunities, can warm them up faster, can perform tighter diligence, and have the opportunity to ultimately free you from needing to work for the dollar. I believe being able to spot the cycle will empower you to anticipate the next opportunity in this ever-changing real estate cycle and be a portfolio investor who has an arsenal of strategies for all seasons. Developing an eye for finding attractive properties will aid you in any strategy you choose to include in your portfolio. If you cannot wait to put these principles to use in your own life, accelerate on your journey towards your next level. And if you're all but itching to take on my challenge to choose significance and excellence now, not tomorrow, then you are ready to join the rare 3% who do. Go to rickmelero.com/book now. I'll be there to congratulate you and lead you in. Thank you for listening to my journey, and welcome to yours. Rick Melero.